Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
However, no matter how much Frig pleaded, Hela's eyes remained firm. The intention to kill has already started and I can't stop it. I'll say it again, step aside. Otherwise, I'll kill you too. Looking at Frig, who was still stubbornly standing in front of her, Hela closed her eyes, her tone extremely indifferent. She has run out of patience. Frigga still shook her head. Even though death enveloped her, she didn't care and refused to take half a step back. At this time, Odin also came back to his senses and saw Frigg standing in front of him. A wry smile mixed with relief appeared on Odin's face. "Frigg, my wife, get out of the way, let her kill me, it's between me and her. It was I who created her and everything I have today. Being able to die without guilt and regret is the ending I deserve for the May 10th. Odin slowly got up from the ground and said with relief and exhaustion on his face. Frigga turned her head and saw Odin's firm eyes. "There is no difference from before, don't listen to her opinion at all." Frigga wanted to say something else, but Odin shook his head at her and stopped her. At the same time, he waved his hand, and a ball of light created by divine power enveloped Frigga, making her levitate to one side, preventing her from standing in front of Hela. Hela didn't show any hesitation. She crossed Frigga and walked towards Odin. Finally, she stopped in front of Odin and looked him directly. "I won." Hela sneered and said 2 words to Odin. Odin nodded and said nothing, but his eyes were kind, just like a father looking at his daughter who has grown up to be competitive. "Hela, my daughter. You are really like me, even the things you do are exactly the same." Odin whispered to Hela like a loving old father. What he said was not just heroism, but also rebellion and regicide. Isn't what ruling Hela did exactly the same as what he did to his brothers back then? The only difference is that Hela kills his father and Odin kills his brother. Yeah. Definitely. I was cultivated by you, and it was also your betrayal that turned me into what I am now. Regret? You can only blame yourself, can't you? Hela smiled sarcastically, looked at Odin's slumped expression, and suddenly lost the idea of killing him. Without the eternal gun, without the king of gods' arrogance, Odin is like a wolf without teeth and can no longer be her opponent. Therefore, Hela at the moment is willing to chat with Odin. In fact, Hela would rather see Odin stand in front of her and repent. That would be more comforting than killing him. "Yes, my daughter, I don't regret doing it. Do you know why? Because I got a satisfactory heir, a qualified heir, an heir with all my qualities. Hela, when I saw you standing in front of that mortal, I had an answer in my heart. Only the god of death who has learned to protect others is qualified to sit on the throne of God. The king can't just kill, but also learn to protect the living. I think you should understand this truth." Odin smiled in relief, and his tone became more and more peaceful, completely devoid of fighting spirit. At the end of the day, he did do so many things to Hela that he couldn't forgive himself. But at this moment, looking at Hela standing in front of him, Odin suddenly felt that the result was not bad. At least in this way, Asgard's future results will not be too bad. He can rest assured that Hela can safely sit on the throne of God. "Oh, is it so? When you say this, don't you think that I will let you go?" Hela sneered. Since Odin does not repent, he must die today. Apparently, Odin also knew his end, plus he originally had his time limit approaching, so he didn't have any regrets on his face. "Come on, boy. After killing me, you will be the new king of God in the 9 realms. It is also a god king recognized by me, Odin, and handed down personally." Odin looked serious and didn't resist. At this moment, he amplified his divine voice, and in front of all the Asgardians, he handed over the throne of the divine king to Hela. Some people may not understand Odin's intention of doing this, but Frigga, who has been with him for tens of thousands of years, is very clear. Odin is atoning. Also what was done to Hela before repayment. Hela is not stupid and definitely understands this, but she still won't forgive Nantio after hearing Odin's words. Hela raised her finger and summoned the diamond blade around her, aiming at every fatal part of Odin. Die. Hela closed her eyes gently, but at the moment, a figure covered in dark blue thunder roared up to the sky, rushing from a distance. "Stop it! Stop it!" The one who came was Thor, and it's Thor who has awakened Thor's power. When he saw that Hela was about to kill his revered father, Thor couldn't control the anger in his heart at all, and broke through the boundaries in one fell swoop and became Thor. Because the thunder around Thor was too conspicuous, Hela's movements also stopped. Odin also opened his dry eyes again, looking at Thor, who was coming with the thunder. He smiled. "My boy Thor, I am proud of your bravery. But you shouldn't have come to stop it. You don't have to sacrifice yourself for it. This is my own fault, and I will pay for it with my own life. In addition, I hope you can forget this hatred, take good care of your mother and the people of Asgard, and live in peace." Odin was completely relieved. It's the same reason that people's words are good when they are about to die. Then, he looked at Frigg again. "My first wife, after I die, you have to assist Hela well in too. 4. I know that this child actually doesn't have the heart to kill you, but feels a bit of guilt towards you. But other than that, you have to take good care of Thor. He is still a child who hasn't grown up in my eyes. If only Loki was here so I could have a few words with him too." When everything was explained, Odin laughed at himself. He completely lost his worries, closed his eyes, and waited for the arrival of death. Hela didn't have any hesitation either. He raised his hand and turned back to press it. Thor, who was covered with Thor's power all over his body, fell heavily to the ground as if he had been restrained. Next second, she grabbed a diamond-sharp blade with her other hand, and after injecting the power of death, she aimed at Odin's heart and stabbed it suddenly. Puff! The sharp blade pierces through the divine body. As Odin said, he paid the price for his past. And Hela had given him a chance to repent, but he didn't cherish it, so Hela couldn't possibly forgive him. However, at the moment when Odin's face was dead silent, Hela couldn't be happy at all but felt a hollow feeling in her heart. She glanced at the diamond-sharp blade in her hand and remained silent. At this time, Thor could no longer control the anger in his heart, and the golden thunder flashed all over his body, breaking free from Hela's shackles and swooping in. "I am going to kill you." "Kill you? Ah!" The angry roar was extremely sharp. But at this moment, Frigga also broke free from the shroud of divine power and directly stopped Thor, who was rushing. "Thor, back off." Looking at Thor, whose face was full of sadness and hatred, Frigga scolded with a sad face. Thor stopped suddenly, looking at his mother in disbelief. Frigg turned around and looked at Hela. "Hela, my daughter, this is Odin's own choice and I won't blame you. It's just that I hope you can lead the 9 realms and become a great god king," as he said. There was sobs in his tone and he seemed extremely sad. Odin is dead. 7. Frigga, who watched all this with her own eyes, could not control her inner emotions no matter how mature she was. But she really didn't mean to resent Hela, because this is the fruit that Odin himself planted. Odin eventually paid the price for what he did. But his death is not meaningless, because he also cultivated an heir for Asgard who is stronger than himself and more suitable for sitting on the throne. Hela didn't say anything more after hearing Frigga's words. She just turned around, came to Li Feng's side and grabbed Li Feng's hand. Originally, Hela thought that she would be very excited after getting revenge as she wished and sitting on the King of God. But at this moment, she felt a touch of loneliness that she shouldn't have. That is the loss of not knowing what to do after the goal is achieved. Li Feng guessed a little bit about this. He didn't say much, just hugged Hela gently. "It's all right, dear. I'll always be by your side." Soon, Frigga also woke up from her grief. She picked up the scepter that Odin had dropped on the ground, used her divine power, and said to all Asgard people, "All the people of Asgard heed. Starting today, Hela will become the new king of Asgard, ruling the 9 ghosts in the name of the King of God. She is not only the orthodox Asgard blood, but also the heir chosen by Odin, the god king of all of us." The words fell. Frigg walked up to Hela, grabbed Hela's hand, and walked slowly towards the Asgard temple. As for Odin's divine body, it was picked up by Thor, who seemed to have grown up by dozens of years in an instant, and followed behind. With the arrival of Hela, the people of Asgard were restless. They couldn't believe that such an enemy who killed the king of God, Odin, was going to become their new god king. This is really unacceptable. However, the Queen of Heaven, Frigga, personally recognized Hela's status, and they didn't have any complaints. After all, Frigga is also the Queen of Asgard, so she is quite convincing. As for whether Hela is Odin's direct bloodline, the people of Asgard are actually half-hearted. However, they are just thinking about it in their hearts. Odin is dead, and a new king shall be established. Seeing Hela and Frigga walking slowly, a part of the people of Asgard who admired strength showed a pious expression to her. Soon, there were the first Asgard people who knelt down to Hela. After someone took the lead, more and more people surrendered in the capital of Asgard. They witnessed the Great War with their own eyes, and in their own way recognized Hela's identity and greeted the new King of God. Seeing this scene, a smile finally appeared on the corner of Hela's mouth. All of this is exactly what she has always dreamed of. The throne of God, King of Asgard, the King of God who rules the 9 realms, is something that should belong to her. Now it is finally a dream come true. Holding the hand of Queen Frig, Hela walked towards the center of Asgard's capital. Under the worship of countless people, Hela was crowned king, and Feng followed behind Hela calmly and silently, looking at her softly with a smile on her face. Although the process has twists and turns, but the final outcome is good. Hela finally accomplished what she always wanted to do and sat on the throne of the Asgard temple. From then on, she is no longer the goddess of death, but the king of God. The day after he announced his enthronement and accepted the worship of the Asgardians, Hela and Feng walked into the dungeon of Asgard together. Here is Odin's treasury, which contains many treasures collected by Odin from the 9 realms. "Honey, come get back the divine body with me." Hela smiled and said something to Feng, then pulled him to the inside of the treasure house. Along the way, Feng opened his eyes and saw many treasures. For example, the low-level infinity gauntlet created by the dwarf family. For example, the heart of a certain lord in the world of hatred. EARO, that eternal flame. Hela reached out to take a handful of tinder and then walked towards the depths again. Hela stopped when she came to an empty floor. Then she pressed a mechanism, divine power spewed out, and after a formation flickered, a hole leading to the ground appeared. "Walk, go down and have a look." Hela nodded slightly to Feng and the two walked down together. Don't spray it, readers in the comment area 170, the protagonist will definitely not be so shrinking behind. The plot has progressed to a certain point and it will be killed directly. I guarantee you will enjoy watching it. In addition, the author intends to add some animation skills similar to spell return. If you have animation character skills that you want to add, you can leave a message in the comment area and adopt them. I don't know how many fans of Naruto want to see the scene where Venom is attached to Susanoo. After walking through hundreds of steps, Feng and Hela finally entered the underground of Asgard. With the help of the eternal fire burning in Hela's hand, Feng finally saw clearly where they were now. This is a huge amount of the Colosseum. Countless corpses are piled up into a mountain peak, and an evil force of death is constantly circling, which makes people feel very depressing. The most conspicuous thing that came into view was the corpse of a giant wolf. Hela stepped forward and looked at the giant wolf with its body full of weapons, his eyes full of nostalgia. Once upon a time, the giant wolf Fenrir was her only trusted companion and her most valiant pet on the battlefield. In the rebellion before she was sealed, the giant wolf Fenrir was also killed by Odin. Now everything has subsided. Hela raised her head, glanced at the bones of the other men who had fought with her, and walked to the center of the Colosseum. Then she raised the hand that ignited the eternal fire and slapped it hard on the ground. "Recover, my people." Next moment, a dark green terrifying flame centered on Hela suddenly spread throughout the audience. These flames, like living bacteria, crazily drilled into the bones and devoured them. Tens of seconds later, those soldiers who had already died fighting for Hela grew flesh and blood one after another, swayed and climbed up with green eyes. Feeling Hela's call, they formed a queue and stood in front of Hela. The giant wolf Fenrir stepped on the terrifying green back teeth. His body was covered with layers of dark green light, and he got up from the ground. It shook its body a few times, and the wound on its body began to heal, until the 2 bright green pupils opened, and it saw Hela with the White Queen's body. Although the current Hela only has a soul but no body. The divine wolf, who used to fight with her on the battlefield, also reacted immediately, as if seeing a relative he hadn't seen for many years, and howled to the sky like a puppy. In general, he leaned in front of Hela, rubbing his head against Hela's body nonstop. However, at the moment, the wolf reborn from the green fire found Feng standing aside. For an enshrined animal, the sense of smell is quite acute. Feng carried a faint oppressive force which made him feel threatened. Hoo-hoo. Fenrir bared his teeth and growled threateningly at Feng. "Be honest, he is my mate and your master." Seeing this, Hela snorted coldly and slapped Fenrir on the head unceremoniously. After being hit, Fenrir also restrained his ferociousness and let out a deep whimper, looking particularly aggrieved. Feng didn't take it to heart either. Instead, he felt that this wolf was quite handsome, and if it was used as a mount, it would definitely be cool. "Okay, you all go to the dungeon and wait for orders. I'm going to retrieve my god body." Hela straightened her body, glanced back at the soldiers standing beside her, and ordered quietly. Yes, all the soldiers were in uniform, turned around and walked out of the area. And the giant wolf that was next to Hela was also glared at by Hela, and after a few reluctant glances, it lay obediently on the ground. "Honey, stand back a little. I'm going to open the entrance to the god's burial garden." Hela took a deep breath and pressed her fingers between her brows. The area under his feet is called the god's burial garden. Since the formation of the 9 realms, countless bones of gods have been buried here. This has always been the secret of the Asgard temple, and the only person who knows its existence is Hela, except for Odin. This is because when he first fought in the Nine Realms, Odin brought Hela to this place when he encountered an invincible opponent, took the risk of resurrecting some of the dead gods, and asked them to help in the battle. Definitely after these gods were resurrected, they were reduced to ashes not long after, which was also one of the costs. And Hela chose to keep her divine body in this place, on the one hand because it is very safe, and on the other hand because there is a certain formation here, which is specially used to protect her divine body from the erosion of any substance in the universe. Feng didn't know much about this, but he was very cooperative and took 2 steps back. Hela said softly, "Emma, are you ready? My soul is about to come out of your body and you will feel the tearing pain, but it will only last for a few seconds." "I'm ready." Emma's voice rang in her heart. Hela stretched out her 2 fingers suddenly, piercing through the center of her eyebrows at this moment, opening a tiny crack. Next second, a figure wrapped in green light slowly pulled out from the divine body. And White Queen also let out some piercing screams at the moment. 3 seconds later, Hela's moving soul was separated from the White Queen's body. At this moment she is like a jade finely carved by God, with a flawless body and a face that is almost like a fairy. "Husband," Hela smiled at Feng with a smile. At this time, the White Queen with a weak face fell to the ground. "Emma." Feng's heart tightened. He rushed forward and hugged the White Queen into his arms. "Don't worry, hubby, Emma just passed out due to excessive use of mental power, just rest for a while." Hela stretched out her hand to caress the White Queen's cheek and explained hastily, "That's good." Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at Hela, who had escaped from the White Queen's body. At the moment was the body of the soul. Even though it was becoming translucent, he could still feel the tenacious power of death being slightly weakened. "Husband, I must return to the divine body immediately or my soul will dissipate." Hela said softly, "Next, I will open the divine burial garden through my blood. No matter what you see inside, don't be afraid." Feng nodded. Hela raised a finger and swiped it lightly towards the palm. A dark green liquid dripped down the wrist along the ground. For a moment, densely dense mysterious runes emerged from under the feet, flashing golden dazzling lights, and went straight to the sky. Buzz buzz. There was a piercing sound of metal rubbing, and several cracks slowly appeared under Hela's feet, and in just a few tens of seconds they gradually transformed into a pure black swirl of stars. "This is the entrance to the god's burial garden." Hela breathed a sigh of relief, and just as she was about to step in, a terrifying tearing force suddenly came from her feet, followed by a giant withered hand protruding from the abyss, grabbing her ankle, causing her expression to change. "This is..." The power of the ancient demon fluctuates. Before the words fell, Hela's entire soul was swallowed up by the nebula and disappeared without a trace. Feng looked at this sudden scene and didn't realize what happened of Zhao Qian's at all. But soon he realized that something might have happened to Hela. Session, with a gloomy face, he looked at the crawling giant wolf, carefully handed the White Queen in front of it and said, "Take care of her and wait for me outside the dungeon if she loses a hair. I will dig you up and debone you, do you hear me?" The giant wolf raised his eyes lightly, obviously a little cold. But the next second Feng's eyes instantly turned silvery white, and a terrifying killing intent descended, enveloping the giant wolf. The latter was startled, shivered, nodded his head quickly, and crawled in front of Feng, motioning for him to put the White Queen on his body. Feng then carefully laid Emma's body flat on the giant wolf's back, rubbed her forehead and said, "Honey, don't be afraid, I'll be right back." Emma, who was in a coma, seemed to feel something and whispered softly, which was regarded as a pure response. Feng turned his head to look at the shrinking spiral nebula and plunged into it. "Here is a dead space with no end in sight, a land without an owner. Here, it seems to be at the edge of the universe. Here there are countless dead stars floating, which look very much like those exhausted planets. What's even more strange is that there are some kind of strange transparent creatures swimming slowly around." Feng only felt a huge amount of tearing force pulling him in, and then the gravity became smaller, and his whole body was floating in this space. His eyes flickered, and he tried to move forward and walk in this area. But as soon as he took a step, he felt an invisible black wall blocking his way, and he couldn't see any fluctuations from the surface. But Feng's keen intuition told him that there seemed to be a barrier here, as if separating something. He stepped forward, put his hands in front of the air, and at the same time muttered in his heart, "Lan." Immediately, a faint light burst out from Feng's hand, and the air seemed to be forcibly torn open, revealing a black hole, exuding fluctuations like a black hole. Li Feng raised his eyes and glanced inside, but was so startled that cold sweat broke out. Inside, unexpectedly, there was a huge amount of crimson pupil, staring at his direction, exuding an indescribable aura. Living things, or planets? Li Feng didn't know. He quickly snorted coldly and continued walking into the passage without hesitation. Soon there was another obvious hole in the barrier, and Li Feng stepped in without any hesitation. However, what he didn't expect was that the length of the passage was simply beyond his imagination. There is no light in the space channel, only a white world. When Li Feng saw a glaring light at the end, he stepped out. Laugh. The moment he walked out, Li Feng felt as if his body was being targeted by some kind of ancient beast, and his body was covered in hairs. He looked up sharply. All around him, monster planets with beast-like heads were turning their eyes, staring closely at the direction where Li Feng suddenly appeared, revealing inexplicable killing intent. They are all ugly heads. Li Feng glanced at it, and he could even clearly feel that there are a lot of creatures moving in these planets. In other words, these heads, Ran is no different from a planet suitable for living creatures. He paused, suddenly became interested, and a coercion like a boulder descending from the whole body burst out, squeezing towards these creatures. However, at this moment around Li Feng, 7 or 8 mechanically made dragons suddenly drilled out. They have a pair of skeleton-like wings, and a few floating planets protrude from their mouths. Black swirls wrap around their bodies, and they exude energy that makes Li Feng's heart palpitate. There is a faint sacred aura that surrounds him. Up. But these creatures did not act immediately, but stared at Li Feng, looked at each other with their companions, and said some incomprehensible nonsense. As if reaching some kind of consensus, in front of Li Feng after circling around a few times, it disappeared. He put his hands in his pockets, his face full of doubts. But in the next second, a strange roar of some kind of animal suddenly came from under his feet, and a mouth like a black hole vortex appeared out of thin air. There are even sharp teeth growing on the edge of the vortex. What is this? Li Feng narrowed his pupils sharply, frowned, and muttered, "There are no other entrances around here, so should I go down here?" Thinking of this, Li Feng hesitated for a moment. He stretched out his hand, trying to use his own strength, but it didn't work as imagined, and those skull planets around seemed to be approaching him. Snort. Li Feng snorted coldly, and a shock wave erupted, but it only made the planets tremble slightly, without causing any substantial damage at all. On the contrary, these heads got excited and opened their mouths one by one, showing a look of looking at the food. "Dare to treat me as a prey? Are you tired of living?" Li Feng was not afraid. He opened his mouth to sneer, and at the same time his body trembled violently. Another violent shock wave erupted, reverberating throughout the galaxy. Whoosh whoosh. The skull planets retreated directly as if they had met their nemesis, and disappeared before Li Feng's eyes at a speed of light deviation. Could it be that the so-called God's burial garden is actually a world of ferocious beasts? Li Feng was full of doubts. He restrained his breath and began to observe the surrounding situation. Spiritual power cannot penetrate through this space. Apparently, this is a single unknown galaxy. At best, it should be just a corner of the unknown universe. Just why is there such a place underground in Asgard? What are the origins of those mechanical dragons? The energy contained in their bodies even made Li Feng feel a little scared. He began to realize that there might be more similar unknowns to come, even beyond his cognition. However, when Li Feng looked around, he suddenly saw countless dead bodies floating from a distance. These people looked like alien creatures, no different. Seeing this scene, Li Feng immediately understood. This is still the burial ground of the gods, but it is very likely that a channel to a certain galaxy in the universe has been opened. Having figured this out, Li Feng began to search for Hela among the corpses again. There is no doubt that there is no air in this place, and it is extremely cold. As the god of Asgard, Hela should be able to survive in this kind of space. However, Li Feng searched for a long time but still couldn't find Hela. Just as he was about to use his power to call Hela, the system's voice suddenly rang. Diddy, warning, an unknown energy body is found ahead. The energy intensity cannot be estimated. Host, please be careful. What? Hearing this, Li Feng frowned immediately. The system could call it an existence with inestimable energy intensity. What will it be? Not long after, a large group of dead bodies suddenly appeared in front of Li Feng's eyes. Among the group of dead bodies there is a strange white light, and the energy body referred to by the system is in it. What is that? A corpse that looked extremely special suddenly appeared in front of Li Feng. The reason why he is special is because compared to other corpses, this corpse looks more like a human being and it is well preserved. From a distance, it looks like a living person. Moreover, there seemed to be some kind of special energy around him, making it impossible for other corpses to get close, and those terrifying existences like planets could also avoid them. With the appearance of this corpse, the whole space became quiet. Could it be that the so-called energy body is a corpse stronger than yourself? Li Feng was a little puzzled. He tried to call out in his heart, "System, can you help me determine the identity of this corpse?" Ding, querying. Inquiry completed. This corpse is named Transcendence, and it comes from a transcendental realm beyond the multi-universe. Warning, warning, this corpse is extremely dangerous. Please leave the host as soon as possible. The system's voice was very rapid, and at the same time as it sounded one after another, a pressure from the bottom of his heart occupied Li Feng's heart. Li Feng, on the other hand, froze in place. This, the Transcendent. Li Feng never thought that the corpse in front of him would be a Transcendent, an existence that can be called invincible in the Marvel Universe. A guy who can compete with OAA. In other words, the Transcendent is an all-knowing, all-powerful being in the Marvel Universe. He comes from a transcendent realm other than the Wang multi-universe. Compared with the transcendent realm, multi-treasure universe is like a drop of water in the ocean. It can even be said that his existence is tens of thousands of times stronger than the five great gods. In the comics, he once endowed many people with powerful super ability, and then let these people kill themselves, but these people all failed. He once gave Jean Grey all the Phoenix Force in order to die, but Chin also failed up. Even Doctor Strange tried to hypnotic ability Transcendence to bring Transcendence into a place where theoretically the Transcendence's mind can be completely dead. But there is no doubt that he lost it too. In the entire Marvel Universe, the Transcendent is an equal existence to OAA. And when the Transcendent was the strongest, it was even stronger than QAA. The abilities of the Transcendent include alter reality, erasure at will, and creation and destruction of the universe. For this kind of power, the so-called five gods or the group of cosmic gods cannot compete with it at all. If he uses an analogy to reflect his strength in front of it, whether it is the eternal gods, celestial beings, or even intangible gods, in his eyes, they add up to a drop of water that can be erased at will. Therefore, the only one who can compete with him in the Marvel Universe may be QAA. Even Thanos, who has the heart of the universe, is not enough in the eyes of the Transcendent. Immediately afterwards, Li Feng suddenly thought of an alternative description of the Transcendent. Time and space are meaningless to him. From mountains to oceans, from fish to elephants, from molecules to atoms, none escaped his control and enslavement, and he manipulated all molecules, atoms, animals, plants, rocks, and oceans. Even if he doesn't understand the multi-universe, every presence he makes affects them. He is the champion of life, the strongest evolution of all life forms. The existence of the strongest diversity is like a microbe in his eyes. Whatever he says, the world is what it is. He has what he wants. That's right. At the moment, what appeared in front of Li Feng was such an invincible existence. Moreover, it is truly invincible. No wonder the system warned Li Feng just now, because this guy is really too dangerous. For the current Li Feng, it is not an existence that can be mowed at all. However, Li Feng soon became puzzled. Since the Transcendent is such a powerful existence, why did he still die? And did he die in the burial grounds of the gods in Asgard? This is obviously very unscientific. Could it be that this guy is not actually dead? As soon as this thought came out, Li Feng's eyes suddenly became extremely cautious. Seemingly aware of what Li Feng was thinking, the system immediately reminded. The host doesn't have to worry. According to the system detection, the energy body in front of the host is indeed dead. This isn't possible. Li Feng was a little puzzled. The Transcendent is almost the strongest existence in the entire Marvel Universe. Who can kill him? The system is not responding. Li Feng took a deep breath. He suddenly had an idea. Time gem. He tried to reach out and grabbed it suddenly. The time gem landed in the hand, exuding a bright light. Then, let's spy on the secret of your death. Li Feng's eyes flickered and he was thinking, yes, he is going to use the power of the time gem to find out how the Transcendent died. After all, in his eyes, the Transcendent is the most powerful existence in the Marvel Universe. 0. Seeking flowers, who can make him die? The reason for his death is his lifespan. Under the power of the time gem, time and space gradually began to distort, and everything around Li Feng was undergoing special and weird changes. If the Ancient One magician were here, he would be extremely familiar with this scene. It is clear. Li Feng is traveling through time, and not for a short time travel. After traveling for hundreds of millions of years, the scenes around Li Feng gradually stopped. Immediately afterwards, a hollow sound rang in his ear. OAA, I heard that you are the supreme infinite existence in the multi-universe. Then, can I ask you one thing? This voice made Li Feng's vision blur. The previous dark scene had disappeared without a trace, replaced by a muddy world. There is nothing in this world, only a white light and shadow standing in front of Li Feng. This light and shadow is no different from the height of a normal human being, but it exudes a terrifying power that makes people palpitate all the time. He was looking at a figure not far away who was also covered in golden light and talking. No doubt. That golden figure was the most powerful existence in the Marvel Universe billions of years ago. QAA. Your existence is very dangerous to this universe. If you are willing to leave this universe, I will agree to your terms. The OAA divine voice spoke in bursts. The Transcendent first nodded, looked up at a certain place, and murmured, "From the birth of the universe to the present, I have lived countless years, destroyed and created countless universes and planets, and countless powerful people have been defeated by me. I think my own life is meaningless. In my knowledge, they can't kill me, they can't even hurt me. This body has not brought me any benefits, let alone the scene I want to see, so I hope you can kill me, including my soul, give me eternal peace." Hearing this, Li Feng couldn't help frowning. So the Transcendent is suicidal? He couldn't understand such a thing. Immediately afterwards, QAA shook his head lightly and slowly said, "Transcender, I'm sorry, as far as I am concerned, I can't kill you either. Because your power is almost equal to mine, I can't kill you and me, equal existence. I'm sorry, I can't help you, I should leave now." After saying this, the figure of QAA disappeared in an instant. Just leave? Li Feng held his breath. Looking at the leaving figure of QAA, Transcendent's eyes suddenly dimmed. Endless life, invincible strength, and almighty power in the eyes of others, this may be what they dream of. However, in his opinion, these are just things that bind him, and he doesn't even have the right to seek peace. In the next second, the Transcendent seemed to think of something again. He suddenly raised his hand and gently squeezed the space in front of him. Call out. A dazzling light gradually condensed, and in front of him a different him appeared. But this different him doesn't seem to have any strength, and there is a tinge of gloom mixed with him, without even the slightest consciousness. It's time to go to sleep on 563. The Transcendent smiled, closed his eyes suddenly, pressed his eyebrows, and transferred his consciousness to the other body. Goodbye, multi-universe. Next second, this corpse of a Transcender shuttled between universes and disappeared. Seeing this scene, Li Feng was stunned. He never thought that the Transcendent actually killed himself. Yes, as an invincible existence on par with QAA in the Marvel Universe, the Transcendent finally chose to commit suicide, sleeping his eternal life. It's a little too much nonsense. In order to further confirm this matter, Li Feng activated the time gem again. He wanted to make sure that the Transcendence was really dead. But just at this, for a split second, Li Feng suddenly noticed that the body traveling through the universe smiled strangely at him, as if it had sensed something. Go, stranger from billions of years later, if you want, take away all the power in that body. I hope you will not be like me, and finally choose to use this method to let yourself sleep in the universe. Once you accept the new power, you will become a new Transcendent. You will surpass the multi-universe and become the only Transcendent in this world. Your strength will far exceed your imagination. Meet the power you want. After the Transcendent finished speaking these few words, he fell into a deep sleep. The surrounding scene also seemed to collapse, completely disappearing. Li Feng is extremely scary. It never occurred to him that even though the Transcendent had committed suicide, he would still be able to detect his existence hundreds of millions of years later and even could talk to him. When Li Feng was hesitating, a special cosmic energy suddenly struck, completely strangling all the light and shadow left by the Transcendent into a cloud of dust. At this moment, Li Feng really witnessed the death of the Transcendent. To him, it was like a dream. The timeline of the Marvel Universe has collapsed to such an extent. Anyway, Li Feng felt more and more that something was wrong. He waved his hand casually, the power of time gem disappeared, and now he returned to the previously unknown field, and what appeared in front of him was still the Transcendent. Corpse. The corpse was no different from an ordinary person, still lifeless and glowing with a strange white light. When looking at the corpse again, Li Feng's eyes suddenly had a hint of longing. According to what the Transcendent said before he died, he seemed to have left all his strength in this body. That is to say, this corpse possesses almost all the powers of a Transcendent. Coupled with what the Transcendent said to himself before, Li Feng felt more and more that the power of the Transcendent seemed to be specially prepared for him. Do you want to let go of such a great thing? What is certain is that, unlike the Transcendent, even if Li Feng gains invincible power, he will not be so stupid as to die. Because in his opinion, there are too many things worth remembering in this world. But the Transcendent doesn't seem to think so. Anyway, Li Feng did not intend to let go of this opportunity. He intends to take this corpse, this body, with all the powers of the Transcendent. Because according to what the previous Transcendent said, if he really mastered the power of the Transcendent, then he is the new Transcendent. As long as one can master the power of the Transcendent, there will be no one in the entire Marvel universe who can rival Li Feng even. OAA, come on, come to me. Li Feng took a deep breath and looked longingly at the body of the Transcendent. At this time, the white light gathered on the surface of the Transcendent's body seemed to have sensed something, and all of them spewed towards Li Feng's brain. Scoff. A fierce strong light flashed in front of Li Feng. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he was in an area full of fog. In this region, time seems to pass very quickly. Soon, the mist gradually became thicker, and purple crystal blocks like snowflakes fell from the top of the head. The crystal blocks gradually condensed in a state visible to the naked eye and finally turned into naked human beings one by one. They seem to have been created out of thin air, and there is an infinite terror in their bodies. Moreover, their physical bodies have no blood at all, they are completely pale, and their faces look very terrifying. When Li Feng tried to get close to them, he found that with all his strength he couldn't take another step forward. It appalled him. What's even more incredible is that the aura emitted by these white people actually echoed with a certain power in Li Feng's body. What are these? Li Feng's pupils shrank suddenly and he quickly retreated, trying to get out of the range of these white people. Because he clearly felt that the power in his body was faintly about to be sucked away. What to do? Li Feng knew in his heart that once the power in his body disappeared, then everything after 2-7 would be over. Don't say anything about OAA, even a group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals will be able to smash him to pieces. Li Feng tried to use the power of the Steppenwolf template to leave, but found that the surrounding scene seemed to lock him, and he couldn't get out of his mind at all. So he had no choice but to stop at a relatively safe place, trying to break through this misty world. However, at this moment, those white men not far away walked towards him step by step. To be precise, they are teleporting. The speed is no different from Li Feng, who possesses a lot of strength. It can even be said that every white man here has the same strength as him. Li Feng realized that there was no way for him to escape. But what he didn't expect was that these white people directly passed through his transparent body and stayed behind him. However, at this moment, those white men not far away walked towards him step by step. To be precise, they are teleporting. The speed is no different from Li Feng, who possesses a lot of strength. It can even be said that every white man here has the same strength as him. Li Feng realized that there was no way for him to escape. But what he didn't expect was that these white people directly passed through his transparent body and stayed behind him. Li Feng reacted instantly. He turned his head but saw an indescribable scene. These white men are mating with a group of white women who also have white skin. The passage of time did not change, but a few seconds later, Li Feng saw those white men tremble, and then one after another, the white women's bellies grew bigger and gave birth. A large piece of purple spar. Inside these crystals, there are small life forms, exuding fluctuations of the level universe. Then, after more than 10 seconds, the spar broke open, and the little life forms gradually grew taller, turning into the appearance of white people. In this way, the previous scene continued, day after day, year after year. 5 minutes later, the entire misty world was covered with figures of white men and white women. Each of them contained the same terrifying aura as the Transcender, and if they pulled out one casually, they could instantly kill Li Feng. What kind of creature is this? Li Feng broke out in a cold sweat. He stabilized his mind, knowing that these guys couldn't hurt him, and planned to continue observing. But at this moment, a white light suddenly appeared above his head, directly enveloping Li Feng's whole body. He looked shocked and looked around, and there were several black holes visible to the naked eye. From these black holes, some 4 different monsters crawled out slowly. They opened their ugly fangs and climbed towards Jai Feng bit by bit. These creatures are even stronger than me. Li Feng took a deep breath. As soon as this idea came out, the body of the Transcendent floating in the dark universe not far away suddenly opened his eyes. That moment, the entire pitch-black space is as dazzling as the sun. Endless white light rushed towards his face, crushing everything to pieces. Those planets with ugly revelations, those mechanical dragons waiting for an opportunity, and those demons who drilled out of black holes were all purified and washed under the white light. Is this the power of the Transcendent? Li Feng's pupils shrank sharply as if seeing a god. In the next second, the white light flashed again, and the corpse of the Transcendent got into the white light that wrapped Li Feng. The huge amounts of oppressive force almost crushed all the bones in his body. Destroyed in white light, time stopped passing, space seems to have no boundaries, gray mist filled the surroundings, blinding all sight, no force can penetrate this area. Here, it seems to be some spatial dimension independent of reality. Li Feng looked around and found that his body was wrapped in a layer of floating white mist. All senses were blocked. No matter how he uses his power, it is useless. It seems that in this space there is a stronger force blocking his power. He had never felt this way before. What the hell kind of place is this? Li Feng's pupils shrank slightly. He didn't understand what happened. However, for the first time ever, he felt palpitations in his heart. This feeling made him feel very uncomfortable. Thinking of this, he raised his footsteps and walked in a random direction. In an unknown environment, it is a very bad choice to sit and wait. Maybe you are lucky enough not to encounter danger or trouble, but it will always wear out your patience. For Li Feng, there are not many things that can affect him on Earth, but he must take seriously the unknown threats beyond the Earth. Therefore, once such an impossible change occurs, the most important solution is to find a way to get rid of it. However, relying on his sensory ability, Li Feng walked around for a full 2 hours without noticing any biological fluctuations. Strange. If he guessed correctly, the reason why he came to this place was all because the body of the Transcendent touched him. At that moment, I felt that all the meridians in my body were broken and all the blood stopped flowing. But in this area, he clearly knows that he is still alive. As soon as such thoughts appeared in my mind, a strange fluctuation suddenly appeared. Li Feng raised his brows sharply and looked not far away. There, a large area of fog seems to have encountered some nemesis, giving way to a large area. In the area, there are 4 or 5 figures with pale flesh naked. These creatures. Li Feng has seen all of them. They are the former white people. Li Feng hid in the mist aside, squinting at all this. His perception has all disappeared, so it is impossible to see any difference from these figures. But that pale face without a trace of blood made him feel palpitations. These figures made chirping sounds, which didn't sound like the universal language of the universe, but rather like the words derived from a unique race. At this moment, their eyes suddenly looked at the place where 813 Li Feng was. Li Feng tensed up all over, and just about to step back, he found that his body was floating in the air as if being restrained by some kind of force. In front of him, a white man who looked like the leader raised his palm to point at Li Feng and grabbed him in front of him. Effortless. Feeling the suffocation pain coming from his neck, Li Feng took a deep breath, his pupils widened suddenly and all the power in his body burst out. Boom. Immediately, a huge amount of white phantom appeared behind Li Feng. However, this did not make the white man in front of him have any special reaction. He just raised his eyes slightly, let go of his hand and put Li Feng down. Ahem. Li Feng twisted his neck and asked with a murderous look in his eyes, "Where is this?" As soon as these words came out, all the white people turned their attention to him. A creature of a foreign race, you don't have blood in your body that surpasses the gods. The leading white man said lightly. His eyes were only white, emitting a faint white light, and his voice became a language that Li Feng knew well. Beyond the Protos. Li Feng frowned and asked in his heart in bewilderment, "System, what is that?" Ding, the Transcendent's Protos is the birthplace of the Transcendents. It is a mysterious race in the universe with a strong sense of blood. Please pay attention to the host. The system will fall into a deep sleep. Click, there was a sound of the system shutting down in his head. I wipe. Li Feng's face darkened, thinking that you simply fell asleep like this. Then what do I do? However calmly, he still did not reveal any emotional fluctuations. Alien creatures invade the territory and exterminate them. After the words fell, these white men raised their hands and grabbed out of thin air. A dazzling snow-white ice blade pierced straight towards the unarmed Li Feng. Li Feng suddenly felt completely alone, but just then white light flickered behind him and a figure came out vaguely. As soon as this figure appeared, the dazzling ice blade instantly turned into ashes. At the same time, the white mist in the entire space became more dense. It has been detected that it is a creature from the solar system, with the inheritance of the top bloodline. The leading white man saw this figure and spoke again in a rather mechanical tone. He exchanged glances with his companions around him and actually surrounded Li Feng directly. What do you want to do? Li Feng stared at them coldly with a defensive face, but what he didn't expect was, these white people actually knelt down towards him together. Survivor, we have been waiting for you for a long time. The loud voice came into Li Feng's ears, making him dumbfounded. Survivor, what is it again? Li Feng subconsciously glanced at the figure behind him and through the bursts of white light, guessed that this was the body of the Transcendent. No matter how stupid he was, he understood something at the moment. Get up. Li Feng coughed and said to the group of creatures, "Since you know me, please explain your doubts to me." Several Caucasians nodded and stood up, not puzzled by Li Feng's words and did not move extra. Survivor, please tell us your name. The leading white man said respectfully to Li Feng, "This will be the most memorable moment in the history of our clan." "My name is Li Feng. Who are you? Why did you bring me to this place?" Li Feng said calmly, "If you tell me that you are here specially to wait for me, then it seems logically unreasonable." The so-called logic in the eyes of the Transcendent Protos is just a machine that can be operated anytime and anywhere. The leading white man said to Li Feng with the pride of a god in his tone, "It is not we who brought you here, but it's the figure behind you. As long as you agree to go back with us, then you will fully grasp everything I said." "Going back with you guys to Mingli?" Li Feng was puzzled. "According to my guess, this is just a reality dimension separated from my planet. Are you creatures living in this space?" "No, this is just the resting place left by the Son of God." The leading white man sighed with sadness on his face. "Unfortunately, he is dead, and we haven't even found his body." Li Feng vaguely realized who he was talking about, a transcendent who has become a corpse. "We have detected his inheritance from your body." The leading white man said to Li Feng again, we also know that you have not accepted his power. It is an honor to tell you that we can help you complete all of this." "What?" Hearing this, Li Feng's pupils suddenly shrank. "Absorb the power of the Transcendent? This is definitely a great temptation, but it didn't make him lose his mind." He hesitated for a moment and asked, "I don't know your origins at all. I need to know all the unknown things. Only people of this clan can know." The leading white man said, "Survivor, if you are willing to become a member of the race beyond the gods, then you will get all the secrets." "What's in it for me?" Li Feng asked subconsciously. However, this remark caused the others to scream inconceivably. "Survivor, we don't need to explain to you all the complicated things about the Transcendent Protos." The leading white man sighed, seeming a little hasty. "You just need to know that the power that exists in you is nothing compared to the Transcendent Protos." "Are you threatening me?" Li Feng's eyes turned cold and he asked back, "I'm not a person who likes to accept threats." "No, Survivor, we just want to tell you that in a certain future, your existence will bring infinite changes and possibilities to this universe." The leading white man showed a smile at the corner of his mouth and said, "Even let it usher in the future. 10 new civilizations, after all." He waved one hand towards the back and all the mist dissipated, revealing his true face. Thousands of instruments filled with green liquid emerged, and pale bodies were sealed inside. And as the fog dissipated, the figure in the instrument opened his eyes at the same time and looked at Li Feng. The whites of the eyes without pupils exude a pale golden light, especially conspicuous in the green liquid. "This is the raw liquid of life, a potion that can only be made by surpassing the gods." With reverence on his face, the leading white man led Li Feng to the instrument, pointed to the liquid inside and said, "The function of the potion is to revive the body of a dead god, but it requires the existence of the original soul. Resurrection." "Isn't this a very simple matter?" Li Feng asked curiously. After he has the power of time gem and the god of symbiosis, he feels that he can control life and death at will, so this is not a strange thing in his eyes. "Survivors, you have to clarify one thing." The leading white man stared at Li Feng seriously and said word by word, "The divine body that surpasses the god race is not a low-level life form in your galaxy that can't even control its own destiny. It can even be said that its existence is the definition of the existence of the entire universe." Hearing this, Li Feng's eyes kept flashing with astonishment. He had a preliminary understanding of such a race. In general, the Transcendence Protos is an existence independent of the universe and can define all changes in the universe through its own power. All the dimensions of space are controlled by the Transcendent Protos. The leading white man continued, "I hope you don't misunderstand. We are not the builders of the universe. We are the maintainers of the universe." "Maintenance? Then what kind of existence is OAA?" Li Feng looked at him suspiciously and asked. The OAA and the Life Tribunal were indeed born in the name of maintaining the order of the universe, so why is there another race beyond the gods? Could it be that these guys like to manage the universe? Hundreds of millions of years ago, the Transcendence Protos hadn't experienced that upheaval, and all the divine beings in the entire universe respected us. The leading white man had a sad look in his eyes. Said, however, from that time on, the Transcendent Protos began to decline gradually, as if they had suffered heavy losses. All the younger generations lost the supernatural power in their blood and became creatures like pets without any plasticity. At that time, we the patriarch guessed that it may be because the bloodline has been worn out after so many generations, and only the clansman who has the strongest supernatural power in his body can be found to integrate, so as to be able to continue to descendantly. He paused and closed his eyes. However, this search took hundreds of millions of years, Even if it surpassed the Protos, it could not resist the passage of such a long time, coupled with the exhaustion of the blood in the body. People of the same race began to stepping into old age. The God Master used the last power to build these instruments and life essence, and sealed the clansmen who had only a trace of supernatural power in them. You mean these soaked bodies are descendants of races beyond the gods? Feng took a deep breath and asked in surprise, doesn't that mean that once they wake up? Yes, survivor. The leading white man nodded vigorously and said, the reason why I call you a survivor is because you are the only creature that came here with blood inheritance for hundreds of millions of years. As long as you complete our pleading, then all the clansmen in these instruments can be resurrected. If I revive them, what consequences will it bring to the universe? Feng asked with fear in his eyes. Just one Transcendent has already made him so powerful. What would happen if thousands of Transcendent clansmen were added together? Step back 10,000 steps and say 317. If they want to attack the Earth or the universe, I'm afraid Feng still won't be able to stop it in a short time, right? Consequences? No, there are no consequences. The leading white man affirmed, as long as the Transcendent Protos can wake up from the universe, then everything will return to its original state. We will become the rulers of the universe, and will replace all orders and all creatures. Everything will be under our control. There was a hint of madness and arrogance in his tone, but there was not much suspicion of lying. Because Feng with sharp eyes can see that the clansmen who surpass the gods probably have huge amounts of ambition since they were born. So much so that they have existed for hundreds of millions of years, and they still survived with this status. Doesn't that mean that I can only be regarded as a pawn in your resurrection plan? In the end, you just use me. Feng smiled lightly and said, sorry, I'm not the kind of person you imagined. My ambition is beyond your comprehension. You will become the patriarch of the god race. The leading white man suddenly said this and asked, what if this is the case? I don't want to be a patriarch, I just want the power to stand at the pinnacle of this universe. Feng said with endless arrogance and wildness in his eyes, I want any planet, any race, any creature can't stop me. I want to become the god worshipped by billions of creatures in the universe. Survivor, I can tell you very clearly that this is the direction supported by the patriarchs who have surpassed the gods in the past. The leading white man said with a touch of madness in his eyes, the people who surpass the gods can achieve you. What should I do to revive them? The expression on Feng's face gradually became restrained. He took a deep breath and asked. It's very simple. As long as you unite with the life queen of our god race, you will be able to revive these people and give birth to a god baby with supernatural power to continue the bloodline. The leading white man explained, all of this is based on your complete beyond the bloodline. Combination, birth, Feng asked with a strange expression on his face, could it be what I understand in my heart? Yes, survivor. The leading white man nodded expressionlessly and said, the Queen of Life is not a single individual. She is a creature condensed from the source of power of the Tree of Life, with the full body of the god race. And the thinking of the Protos, only everyone who takes over the position of the patriarch is eligible to see. Therefore, they have different forms, and everything is taken from the thinking of the patriarch. And the previous Queen of Life, along with the previous patriarch, disappeared into the universe when her life was exhausted. So I can get a life queen too. Feng glanced at the leading white man and said, she wouldn't look like you. The leading white man's mechanical thinking didn't understand the meaning of Feng's words. He just looked at Feng in confusion and said, survivor, I have already explained that the Queen of Life is produced by the Tree of Life. Fruit, the shape is determined by each patriarch and we cannot interfere. That's good. Feng licked his scarlet lips, straightened up and said, I'm ready, let's start. No, now is not the time. The words of the leading white man poured cold water on Feng's head. He asked puzzledly, why? The reality dimension we are in now is not the homeland of the Protos. The leading white man shook his head and explained, and everything you see now is just the soul memory we left behind through the gods' telekinesis. What? Feng frowned and said, you mean you don't exist here, but why do you have a substantial body? Because this dimension of reality is the space defined by me. The leading white man said, I can materialize anything here and define time and space. However, since the person has already waited, it can also there is no need to continue to exist. Too powerful is this your power? Open up a dimension from the universe. Feng was surprised. No, this is a power beyond that of the Protos. The leading white man grinned and said, stop talking nonsense, survivor. Next I will give you the coordinates of the Tree of Life, which is about 10 million away from the galaxy you are currently in. Billions of light years you need to find it and wake it up. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Feng felt a prototype of a planet that looked like a tree appeared in his mind, as well as the coordinates of the star. In the unknown universe. Li Feng frowned and said, and there is a long distance from the known universe. The so-called unknown universe is just a kind of awe of the unknown by tiny creatures. The leading white man said, the reason why the tree of life exists in it is because there is a huge gap with the current known universe. The difference, I don't quite understand the specifics, so I can't explain it to you. Yeah. Li Feng nodded slightly and said, after I go out from here, I will use my own power to rush to the coordinates where the tree of life is located. It may take some time, after all, my power is not currently able to easily reach the unknown universe among. It doesn't matter, we have been waiting for thousands of years, what is such a short time? The leading white man raised his arm and waved, the surrounding fog thickened then, he took out a deep purple spar from nowhere and handed it to Li Feng. There is a strange-shaped creature sealed in the spar which looks like a special symbol. If you want the tree of life to discover your existence, you must use this transcendent spar, which symbolizes the identity of the transcendent god race. The leading white man explained, only in this way can you see it. When Li Feng was about to say something, the white people in front of him all disappeared out of thin air. This dimension of reality calmed down again, as if nothing had happened. Recalling the dreamlike scene in his mind, Jai Feng gradually felt that all the power in his body had recovered. It was also at this moment that a killing sound with a crisp voice suddenly sounded. Naughty animal, give me death. Li Feng suddenly raised his head and looked not far away. Hela, who has returned to her divine body, is being attacked by a group of hundreds of demons who emerged from the black hole. These demons all have ugly faces and scarlet blood on their bodies. And Hela held the night sky sword in her hand, and the green light formed a set of majestic armor on her body which looked extremely heroic. But helplessly the number of demons was too large, almost blocking all her escape routes. Li Feng saw this scene, and when his brows were furrowed, his whole body was covered in silver. Just as he was about to make a move, a body suddenly stood in front of him looking straight at him. It is the body of the Transcendent. Step aside. Li Feng's face turned cold and he scolded softly, but this body didn't move at all, it just stood in front of Li Feng unmoved. Get out of the way. Seeing that Hela was in danger, Li Feng gritted his teeth, and his right hand was transformed into a huge thorn under the genetic modification of the symbiote god and stabbed towards the chest of the Transcendent. Laugh, bright lights flashed. The giant thorn pierced through the Transcendent's body, but did not cause any damage. The Transcendent still didn't respond. Li Feng regained his composure and realized that this was just a body with no soul but only strength. No matter what he said, he would definitely not be able to hear or understand it. How to do? Li Feng suddenly had a bold idea. He raised his finger, pressed the forehead between the Transcendent's body and poured his spiritual power into it. Whoosh whoosh. A terrifying suction force swallowed up Li Feng's mental strength and unexpectedly got into the body of the Transcendent without hindrance. Li Feng's eyes widened suddenly and he looked down at his hands. Turning back again, he looked at himself with blank eyes. I see. I see, Li Feng exulted in his heart. I actually entered the body of a Transcendent. Does that mean, can I use his power? Li Feng took a deep breath, tried to raise his right hand, and aimed at the hundreds of demons who surrounded and killed Hela with a flick of your finger. A weak ripple was stimulated, and at a speed exceeding the speed of light, all the demons were evaporated instantly. Everything returns to silence. Second kill, Li Feng was ecstatic in his heart. Is this the power of the Transcendent body? At the moment, he was still wrapped in white light all over his body. As the Transcendent in the universe, no one knows or sees its true face. The moment Li Feng raised his right hand, the white light on his face gradually dissipated, and a slightly handsome face which was almost similar to Li Feng's gradually appeared. Therefore, Li Feng at this moment vaguely felt that he was a god in the universe. However, as soon as this idea came out, all his spiritual power was violently crushed by the body of the Transcendent, and the tearing pain hit instantly. Li Feng felt trembling all over, pulled out his soul without any hesitation and returned to his body. The body of the Transcendent also lost its movement and stood in place. Are you resisting me? There was no blood on Li Feng's face and his soul was extremely weak. Previously, if he slowed down one step further, his soul might be completely crushed, and his body would also become a motionless corpse. This is the worst injury he has ever suffered. Soon he figured out why. Using the Transcendent body consumes too much, and with my current state of soul, I can't bear it at all. If it is possible, can I absorb the power in his body, the day point white point into my body? Li Feng looked down at himself, This way, although the progress is slow but be more steady, it will hurt my body. As soon as the voice fell, the voice of the system sounded in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the side mission. Absorb 100% of the power of the Transcendent and rebuild the Transcendent gods. After completing the mission, you will get a reward. The number of times you can draw a god-level template x1. 0. Seeking flowers. Special reminder. With the current power level of the host, it is temporarily unable to absorb the power of the Transcendent, not even 1%. It is recommended that the host put the body of the Transcendent into the system space until it goes to the Tree of Life. Hearing this kind voice, Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. This is his first exposure to scenes outside of the Marvel Universe. It never occurred to him that there was a Transcendent Protos behind the Transcendent. This group may be the mysterious group second only to OAA in the universe. It was also very strange to him. However, now that he has come into contact with this secret, he will naturally not choose to give up. Mainly, the feeling of using the Transcendent body just now is so cool. One finger can instantly kill so many 4 different images. This is something Feng has never felt before. According to the system, he quickly absorbed the body of the Transcendent into the system space, and the ever-present dazzling white light around him was completely gone. And Hela, who was not far away, obviously didn't understand what happened. She only saw a faint white light flashing and all the demons around her turned into air. Just when she was wondering, Feng quickly appeared in front of her. "Honey, are you okay, husband?" Hela suddenly turned around and threw herself into Feng's arms. "It's good that you're fine, you scared me to death. What happened, honey?" Feng gently stroked her back and asked, "Why did you suddenly disappear just now?" The burial garden of the gods has opened a hole leading to other dimensions, which should be done by the demons here. Hela hurriedly took Feng's hand and explained, this place was originally a peaceful place for the gods. Maybe because of some kind of mysterious force that I don't know has broken the balance here, causing this group of demons who died with the gods to be resurrected. We must leave here as soon as possible. And then block the exit of God's burial garden to prevent Asgard from being invaded. Okay. Feng's heart moved slightly, and he guessed that this might have something to do with the group of white people he had seen, but he didn't tell Hela about it. For a god like Hela, it is a kind of existence that he doesn't understand at all, and bringing it up will only increase troubles. The two quickly returned to the exit of the god's burial garden through the power of Hela. After coming out of the god's burial garden, Hela officially returned to her own divine body, and she no longer needed to share the same body with the White Queen. But the trouble is that the forcible extraction of the soul from the White Queen's body, this time, has a great impact on her. Both Hela and Feng feel deeply distressed by this, and they immediately sent the White Queen to the temple of the Asgard temple, let her have a good rest under the nourishment of divine power. Afterwards, under Frig's arrangement, Hela officially started, enthroned. As the newest god king, lord of the 9 realms, Hela has too many things to deal with. Feng didn't bother her, but took the initiative to accompany the White Queen, looking around the scenery of Asgard in his free time. When Hela is done with work, it will not be too late for the 3 of them to live a happy life. August 20, when Hela was busy gathering power and establishing her own authority, the rest of the 9 realms are not peaceful at all. Although the Earth is also within the 9 realms, they don't know what happened to Asgard due to some special reasons. But in several other worlds in the 9 realms, it is not so peaceful. For example, among the 9 realms, Warner Protos. As another Protos besides the Aesir Protos, Odin's family, this Protos is headed by Neord, the god of the sea, and is also a powerful Protos second only to Asgard. Before Odin sat on the throne of the King of God, the patriarch of the Vanir Protos had a protracted war with him. Odin, who was in full swing at that time, naturally won the battle smoothly, and the 2 sides signed a peace treaty based on this. As a guarantee, they offered Frey and Freya as hostages, and got the stupid Heinir and the wise giant Mimir from Ding. And between the 2, under the leadership of Asgard, they have maintained stability for tens of thousands of years. At the moment. Sitting on the seat of the Protos, the leader of the Vanir Protos, Neord, is listening to the report of the tribe with a serious face. You say, the leader of Asgard, my old friend, is dead. This news. Is that true? Neord, frowning tightly, asked with a look of disbelief. The great Protos team leader, I am very sure that this news is true. Many people in Asgard have witnessed this scene. Odin is indeed dead. The despicable Hela, the goddess of death, her daughter who accompanied Odin in the 9 realms, killed Odin. This is a struggle to seize power and usurp the throne. Hela, the goddess of death, is a heinous sin. The men kneeling in front of Neord responded respectfully. As for the despicable and shameless words in his mouth, it is naturally adding oil and vinegar. In fact, the people of Asgard have accepted that Hela became the king of gods. Although they are dissatisfied with Hela's killing of Odin under Frig's explanation, the people of Asgard also understand how Odin treats Hela, so accept the existence of Hela. Moreover, Asgard has always respected the strong. As long as the strength is strong, it will be a matter of time to be loved by others. To put it bluntly, Asgard is a place with noble blood flowing in its bones. Since the establishment of the Nine Realms, this race has been extremely warlike. How could it not respect strength the strong? Good, great. Odin you have today too. You be ****D who has lived for hundreds of millions of years died so well. After confirming the authenticity of the news, Neord immediately applauded excitedly, completely disregarding his majesty as the patriarch of the Protos. He is so excited. Good kill, Hela was so right. This guy Odin should have died a long time ago. If Odin hadn't been lucky enough to win against him back then, he would probably be the one sitting in the Asgard temple now. This is the true thought of Neord, and it is also the true thought of most of the patriarchs of the gods in the Nine Realms. Everything that Odin has shown since his debut is too strong. At the beginning, when Odin was still alive, other gods in the Nine Realms had to bow their heads and worship him, otherwise they would suffer from Odin's destruction. This is one of the reasons why no race in the Nine Realms dares to offend Asgard. If so, that's great. That old guy Odin is finally dead. These guys who have been suppressed by Odin for a lifetime can finally stand up. Send my order. We immediately summon the army and march towards Asgard. Reason: in the name of the Protos, avenge Odin's death. Neord sneered, calmed down his mood, and gave orders to his subordinates. Revenge, avenge the fart. For the things that Odin did before, who is full enough to avenge him? Neord has already made a plan in his heart, and when the time comes, he will overthrow Hela's position as the god king in the name of avenging Odin. Then he will grandly make Thor the new god king, and he will order his own people to station in Asgard to assist Thor. To put it bluntly, I want to make Thor a puppet god king, and Neord can use this to truly control the Nine Realms and become the king of God behind the scenes. He has been waiting for this opportunity for nearly tens of thousands of years. As for the success of this plan, Neord has full confidence. It's fine if he can't beat Odin, but can't he even beat Odin's daughter? Odin, an old guy, suffered so many injuries during the United Front, it is inevitable that his strength will decline after he gets old. Moreover, he didn't plan to go alone, but planned to ask a few more helpers to go together. With his status as the king of the Warner Protos, is he afraid that he won't be able to find a helper? Neord, who had made up his mind, thought happily, as if he had already seen the picture of himself becoming the Lord of the Nine Realms. In fact, among the Nine Realms, there are 2-3-1 Protos that can be called the strongest, second only to the Aesir Protos. The first is Neord's Vanir Protos, headed by Neord. The other two are Muspelheim, a land of flames guarded by the giant Sturtle. The former, that is, the Warner Protos, was an old rival with the Aesir Protos in ancient times. Between the two major Protos, no one obeyed the other, and countless wars broke out between them. After Odin was born, he became the Aesir Protos, chasing the Warner Protos and beating him violently. In the end, the Vanir Protos bowed their heads and recognized Odin's identity as the king of the Nine Realms, and they considered themselves ministers. The Muspelheim family never showed their faces in the Nine Realms until Odin came to rule their country and the giant Stur disappeared. So why is he mentioned? Because in the Nine Realms there has always been a legend. The name of this legend is Twilight of the Gods, and the protagonist of the legend is S.H.I.E.L.D, so Muspelheim deserves to be included in this list. At the moment, Hela, who was busy enthroning, didn't even know that her position of God King had not yet been firmly established, and a new challenger was about to usher in. In a dark area of the universe, a huge fleet is sailing slowly, and there is no one inhabited everywhere. Located in the largest main ship, there is a tall and dark purple Titan clansman who is listening to the report of his subordinates. This subordinate has an ugly face, but his words and deeds are very elegant, and he has a sense of nobility. He is Ebony Maw. Great Father, we have investigated clearly that Odin, the God King of the Nine Realms, has died. As for why Thanos is called the Father, it is because Thanos is the adoptive father of General Obsidian. Without exception, they are actually the sons of Thanos. Yeah, are you sure? I, for one, don't like fake news. After Thanos heard Ebony Maw's report, he turned around directly and confirmed to Ebony Maw. The huge body casts a large 7 shadows, giving Ebony Maw a huge amounts of oppressive feeling. When facing Thanos, even Ebony Maw panicked, but soon he nodded, sure. It has been established that Odin is indeed dead. After hearing this passage, Thanos nodded. The excitement in his heart did not show. How long? The old guy finally died. God knows how much Thanos wanted Odin to die soon. Very early on, Thanos had already made plans for God's burial garden and the Nine Realms. But unfortunately, Thanos was still very young at that time, and Odin had already become the king of God ruling the Nine Realms. His power was definitely not enough to cause any harm to Odin, but he was educated. Those warships sent to Asgard were smashed by Odin before they approached the outer galaxies of Asgard and turned into countless space junks. Since that incident, Thanos knew that if he wanted to get Asgard's surrender, he had to find a way to defeat Odin. Dude, this is a hurdle that cannot be avoided. Finally, until now, Odin is dead. Thanos, who was once defeated by Odin, wished to drive the spaceship to Earth immediately and take the infinite gems back. However, Thanos still suppressed his own thoughts. He knew he couldn't call, he had to go step by step. After suffering the loss of recklessness, Thanos is much wiser. Even the matter of collecting infinite gems has been well planned in detail. Just take it one step at a time. Thanos has absolute confidence in himself. His dream, his ambition, will one day become a reality. Ebony Maw, you go to Nadawi and meet those dwarfs. They can start forging my infinity gauntlet. Thanos looked indifferent and ordered coldly to Ebony Maw. Forging the infinity gauntlet is the first step in collecting infinite gems. If there is no infinity gauntlet, even if he has collected 6 infinite gems, it will be useless. As ordered, Ebony Maw bent slightly, turned and left. Ebony Maw strives for perfection in anything Thanos asks him to do, and this time is no exception. Thanos smiled when Ebony Maw disappeared. He clenched his fist with one hand, his face was full of madness. The strongest power in the universe will eventually belong to me. Hela now has no clue about the storms that are looming. She is taking over the rites of Asgard and preparing for Odin's funeral. After all, Odin is the god king of the previous generation, and the funeral still needs to have enough cards. Although Odin was killed by her, but Asgard originally had this rebellious gene. Isn't that why Odin came here? And with Frigga supporting her behind her back, who dares to say no? Definitely, private criticism is definitely indispensable. After all, patricide really has a bad reputation. There is no way, her feud with Odin is irreconcilable. As for those criticisms, let them be. Also, in order to rule Asgard better, Hela is also constantly spreading the achievements of Asgard through her own men. It is undeniable that Hela made too many contributions to Odin before he became the king of God. Asgard can have the current prosperity, absolutely cannot do without the contribution of Hela. It's just that all the achievements of Hela in the past have been erased by Odin. Naturally, Hela wants the people of Asgard to remember the credit she has left for Asgard. After all, the belief of the people can make her ascend the throne better. In fact, most of the people of Asgard don't care who their god king is. As long as their god king is Asgard's bloodline and the strength is strong enough, it will be fine. It is also for this reason that there are not many voices dissatisfied with her in Asgard now. But at this moment, Hela suddenly got a piece of bad news. Neord, the god king of the Vanir Protos, actually summoned some reclusive gods to overthrow her, the so-called new god king. To put it simply, those guys saw that Odin was dead and planned to make trouble. I don't want to take the initiative to start a war if I can. After all, now is the time for the handover of rights and interests. However, if someone takes the initiative to deliver it to your door, it is another matter. If she can perform well in the face of those enemies, none of the people of Asgard will disobey her rule. Nothing strengthens the king's authority more than winning a war. Thinking of this, a sneer appeared on the corner of Hela's mouth. Those guys who want to take advantage of this opportunity to make trouble, as long as you dare to come, don't even think about running away. I, the god of death, put the words here. Soon, Odin's funeral arrived as scheduled. Under the auspices of Frigga, Odin's body was put into the flower boat, and it will float along the river of Asgard to the Sea of Gods, and after a century, it will turn into the divine splendor that protects Asgard and continue to protect it. Asgard. This is also the tradition of Asgard. However, just when Odin's body was about to go down the river, a group of uninvited guests suddenly appeared on Bifrost. Neord led a large group of Vanir Protos army, and the helpers he found came directly to the land of Asgard under a deep blue light. Moreover, he was not polite at all, and directly released his coercion, changing the weather in the entire Asgard. Those who come are not good. Hela, where is it? I am the patriarch of the Vanir Protos, and I have come to seek justice for the death of the king of God Odin. You damn patricide, damn it. Njord spoke first with huge amounts of voice spreading throughout Asgard. His words also at this moment immediately aroused the disgust of the people of Asgard. Who are you, breaking into Asgard with such arrogance, still telling Asgard's new god king to die? Would you like to match? No matter what Hela has done, it is also an internal matter of the Aesir Protos, and it is your turn to give advice from an outsider. Moreover, Njord and the others were indeed too arrogant. They actually crossed Asgard's defenses and broke into Asgard's Bifrost without even saying hello. In the past, only the Asgards had such arrogant capital. When will it be your turn for the Warner Protos? Just at the moment, Frigga came out from the crowd, and she looked at Neord, who was extremely arrogant. Her face gradually darkened. There is no doubt that Frigg knew Njord, not only because of her status as a queen but also because she was originally a member of the Warner Protos. Although Frigga is the queen of Asgard, she was born in Vanaheim. So in essence, Frigga and Odin are married. That was when the Aesir Protos and the Vanir Protos were still at war. The cruel war made the two great Protos feel exhausted, and the patriarchs of the two great Protos hoped to end this meaningless war. And the best way to end the war is undoubtedly to become in-laws and exchange etiquette with each other. Thus, Frigg became Odin's wife. The war between the Aesir Protos and the Vanir Protos ended. However, during the political marriage between Frigga and Odin, she also developed a deep relationship. This is also the main reason why Odin did not lead the army across the territory of the Warner Protos. So far, Frigga has completely regarded herself as the queen of the Aesir Protos, not a member of the Warner Protos. Therefore, when facing the menacing Neord, Frigg's expression was very angry. God King of the Vanir Protos, you have to explain clearly the purpose of invading Asgard privately. Do you know where this place is? You are so rude. When Frigga was around Odin, she always felt very kind. But in fact, she is also a dignified person. Just like now, when protecting Asgard's face, she took the initiative to stand up and confront Neord without showing weakness. Although Odin's death was a regret in Frigga's heart, Frigga knew that it was Odin's own choice, and she must respect Odin's choice. Besides, even if Hela goes too far, it's an internal matter of Asgard, and it's your turn for foreigners to point fingers. Neord apparently did not expect Frigg to stand up and scold him. This is completely different from what he expected. According to common sense, shouldn't Frigga ask for his help and use his power to kill Hela, the big filial daughter who seeks power and position? Moreover, Odin was obviously killed by Hela. Why did Frigg still look like nothing happened? Obviously, Neord, who didn't fully understand the whole thing, was a little at a loss about the current situation. However, this is not enough to shake his determination this time. He has waited long enough. Since Frigga didn't cooperate, he had no choice but to force it. Anyway, Odin is dead, now Asgard, who else can stop him? Odin is the god king of the 9 realms, the great lord of the 9 realms, and the best brother of the patriarch. This patriarch can't accept the best brother and died at the hands of his daughter. This is a colossal act of treason. So, I have to do something for my brother Odin. I, in the name of the god king of the 9 realms, will avenge him. Hela needs blood for what she did. If you are sensible, get out quickly. Neord made such an attitude that I have a good relationship with Odin, and I am here to avenge Odin, which made Frigga even more angry. Brothers, why doesn't she know? How did you Neord treat Odin before he became the king of God? When Odin is still alive, do you dare to call him a brother? Others don't know, don't you know? What happened to Odin's brothers, don't you have any idea? Now Dei came here in awe-inspiring way to make connections. What a disgrace to the Warner Protos. Frigg finally saw it. After Odin's death, Neord couldn't restrain his ambition and wanted to challenge the supremacy of the Aesir Protos. This is also normal. The current stage of Hela's first accession to the throne is definitely the most chaotic years for Asgard. It is not difficult to understand that ambitious people want to seize this opportunity. Frigga actually worried about this in secret, and she was not sure whether Asgard could overcome this difficulty. If Hela can't give a strong response when the enemy comes to the door, her position as the king of the gods may become a complete joke. Looking at Frigg with a heavy face, Neord showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. This is the effect he wants to see. After being suppressed by Odin for most of his life, he finally saw the dawn of turning around for the first time. More importantly, his ambitions are set. Since Odin is dead, why can't I become the 9 realms? Now is the best opportunity. Neord's sudden appearance naturally caught Hela's attention. In fact, Hela was with Feng, looking at Neord flying in the air, arrogantly accusing him with a look of disdain. Wife, do you need me to help you solve this trouble? Feng smiled slightly and said kindly to Hela. For the money, he actually doesn't really want to interfere in these matters, and he shot Odin before, only because Odin provoked him first. However, Neord is obviously coming for Hela, and it is impossible for him to remain indifferent. But Hela shook her head, dismissing the idea of asking Li Feng to help. My dear, this is a war between Asgards. I must respond to him as the king of God. Hela had a look of confidence on her face. She knew that she had to solve Neord's trouble herself. Since Odin passed the position to her, she is the god king of the 9 realms, and she should show the strength to suppress all races in the 9 realms. In this regard, Li Feng really can't help, and there is nothing he has to do. Only when Hela defeats these foreign invaders through her own strength can her position of God Lord be justified. From another point of view, it is also Hela's battle to rectify her name. After greeting Li Feng, Hela called the giant wolf Fenrir, straddled the giant wolf's back and walked towards Neord. Looking at it at a glance, it is domineering and awe-inspiring. Asgard's new god king Hela must respond to Neord's provocation. The appearance of Hela was quickly noticed by Neord, and the size of the giant wolf Fenrir was particularly conspicuous. Under the gaze of all eyes, Hela rode the giant wolf Fenrir and came to Njord. People of the Vanir Protos, do you know what a death penalty is for trespassing on the Lord of the King of God? You guys, do you want to start a new battle of the 9 realms? Hela looked coldly, looking at Neord and the gods summoned by him, with huge amounts of oppression in her tone. Her words also angered the people of Asgard. War is what the people of Asgard love most. God King Hela is right, the Warner Protos broke into Bifrost so arrogantly, isn't it just to provoke the war again? Ever since Odin ruled the 9 realms, Asgard has always been a bullying existence. When was it ever bullied? Although some Asgardians do not recognize Hela's position as the God King, this does not prevent them from sharing the same hatred against the foreign invaders and unanimously facing the outside world. In the end, no matter how wrong Hela is, it is their own Asgard. Hela will defend their Asgard interests and will fight for Asgard, and these outsiders will not. So, as it should be, the people of Asgard responded to Hela at this moment with their voices. When Hela's question sounded, the people of Asgard waved their weapons like a group of lunatics eager for war. Asgardians originally were war lunatics. This situation made Neord not frown. He didn't expect that Hela could gain a firm foothold in Asgard in such a short period of time, and it seems that Hela already has many supporters. Those people of Asgard actually willingly recognized Hela's position as the God King. What the hell is this doing? Hela is the one who killed her own father. The people of Asgard love user robbers so much. Such people become their god kings. Can they sleep? Ahaf, crazy. It's crazy. Neord couldn't figure out how Hela could gain the support of the Asgard people in such a short period of time. Odin's funeral isn't over yet. However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it didn't matter. Since the people of Asgard cannot be won over to overthrow Hela, the cruel god king let him, Odin's good brother, come in person. Anyway, if he wants to become the lord of the 9 realms and lead the Warner Protos to trample the Aesir Protos under his feet, Hela must become the thing under his feet. Stupid patricide. This patriarch doesn't want to start a war but comes here for revenge. Our king of God, my good brother Odin, was killed by you, a patricide with despicable means, and you must pay for him. You are not qualified to be the lord of the 9 realms. Neord's divine voice, Lang Lang, uttered the high-sounding words that he had thought up a long time ago. If Odin heard what he said, he would be so angry that he would come back to life. After hearing Neord's words, Hela's response was even more simple and rude. She suddenly raised her hand and waved, a 3-meter-high night sky blade containing bursts of death power. Repeat Alder. In this case, I will send you to die. Neord's strength is not Gade, after all, he is one of the oldest gods in the 9 realms. Facing Hela's attack, he directly waved the weapon in his hand and easily chopped off the blade of the night sky, shaking it into ashes. In an instant, the war broke out. Neord has been waiting for nearly tens of thousands of years, and has long wanted to replace the status of the Aesir Protos and personally take the position of the King of God. Hela is eager to use a hearty battle to consolidate her status as a new god. So from the very beginning, there was no possibility of any reconciliation between the two parties. Boom, the Bifrost shook with a terrifying surge of divine power. Neord waved the trident in his hand directly towards Hela. Hela did not show weakness and went towards Njord. If Hela wants to inherit Odin's position and become the lord of the 9 realms, he must take this opportunity to defeat Neord. Only in this way can her position of God King be firmly established at the first step. That's why Hela didn't let Li Feng intervene. Moreover, now that Hela has regained her divine body, it is completely enough to deal with the troubles in front of her. Perhaps Neord's strength is good, but Hela's strength after returning to the divine body is even more terrifying. When facing Odin, she used the body of the soul, which caused such a big commotion. Now that she is in her prime, what is there to be afraid of facing an old god king from the Warner Protos? So as soon as they fought, Neord discovered a very tragic thing. Hela's tyranny is completely beyond his imagination. He is actually not an opponent. Although he was not directly defeated, the fighting instinct displayed by Hela had already suppressed him. At the moment, Hela is no longer wearing her iconic black armor, but put on a set of golden armor. From the moment she killed Odin, she was no longer the god of death. She is the king of gods. Not far away, Feng looked at Hela's back with love in his eyes. Today's Hela looks like a Valkyrie, full of heroism and less eerie. This kind of Hela has more desire to conquer. The fluctuation of the war quickly expanded. From the beginning, it was just a battle between Neord and Hela, and gradually evolved into a battle between the Warner Protos and the Aesir Protos. Heimdall sent the Asgard soldiers to Bifrost under Frig's command. The gods of the Nine Realms brought by Neord also started to attack Asgard at this moment. The strength of these gods of the Nine Realms is not strong, but when facing those ordinary Asgard soldiers, these gods of the Nine Realms seem a bit powerful. After all, no matter what, they all have the existence of gods, and their divine power is not comparable to that of soldiers. Therefore, at the beginning, Asgard was actually at a disadvantage. However, Hela is indeed powerful, but one person can press Neord to fight. The Blade of the Night Sky has almost blocked all of Neord's retreats. The latter can only passively defend and has no chance to actively attack. However, Hela was also distracted by Neord, unable to free up his hands to deal with these empty-stomach gods. But with the appearance of a flash of thunder, the situation began to become a little different. Thor appeared. In fact, Thor has been watching the battle in the temple. He was very troubled, debating whether to make a move or not, because he still can't forgive Hela for killing Odin. Even between Hela and Odin, Odin is wrong first. Even if he understands that this is Odin's own choice, he is paying for what he has done. However, understanding is one thing and emotional acceptance is another. Therefore, when he saw the Warner Protos attack, he was extremely excited. He was pretty sure that if Hela had died at the hands of the Vanir, he would have celebrated it. This idea, until he saw the Asgard people died on Bifrost under the attack of the Vanir Protos with his own eyes, he finally couldn't sit still. If Neord is only targeting Hela, Thor will not do anything. But this group of alien races dared to do something to the people of Asgard and dared to act wildly in this place where they were born and raised. He doesn't want to bear it. Then a thunderbolt fell from the sky and hit Bifrost. Endless thunder is accompanied by Thor, his eyes are deep blue and the light is shining just like Thor. Although Mjolnir was crushed by Hela, Thor's strength after awakening did not decrease but increased. Dare to offend Asgard, I will die. After Thor landed, he directly found a god who was slaughtering Asgard soldiers, raised his hand and flashed lightning, but pierced his body in the blink of an eye. This sudden foreign aid instantly inspired the soldiers of Asgard, and their fighting spirit boiled up. Thor, who had no power to resist in front of Hela, was completely like a god of war when facing the other gods of the Nine Worlds. This is not surprising. When Thor obtained Mjolnir, he was able to kill in the land of the Nine Realms. Now facing a group of postmodern gods who have the position of gods but do not have the powerful divine power of ancient times, they will naturally not take it seriously. After all, Thor is also a descendant of Odin. However, it has to be admitted that the strength gap between Thor and Hela is really huge. Until now, the people of Asgard were somewhat unfamiliar with Hela, so they were not affected by seeing Hela fighting Neord so bravely. But with the appearance of Thor, the soldiers of Asgard were instantly encouraged. What does Thor's heroic appearance represent in the eyes of these common people? Very simple, fight for Hela. Acknowledged Hela's god king, then these assholes, what qualifications do they have to question Hela's status as a god king? It has to be said that the existence of Frigga and Thor has brought a lot of help for Hela to inherit the throne. Without Frigga's support and Thor's acquiescence, Hela's throne of god king would not have been accepted by the Asgard people so quickly. With Thor's participation in the battle, Asgard has gradually gained the upper hand. If nothing else happens, the final winner of the war between the Aesir Protos and the Warner Protos will belong to the Aesir Protos. Just like the ancient battle hundreds of millions of years ago, it ended exactly the same. After all, even Neord, the strongest of the Aesir Protos, is not Hela's opponent. Moreover, the people of Asgard have not forgotten that standing behind Hela is a powerful creature who does not know where it came from, and it can crush Odin's eternal spear. As long as an existence of this level stays in Asgard, let alone a Warner Protos, it will be fine. The other 8 races are attacking Asgard at the same time, so there is no need to worry, right? Although Feng didn't make a move, he also gave Asgard full confidence in the invisible. Even Odin is not Feng's opponent, and they believe that these fools of the Warner Protos are even more impossible. So in this battle, the God clan will win. Asgard will continue to stand at the pinnacle of the 9 realms and lead the 9 realms. Just when the war was heating up and the Warner Protos was about to fail, the sky of Asgard suddenly became pitch black, and then a dazzling, terrifying ray fell from the sky, cutting off Bifrost directly in the middle. Then the terrible shockwave swept across, and a large area of Asgard was blown into ruins. This sudden power is incomparably tyrannical. This sudden change made the entire battlefield quiet. Hela also stopped what she was doing, and her beautiful eyes looked out into the sky with anger. Under the gaze of the crowd, 5 planet-like creatures slowly fell from the top of their heads. 0 flowers. These 5 planets have a strange face on the surface. The facial features are very similar to the human beings on the Earth, and the body shape almost occupies the entire sky of Asgard. In addition, between each planet and each planet, there is an existence like an iron chain of order which binds them together and continuously releases infinite oppressive force. This is the people from the celestial race. Perhaps ordinary Asgardians don't know the identity of these things, but Hela, who has experienced the ancient battle, knows it very well. This is a powerful force that disappeared in the 9 realms in ancient times, the notorious Celestials. Members of the 5 celestial clans came hand in hand. When Odin conquered the 9 realms, he hunted down this group of Celestials who wantonly sowed the so-called power in the 9 realms. 0. Although they call themselves gods and have the same body shape as the cosmic planet, they are simply a group of cosmic creatures with supernatural powers. Feng, who was standing in the temple watching the battle, had a playful look on his face when he saw this scene. This is not Celestials and Guardians of Galaxy. How did you get to Asgard? Feng is not clear about the origin between the 9 realms and the celestial race, but these planet-like monsters are still fresh in his memory. Star-Lord's father, Yi, is a member of the celestial race. The power they have can be said to have surpassed any god present. The sudden appearance of the celestial race was something that no one expected. Whether it's Neord or Hela, at the moment looked sullenly at the Celestials who descended suddenly. At this moment, Hela and Neord, who were originally in conflict, even stopped the movements in their hands tacitly. As early as in ancient times, the Celestials were the tumor in the 9 realms. Through their powerful planet power, they acted recklessly in the 9 realms, sowed evil results, and secretly devoured countless ethnic groups in order to expand their own strength. In other words, the Celestials once acted rebelliously and used sea as their supply base. Later, with the birth of Odin, and the fact that the Celestials actually set their minds on the people of Asgard, in a rage, Odin expelled the Celestials from the 9 realms and forced them to return to the unknown universe. Asgard is not likely to be further violated. This is also a secret that few people know. Seeing this, some people may ask, since Odin was so strong at the beginning, why didn't he just eliminate the Celestials and use them to eliminate future troubles? In fact, Odin did try to do just that. But it doesn't work at all. This group of guys who call themselves the celestial race, not to mention their huge size, can even shuttle freely in the universe through their evolved planet body, without worrying about the unknown dangers in space at all. In dangerous times, they can even attach to huge amounts of celestial bodies and become their satellite domains in order to save their lives. Generally speaking, the existence of the celestial race is a special case in the universe. They originated from the 9 realms and naturally possess the same power as gods like Odin. Now, after Odin's death, the gods are coming again these days. If it was a coincidence, no fool would believe it. Everyone can see why the celestial god clan reappeared in the 9 realms after disappearing these days. After all, the 9 realms are the most special existence in the entire universe. Even that ambitious purple potato essence once coveted it, let alone these celestials. Neither Neord nor Hela wanted to see this situation. If the celestials are really allowed to succeed, what majesty does Asgard have? At that time, Odin conquered this land one by one from the 9 realms, established authority, and drove away the invaders. Only then did the 9 realms have peace today. If the arrival of the Celestials disrupts this peace, I am afraid that the 9 realms in the future will completely fall into an endless chaos. Hela, don't allow this to happen. She is a god from ancient times, a person of the same era as Odin. In addition, most of the Asgardians looked at the 5 planets occupying the entire sky of Asgard with angry eyes. These arrogant guys seem to have no intention of restraining themselves from the moment they appeared on the stage, and directly destroyed a piece of Asgard's urban area with terrifying divine power. This is definitely a trample on Asgard's majesty, a disregard for the God King, and it is a signal for war. However, whether it was the hostility towards Neord or Hela, or the anger of the people of Asgard, these 5 celestial gods who fell from the sky were not taken seriously at all. Who are they? Celestials. Before Odin unified the 9 realms, they were the most feared existence in this territory. Why do you need to pay attention to these ants? Immediately after learning of Odin's death, they traveled from distant star fields, planning to turn the 9 realms into their supply base. This time, no mighty Odin will be able to stop them. Inferior creatures of Asgard, are you ready for the arrival of the Celestials? We will return to the 9 realms, Purdu and others. A hollow and ear-piercing trembling sound was released from the mouths of the 5 planets, enveloping the entire Asgard. Next moment, 5 extremely dazzling beams of light rushed straight down and landed in the city of Asgard. Buzz buzz. At first, a pale light shrouded the city of Asgard, blocking the beam of light. This is the defensive array established by Odin since the establishment of Asgard. But 10 seconds later, 5 beams of light directly shattered the mask. The beam of light falls in the city and a piece of gunpowder smoke rises. Court death. Seeing this scene, Hela's face became even more angry, and without any hesitation he raised his hand and thousands of night sky blades shot towards the 5 huge amounts of planets. However, these blades of the night sky didn't even touch the 100-meter range around them, and they were all reduced to ashes. Are you the girl who followed Odin to conquer the 9 worlds? Submit to us, but you will not die. The leading celestial planet said in a condescending tone. It's a joke that you trash, who were street rats hundreds of millions of years ago, dare to play wild in front of me, Asgard. Hela's face was extremely cold. How could she just sit idly by when these celestials dared to destroy the city of Asgard and kill her people? Thor, the Vanir Protos will be handed over to you, and I will stop the celestial Protos. Hela roared violently, and the kingdom of death covered her whole body like a sharp knife in the night sky. It rushed towards the 5 huge amounts of planets above her head. She wants to use the power of the new god to fight 5 against 1, 0 on Bifrost. Thor, who heard his sister's order, although his face was full of displeasure, did not disobey the order. Instead, he picked up a spear from the ground and flew towards Neord, the patriarch of the Vanir Protos. No matter how stupid Neord is, he knows that Asgard is now riding a tiger and facing enemies. He did not choose to help Hela guard Asgard together, but set his sights on the temple of Asgard. Only the one who survives to the end is the winner. As an old god of the same generation as Odin, he is naturally very clear about how tyrannical the Protos guys have become these days. If he went up to confront those guys head-on at this time, there was at least an 80% chance of being buried here. Wouldn't it be nice to let Hela, the new god, take the initiative to hit the wall and the Warner Protos will secretly pick up the leak? Neord sneered, didn't take Thor seriously at all, raised his hand and there was a ray of light. Just because you are a brat you want to stop me? Idiot. After the words fell, the thunder on Thor's body was directly suppressed. This caught Thor off guard, but he did not give in but became more and more courageous. Just when Neord was restrained, Hela fell into a difficult situation. The 5 planets of the celestial race had no intention of procrastinating at all, and made it clear that they planned to make a quick decision. The 5 life forms simultaneously used their strongest power to block Hela inside. Although Death Kingdom 2-5 has dimmed the brilliance of the planet's surface, Hela is not Odin after all. Facing the 5 high-level life forms that once occupied Asgard, they couldn't even get close to their bodies. Damn it. The situation got worse and worse, and Hela's face became even more gloomy. At this time, the 5 life forms of the celestial race saw the right opportunity, and at the same time burst out a huge cosmic ray like a beam of light, aiming at Hela's body. This cosmic ray is a dark ray that gathers unknown cosmic matter. With Hela's divine body, it is difficult to resist. Her pupils shrank suddenly, trying to avoid the ray, but found that her body couldn't move quickly. Unless she has a speed exceeding the speed of light, she can't avoid this ray at all. Oops. Hela's heart tightened, and divine power quickly erected protective shields in front of him, but they were all penetrated by the rays. Seeing the impending disaster, a figure covered in silver light exploded out from the temple, and with a giant shadow of a blood axe, it lay across in front of Hela, cutting off all the tyrannical cosmic rays. Afterwards, this silver figure was covered with a layer of silver and black armor, and the inverted triangle pupils appeared behind him, as if Mephisto descended in an instant. Without saying anything, he punched one of the celestial planets. Boom, the planet was shattered. This was a very disharmonious scene. Even with the god of symbiosis as a backdrop, Li Feng's height still seemed very small in front of the celestial gods. However, when Li Feng's fist touched the surface of the celestial race's planet and a loud noise came out, the ending presented was very contrasting. The moment of collision, the surface of the celestial's planet began to shatter like a spider's web, and it continued to spread upwards, completely shattered. Afterwards, the planet turned into countless dim stones, broke through the wall of the Golden Hall, drew an arc, and scattered on the sea surface of Asgard. Seeing the utterance of this frightening scene, the other 4 members of the celestial clan were all surprised. What the hell is going on with this? Why is the ending completely different from what they expected? You must know that the celestial race planet should be regarded as the hardest product in the entire 9 realms. They wandered in the interstellar universe all year round, and a thick starfield protective wall had already been formed on the surface of the star. Why did this silver-white figure suddenly appear, smashed to pieces with one punch? Where did the lower creatures come from? Dare to offend the Celestials. The leading celestial planet scolded loudly. But Li Feng didn't care about his intentions at all, let alone give them time to react, flashed his figure again and killed them. The reason why he has such a powerful power is because he is using the body of a Transcendent. Under the cover of silver light, no one has discovered the truth at all. Moreover, in order not to make Hela and others feel too shocking, he did not choose to kill these 5 guys directly. Instead, he intends to crush it with one punch. Li Feng flew directly into the air, and after the flight track pulled out bursts of sonic booms, it hovered over the heads of the 4 celestial race planets, looking down at them. I'm curious, you trash who were expelled from the 9 realms by Odin in ancient times, how do you still have the courage to come back? Could it be that Odin is the only powerful guy in the 9 realms in your eyes? The 4 gods did not answer Li Feng's words, but slowly flew to the same height as Li Feng, and tacitly surrounded Li Feng in the center. They have already realized that the guy wrapped in silver light in front of them is definitely a terrifying powerhouse who hides deep. The faces of the 4 celestials planets began to brighten continuously, and finally emitted a particularly dazzling energy ray, erupting towards Li Feng's body. This is a more powerful cosmic ray than before. Under this energetic cosmic ray, the surrounding space is slightly distorted, giving people a sense of space disorder. Everyone has no doubts about the terrifying lethality of this ray. Even Hela and Neord are still terrified. They asked themselves that when facing the rays of the celestial race, they had no choice but to retreat. But Li Feng didn't have any intentions. His eyes, as calm as water, were also shining with deep white light at this moment. He lightly raised his finger and flicked towards a planet, call out. A beam of X-rays condensed from dark matter collided with cosmic rays. This is the ray derived from the power of the Transcendent. As a result, the planet closest to Li Feng was pierced by a straight ray of light. Down below, Neord and other gods were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Even Hela at the back has a look of disbelief. It's unbelievable to the extreme. When did Li Feng become so tyrannical? Smash a planet with one punch? Although this is not a real planet, just some kind of organism with supernatural powers. But they are also powerful abilities that have existed since ancient times, and Li Feng actually ignored them at all. Simply outrageous. Thor's pupils stared at Li Feng firmly, and there was a desire for fighting in his eyes. The Celestials, who once couldn't even kill Odin and could only be expelled, couldn't even hold up a single move in front of Li Feng and were instantly killed when they made a move. And at the moment, the remaining 3 celestial beings were dumbfounded. This power gap is too big, right? What made the 3 Celestials even more desperate was that Li Feng's eyes had already turned to them. Escape! Escape back to the depths of the universe. At this moment, only one thought remained in the minds of the remaining 3 Celestials. If they don't escape, they can only wait for death if they stay. The strength Li Feng showed before is definitely not something they can shake. It's okay if the energy is not enough and the physique is directly crushed and it can't even survive a punch. Such opponents, even if they live for hundreds of millions of years, can't find a point of resistance. There was no need to discuss. These members of the celestial race separated and ran away tacitly, opened the cosmic passage and swooped out of the Asgard domain. In this way, at least it is possible to survive. It's a pity that Li Feng didn't intend to give them a chance to escape at all. Seeing the distressed figures of the 3 Celestials running away, the murderous intent in Chen Feng's eyes did not weaken at all. A large amount of pitch-black white light converged in front of Li Feng, and finally an arrow made of pure dark matter condensed into one. With a thought of Li Feng, the star-destroying arrow turned into a black light and flew towards one of the celestial race planets. Without any suspense, the arrow caught up with the target and directly pierced through the planet of the celestial race, turning it into several dark squares again. Before the body of the celestial race fell, the shining block was directly corroded by the Transcendent's power and burned into ashes. In the end, the remaining two celestial race planets saw this scene from the corner of their eyes, and their hearts were even more frightened, and their speed was 3 points faster. But Li Feng has already chased them down, many times faster than them. In the blink of an eye, Li Feng came in front of them in an instant, and the moment he caught up, Li Feng swung 2 punches again. The void vibrates, click, click. The surfaces of these two celestial members were directly crushed by Li Feng, completely turned into bright rays of light and disappeared. So far, the 5 invading celestial race planets have been completely annihilated. From the shot to the end of the battle, the total time Li Feng spent was less than a minute. The 5 celestials planets couldn't even resist and were killed by Li Feng without any suspense. They didn't even have a chance to escape. This scene greatly shocked all the witnesses present. At the same time, it also gave the people of Asgard a clearer understanding of Li Feng's strength. As early as when Li Feng defeated Odin, many people knew that Li Feng was a very terrifying existence. But at the moment suddenly discovered that he had been underestimated before. That is a total of 5 celestial beings. Even the existence of Odin's level is a headache to see. In the end, in front of Li Feng, he was swept away like a chicken and a dog. Also, everyone dies differently. This strength is really shocking. After getting rid of these celestials, Li Feng didn't have much ups and downs and immediately returned to his body, taking the Transcendent's body into the system space. Although his face paled a lot, he didn't take it to heart. Slaughtering this group of so-called celestial life forms is like accidentally stepping on a few ants while walking, without any special excitement. He hovered in the air very calmly, continuing to watch Hela and their battle, not at all excited about defeating a powerful enemy. Li Feng has already seen that Hela's strength is enough to deal with this crisis, so he simply didn't make any moves, but concentrated on admiring his wife's heroic appearance. The existence of the Celestials does not actually occupy a particularly important position in the Marvel world, and it can even be said that they belong to the number 1 role. Their strength is indeed not weak, but they are vulnerable in front of the real strong. If the Universe God group under the leadership of OAA arrives, maybe Li Feng will take it seriously. But these fake celestial beings are at best gods of the same level as Odin, nothing surprising. However, since the celestial race can survive in the universe for so long, not all of them are weak, and there are still some strong ones. No one knows exactly how many members of the celestial clan there are, but they are definitely not in the minority. But Li Feng really didn't think there was any excitement in killing 5 celestial beings. With the end of the battle on Li Feng's side, Hela and the others and Neord stopped talking nonsense and started fighting again. However, the battle situation has already tilted towards Asgard. If Neord could hold on for a while before the arrival of the Celestials, it would have completely collapsed now. His original strength is not as good as Hela, and his army is not as elite as Asgard. Ruling, after seeing Li Feng's formidable strength, Neord didn't even have the courage to fight. Li Feng's strength really frightened him, making him dare not go all out at all. Although Li Feng seemed indifferent, as if he didn't want to intervene in the internal disputes of the 9 realms, but who knows if it's true. What if Li Feng went berserk if he accidentally hurt Hela? Neord doesn't think he can be tougher than those 5 Celestials. Therefore, this also caused Neord to be tied up in the next battle, and he didn't even dare to use his full strength. Plus his original strength is not as good as Hela, the result can be imagined. Hela played more and more easily, and at the same time understood Neord's concerns. However, Hela wasn't dissatisfied with this, but was very happy to accept it. In order to win Neord earlier, Hela even used the power of Asgard to bless herself. In this way, Neord became even more difficult to resist. Stop! Seeing that Hela was about to make a big move, Neord hurriedly stepped back hundreds of steps and said with a cold face, "God King Hela, I admire your bravery and strength, but if you continue to fight, the result will only be a loss for both sides. Why don't we just stop here? I, the Warner Protos, forgive you for killing your father. Let's just pretend that today's battle didn't happen. How about it? I can't beat it, but I'm still stubborn. This is what Neord looks like today." He felt more and more that this fight could not go on, and naturally he wanted to quit. He really didn't have the courage to fight Hela anymore. Opening your mouth to ask for a sum directly can be regarded as admitting defeat in a disguised form. However, as the king of God, how could Hela let him go so easily? You are the ones who want to start the war, and you are the ones who want to stop the war now. How can it be so easy? What a joke. Where do you think Asgard is? You Vanir Protos will attack if you want to, and you will have a truce if you want a truce. I tell you, it's impossible. From the moment you set foot on the land of Asgard, one side of this war will definitely fall completely and become my bone in the sea of Asgard. Hela said with a sneer, not having the slightest idea of stopping the war. Now that Asgard has a sure chance of victory, how could it be easy to stop the war? It is the most normal way to kill you while you are sick. Moreover, Hela is also counting on the victory of this battle to consolidate his authority as the god king. There is no doubt that Neord, who heard Hela's words, has put on a mask of pain in his heart at this moment. If given another chance to choose, he would never come to Asgard to start this war. Wouldn't it be nice to stay in Vanaheim honestly? Why do you have to be obsessed with pursuing the king of the 9 realms? This damned Odin, the daughters he raised are so strong and they are still playing tricks. Moreover, it doesn't matter if Hela is powerful. After all, Hela has long been famous, and he has been psychologically prepared to some extent. Although Hela was much stronger than he thought. However, this sudden appearance of Feng was really too much. It looks inconspicuous, and it doesn't have any reputation in the 9 realms. But the result, faced with 5 Kyan new celestial life forms that even Odin couldn't kill, they were all smashed to pieces in less than a minute. This combat power, even if Odin is resurrected right now, can't keep up with it. Seeing the playful look on Feng's face not far away, and Hela's ready-to-go murderous intent, Alda felt really chilled. Had he known that there was such a fairy beside Hela, he would not be so stupid to come to Asgard so arrogantly. Unfortunately, there is no chance of regret in the world. No matter how regretful he is, he still needs to pay the price for what he did at this moment. And this price is too heavy, and it is likely to drag the entire Warner Protos into the abyss. Neord, who was thinking about this, seemed to have forgotten one thing, that is, it is a taboo to be distracted in battle. Hela also keenly grasped Neord's distraction for a moment, and then waved the night sky blade in her hand, piercing the divine body armor on the surface of Neord's god body. The black long sword in his hand directly pierced Neord's body, stabbing him through. So far the outcome has been divided, but Neord is also an old god after all. At the critical moment when Hela attacked, he escaped the fatal point. Otherwise, this sword could directly kill him. Even if he survived by luck, his aura is extremely weak now. Stop it. Stop it, God King Hela, I surrender. I am willing to regard you as the Lord of the 9 realms. My Warner Protos is also willing to become a subsidiary of the Aesir Protos and maintain the rule of the Aesir Protos. Suffering such a heavy blow, Neord's whole body is not well. He didn't even have time to check his wounds before he had to deal with Hela's onslaught. Neord knew that if he didn't beg for mercy, the situation might be over. Don't talk about extravagantly asking for the position of the Lord of the 9 realms. As long as you can save your own life, it would be good. So he confessed quickly, for fear that Hela would take advantage of his illness and kill him. He's already boiled an Odin to death and wouldn't mind another Hela. After hearing Neord's words, Hela sneered, thinking about begging for forgiveness. Late, Hela's personality is somewhat similar to Feng's, and they are basically the type who must take revenge. Neord, a bad old man, wants to overthrow her as the king of the gods while her foundation is not stable, and his heart is really damning. Now that it is about to fail, is it possible to go to 103 to beg for mercy? Njord, you seem to have forgotten one thing. I am not Odin. I am Hela, the god of death. It is impossible for me to accept an ambitious subject, and the Vanir Protos does not need a god king who wants to provoke war anytime and anywhere. You've been sitting in that position for so many years, it's time for a change of owner. Hela said coldly. The offensive in her hands didn't weaken at all but became a bit fiercer. At the same time, the meaning of Hela is also very obvious. That is, Neord must die. Even if he is the patriarch of the Vanir Protos, it doesn't matter. After killing him, Hela will support another obedient god king to manage the Vanir Protos. Do you still want to live after rebelling against her? Go dreaming. Neord naturally also heard Hela's intentions, knowing that Hela, a ruthless person, wanted him to die. This made him very unwilling and angry. You must know that even Odin never thought of killing him. However, behind the reluctance and anger, there is more despair and helplessness. Because even if he knew that Hela wanted his life, there was nothing he could do to stop it. Perhaps this is his end. As if confirming Neord's conjecture, the war between Thor and the other gods of the 9 worlds also ended soon. Although in front of Hela, Thor was pushed to the ground and beaten violently, but it is still no problem to beat other trash gods. After awakening his own potential, Thor's strength has surpassed his past self. Today's Thor is almost touching the level of the Heavenly Father. If he can get the Storm Axe, maybe he can really become another powerhouse of level God Father. But that was much later. This war has reached the current situation, and Neord's side is gone. Obviously, Asgard is still as strong as ever. Even without Odin, it still has the strength to rule the 9 realms. As for Neord, he already knew in his heart that he really failed this time. Not only has he been suppressed by Odin for a lifetime, but now he will die at the hands of Hela. However, after falling into a certain death situation, Neord completely calmed down his certain state and no longer became timid. He started to forget about Li Feng's threats, and he didn't hold back any more from Hela. The beast who often falls into the trap is also the most dangerous time. The trapped beast still has the power to counterattack, that's it. When Neord realized the end of death, he no longer worried about gains and losses before and broke out a powerful fighting power by burning his vitality. For a while, they were on par with Hela. Neord's outburst surprised Hela, but it was only a surprise. In fact, if Njord could break out earlier, it might cause Hela some trouble, but now, it can no longer affect the overall situation. Hela is like a ruthless hunter. Chi-Ji has calculated all the struggling roots of the prey. Even Neord's sudden outburst only delayed his death. Soon as that powerful force gradually faded away, Neord fell into a real desperate situation. Finally, under the last attack of Hela's tens of thousands of night sky blades, the divine body defense on his body was shattered. Gods without divine body defenses are just like people on Earth, but a shredded piece of paper. Neord was beheaded by Hela with a sword and died completely. Before coming to Asgard, Neord had great ambitions, intending to become the Lord of the 9 realms like Odin and rule the 9 realms for tens of thousands of years. In fact, he did, like Odin, die at the hands of Hela. Njord is dead. All Vanir Protos soldiers, you should stop. This God King knows that you are involuntary and have no choice, so I won't blame you and others. As long as you give up your resistance, I will pardon you. Otherwise, you will all be buried with the souls of Asgard. After beheading Neord's head, Hela's face remained unchanged, while holding Neord's head standing in the sky and shouting. Simply heroic. MJU4 ND8 NTC3 Autumn Fernd Chi NDMW Ojg equals hearing Hela's words, the battlefield below unexpectedly quieted down instantly. Everyone looked at the Valkyrie like Hela and at the same time saw Neord's head in her hand. Next second, a burst of huge amounts of cheers sounded. The people of Asgard chanted praises which truly recognized Hela's status. To the glory of Asgard. To the glory of the gods of the north. The cheers and morale of the people of Asgard reached their peak, and they surrounded the invaders who did not choose to surrender like wolves and tigers. Asgard was originally a warlike race, not to mention that its rusticity has reached its peak now. As for the soldiers led by Neord, all of them were blank-eyed at the moment. If you look closely, you can even see bewilderment and fear in the eyes of these people. When the two armies are fighting, the most desperate thing is that the leader of one is killed by the other side. This blow to morale is extremely fatal. Moreover, Hela directly and forcefully beheaded Neord under the situation of being attacked from both sides. This made the soldiers of the Warner Protos fear Hela even more, even with the fear of other Asgard people. At this moment, the people of the Warner Protos finally recalled the years when they were once dominated by Asgard, and recalled the divine appearance of Odin when he came to their Protos territory forcefully. That was the most glorious time for Odin, and everyone in the 9 realms bowed their heads and surrendered. Now Hela uses her strength to let everyone understand another Odin is born. After a few days have passed since the original battle. After Hela beheaded Neord's proud head, the war completely lost its suspense. Asgard was victorious, and all the invaders died on the land of Asgard. Hela also relied on her perfect performance in this battle to secure her position as the God King, and at the same time grasp a lot of people's hearts. Definitely, part of the reason is also because of Jai Feng's existence. The impact that these two couples have brought to the people of Asgard is really not small. For example, no one in Asgard will ever question Hela's position as the God King. Also today, Li Feng approached Hela and proposed a rather special matter. He planned to go to the so-called God's burial garden again. Hela was very curious about this proposal, but Li Feng didn't explain anything, so she didn't ask. The trust between the two was already very mature, so she didn't worry that the other party would hide something unacceptable from her. But Hela still told Li Feng that she would wait at the entrance of the God's burial garden, and if she encountered any danger, she would go in and help as soon as possible. Li Feng naturally has no opinion on this. The body of the Transcendent is currently a big event that destroys the time node for the entire Marvel universe. If he exposes it prematurely, it may not be a good thing. Or, there is also an existence called OAA in the universe. That's the guy Feng fears the most right now. While the green light was flashing, Hela opened the dungeon entrance again, summoned the sealing formation of the god's burial garden, and watched Feng plunge into it with her own eyes. This is a land of endless chaos, just like the last time Feng came here. The reason why he wants to enter the god's burial garden is because this place is connected to a certain spatial dimension or an unknown universe. In his cognition, there is actually no critical connection between the unknown universe and the known universe. If you want to go to that place, you will definitely need some powerful strength. Moreover, not all creatures know how to go to that mysterious land. In fact, except for the creatures that have existed since the beginning of the known universe, such as OAA, the boss of the universe god group, the 5 creation gods, and the life court, other creatures have no idea that such a thing exists at all. Their definition of the unknown universe has only 2 words, chaos. Yes, only these 2 words. As for how the Transcendent's Protos was formed, Feng didn't understand in his heart. These cosmic elders might know something, but obviously they refused to reveal it, and they should have chosen to hide it in their hearts. Think about it carefully. If the announcement of the unknown universe is good news for the creatures of the known universe, why should they hide it? Obviously, there are some unimaginable horrors in it. The Tree of Life is located in an unknown galaxy in an unknown universe. In the known universe, human beings can use the cosmic star map to locate the reference object and then find out the specific coordinates. But the unknown universe is equivalent to having a blind eye, knowing nothing, and even the marginal file size cannot be defined. Although the so-called God Burial Garden is a place dedicated to burying the gods of the 9 realms, everything seems to have changed since the race beyond the gods entered here. Therefore, Feng does not intend to explore around this dangerous place. He is too lazy to spend time and energy doing some meaningless things. Feng pressed the center of his eyebrows with one hand and directly summoned the Transcendent's body, if I'm right. 2 seconds later, he left his body behind, and through the power of the Transcendent, he built a white protective shield for the body, which can avoid any damage. Afterwards, he took out the purple spar given to him by the leading white man and filled the bottle with the power of the Transcendent. Find the Tree of Life for me. With a low growl, a divine light shot out from his eyes, directly smashing it to pieces. In an instant, countless memory fragments drilled into Feng's soul body along the white light. When he finished digesting these memory fragments, he took a deep breath. Really, the so-called Tree of Life is the Tree of the 9 worlds. In the memory of the Transcendent, he saw the towering tree. On this big tree, there is a totem of the 9 realms. It was born in the Chaos universe, and the 9 realms are its branches. So where is the exact location? 0. Seeking flowers. After Feng got his own answer, he tried again to mobilize the power of the Transcendent to explore the exact location of the Tree of Life. Soon. A dazzling white light gradually condenses into a whirlpool of white mist in front of the eyes, and the picture in it seems to be guiding something, both bright and dark. Feng stretched out his fingers tentatively and flicked a trace of energy into it. To his surprise, no matter how much energy once sucked into the vortex, it will cut off all contact with him. In other words, the place below may be in existence like a black hole, which can devour all matter. Feng hesitated for 2 seconds and tried to flick it away with his hands again, but was wrapped in a huge amount of suction force, and his whole body fell into the white mist. And as his body disappeared in this unknown dimension, in an unknown galaxy, a gray-white figure, as if aware of something, suddenly raised his head. He murmured, "Sure enough, is he going to that place? In this case, it's time to notify that guy." An ancient rune led Feng's body, which turned into a stream of light, forming a curtain of light around the sky, illuminating the entire galaxy where Feng was. The dazzling light occupied the line of sight, and the galaxy where the Tree of Life was located was actually projected in the light curtain. There is no planet there, only a towering tree with luxuriant branches and leaves, towering into the sky and dancing with shadows. The roots and branches of the tree have no entity, just like the willow tree on the earth. There are countless phantoms, which seem to be formed by the gathering of energy bodies. Even its existence is about as big as a solar system. The hanging branches and leaves are like lives being conceived one by one, and the soul fluctuations are clearly visible. However, Feng, with his venomous eyes, could tell in an instant that there was a dead and silent aura emanating from the roots of the tree. Usually this kind of breath can only be seen in the elderly in their twilight years undoubtedly. This is one of the reasons why the Transcendent Protos suffered exhaustion. He took a deep breath, stepped out with one foot and got into the light curtain. Whoosh. The light curtain engulfed his figure completely, and all the light dissipated almost instantly at this moment. Everything gradually calmed down with Li Feng's departure, and even the vortex under his feet disappeared out of thin air like a ferocious beast closing its bloody mouth. When Li Feng stepped out again, he had already arrived in the galaxy to which the Tree of Life belongs in front of his eyes. There are crisscrossing transparent branches, carrying huge energy fluctuations. He could feel that this tree, which occupied an entire galaxy, had the same origin as the power of the Transcendent in his body. It's just that he doesn't know which created which. This so-called Tree of Life doesn't seem to have issued any warning signals or defensive measures for his appearance. There are only two possibilities. First, since he has the purple spar given by the people beyond the Protos, it is very easy for him to enter here 3 zeros. Second, the Tree of Life no longer has any offensive or defensive measures. The lifeless tree is just huge on the surface. Perhaps two possibilities exist at the same time. Li Feng took a deep breath, lowered his floating body, and landed on the root of the Tree of Life. There is no sunlight here like in the known universe, and even the sky is dark, but the branches and leaves of the Tree of Life exude a faint light, which makes Li Feng feel a rare warmth from the blood source. Sure enough, this is the source of the Transcendent's power. Li Feng took a deep breath, trying to calm down his heart. What will happen next, he can't predict at all, but he will not stop. Just when he wanted to walk around, he suddenly felt a chill behind him, which made him turn his head away suddenly. Behind him, a figure leaning on crutches appeared at some point. He has an old face, wrapped in the branches and leaves of the Tree of Life, and the flesh and blood on his body is bloodless. Only the eyes that seemed quite clear were staring at Li Feng, glowing with radiance. I didn't expect that the prophecy hundreds of millions of years ago really came true. The old man coughed a few times and let out a satisfied laugh, which sounded very scary, but his tone was full of excitement. It's you. Li Feng's frowning relaxed, and he recognized it almost instantly, the leading white man seen in the real dimension. I'm curious why I became like this. The old man twitched the corners of his mouth and said softly, because the me you saw at that time was me hundreds of millions of years ago. Now the supernatural power in my body has been completely exhausted. If it wasn't for the support from the Tree of Life, I'm afraid I would have been stored in those containers by now, becoming a half-dead clansman. So, you are hundreds of millions of years old. Li Feng exclaimed with surprise on his face. Years. He smiled, shook his head and said, in the Transcendent's Protos, the survival time cannot be measured by years but should be described by the level of godliness. Then what level are you? Li Feng asked, puzzled. Shang-Tsung is divided into many levels. From small to large, they are biological level, level planet, galaxy level, level universe, billion ancient level, and transcendence level. The magic movement I have is equivalent to the billion ancient level. He thought after thinking about it, he replied, you can call me Asgardian, the Asgardian who surpassed the Protos. I am the first and only Asgardian who has survived from ancient times to the present, and I have devoted my whole life to it. In order to surpass the Protos, the Tree of Life recognized my ability and gave me a mission. Presumably, I don't need to explain more specifically, right? Li Feng nodded slightly and said, it sounds like you describe age as a class classification. Could it be that there is discrimination within the Protos? As soon as he finished speaking, the tree roots under his feet shook violently, causing him to stagger and almost fall. Look, your words make it unhappy. Asgardian smiled gloatingly. The Tree of Life is the lifeblood of the entire Transcendent Protos. Even though it is facing withering, its consciousness will not dissipate. And for you the question is, it's actually not like this. The Transcendence Protos has been able to exist for so long because we have an advanced elimination system. Do you want to know? Li Feng was interested and naturally agreed to nod. The advancement of creatures is a sacred act. During this process, not all creatures will advance and some will even regress. Do you understand what I mean? Asgardian coughed, panting weakly, and explained. Dao said, at this time the distinction of ranks is particularly important. We can quickly find excellent fresh blood, which will last for a long time, so as to get rid of those clansmen whose minds and souls are deteriorating. As he said that, he paused. Definitely, this doesn't mean that we will abandon them, but that we will seal them inside the Tree of Life and allow them to undergo baptism until further evolution occurs. What if the evolution fails? What will happen? Li Feng asked curiously, rubbing his chin. If evolution fails, it will be directly absorbed by the Tree of Life. Asgardian said such a sentence in a bland manner, and it didn't seem too difficult to accept. So cruel. Feng frowned and said, "Those people are all your clansmen, why can't you let them fend for themselves? This is much better than being absorbed, right? Self-destroying? No, it's their honor to be absorbed by the Tree of Life." Asgardian smiled and shook his head and said, "Actually, if people beyond the gods can't evolve to have the power to get out of here, then once you leave, you will be attacked by all the alien creatures in the unknown universe at the same time." What? Feng was taken aback and asked, "I don't quite understand." "It's okay, since you've come here to 3-0, I can explain to you slowly." Asgardian sat down, pointed at Feng's feet and said, "Sit down, the Tree of Life will not reject you." Feng nodded slightly, and just about to sit down, he felt a soft and comfortable feeling coming from his body. When he looked back, those luxuriant branches and leaves had already wrapped him up. The birth of the Transcendent Protos originated from the Tree of Life. Asgardian explained respectfully, "Our first patriarch appeared in this galaxy with the seeds of the Tree of Life. After many years, as you can see above, the Tree of Life gave birth to baby gods one after another. Under the combination of the patriarch and the Queen of Life, the transcendent gods gradually formed and prospered. With the progress of time and the evolution of the people's thinking, we found that the galaxy where the Tree of Life is located is only a corner of the universe, and the patriarch decided to open the door to the universe with his own hands. However, the complexity of the matter is far beyond our imagination. Whenever a tribe leaves here and wants to explore the universe, it will be sent by some unknown force to a civilization that cannot be controlled by us, in the understood spatial dimension. We cannot accept such a loss, so the patriarch decided to close the entrance. Missing inexplicably, Feng frowned and asked, "Since you are all capable, why didn't you try to find it? Do you think the patriarch and the others haven't tried it?" Asgardian said with a sad face, "Unfortunately, the size and danger of this universe is beyond our imagination. When the patriarch came back from the outside, he was covered in blood, trauma. Not long after, he sat under the Tree of Life, turned into a bone, and left 7 beyond Protos forever." What? Feng couldn't believe it and made a sound. Since he can be sure that the Transcender is a clansman who surpassed the Protos, the guy who is the first patriarch should be much stronger, right? Could it be said that in this unknown universe, there are more terrifying existences than the Transcendent Protos? And regard their clansmen as hunting targets, this thought made Feng break out in a cold sweat. If this is the case, perhaps the decline of the Transcendent Protos is not without trace. Fortunately, the patriarch gave birth to a baby with the life girl before he died. Asgardian's eyes lit up. He stared at Feng and said, "This baby has directly possessed billions of ancient energy. From the moment it was born, the fluctuations even made the Tree of Life grow a bit. It was a strange scene worth remembering." Feng opened his mouth slightly, but closed it again with a look in his eyes. He understood the meaning of Asgardian's words. Since the team leader disappeared, his baby is the strongest existence in the entire Transcendence Protos. However, his birth is actually the way to the destruction of the Transcendence Protos. Asgardian panted as if recalling something extremely painful. They all hurriedly said, "We tried our best to conceal the secrets of this unknown universe, but he finally discovered it. He left." Feng said, "Yes." Asgardian nodded and said, "He knew that his power could not be restrained by this universe, so he opened the passage hidden by the Tree of Life privately and left this piece of King Jing." What happened later? Feng asked, "Why did the Transcendent Protos go into decline?" Before he died, the patriarch understood that the Tree of Life could not endlessly breed divine babies. It also needed nutrients, and once its own nutrients were out of balance, the divine babies bred would no longer be called divine babies, but it's some kind of defective product. Asgardian hesitated, so the patriarch came up with another method: clansmen intercourse with clansmen, and then wasting the essence of the Tree of Life so as to continue the bloodline beyond the gods. When this plan was first implemented, no trouble was found, until tens of thousands of years later, the blood in the bodies of all the clansmen began to gradually fade away. In order to solve this problem, we spent countless hours and finally figured it out. Only the existence of the patriarch can give birth to the perfect baby that makes the Tree of Life more and more prosperous, and the other clansmen are basically life. How can it continue the bloodline? I understand what you mean, Feng suddenly realized. That is to say, only the baby who left can give birth to perfect blood offspring. That's right. Asgardian nodded slowly, staring into Feng's eyes and said, "His departure is equivalent to unintentionally taking away the future beyond the Protos. We don't blame him because this is the only one of the patriarch descendants." Then how do you know that he was not taken away by the force you mentioned like other clansmen? Feng asked, puzzled. Because Asgardian raised the scepter in his hand and waved it lightly at the top of his head. Then the branches and leaves of the Tree of Life approached, forming a light mist, and the picture emerged. Seeing this, Feng's pupils shrank slightly. The person in this picture, Hao Ran, is wearing white clothes, with one hand behind his back floating on the surface of the earth, the Transcendent. His eyes were deep with endless brilliance as if he was thinking about something. 10 seconds later, a ball of light flashed above his head, and the person in the ball of light was the one who had traveled from the other world, Feng. Seeing this scene, the Transcendent seemed to feel something. He raised his finger, and towards the landing point where Feng was, a silk thread popped out and penetrated into the latter's brain. At this point, the screen clicked and disappeared. Asgardian smiled, looked at Feng, and did not continue speaking. However, Feng's heart was turned upside down. It turned out that everything was doomed. It turned out that it was no coincidence that he fell to the earth. This is all the result of manipulation by the Transcendent. He, from the very beginning, picked Feng. The scene I saw in the dark space of Asgard back then, I'm afraid you did it on purpose. 560, Feng sighed in his heart and muttered to the body of the Transcendent, I didn't expect that you would still have such the past. And you chose me, is it because you want me to help you change the mistakes you made? This picture is the picture he sent back to the Tree of Life before he died. Therefore, I will leave a duplication of my soul on the earth and let him follow your way. Asgardian repeated what he had said to Feng. There is no doubt that you are his successor, the survivor of his blood. Has my destiny been controlled by him from the beginning? Feng clenched his teeth, squeezed his fist, and said to himself, but this kind of me is not me. No, survivor. Asgardian said slowly, beyond the Protos is the pinnacle of evolution, a level beyond the reach of countless creatures. He was able to select you and hand over his inheritance to you because he recognized everything about you on top of him. You see what I mean? Hearing this, Feng suddenly realized, yes, why didn't I think of it? The Transcendent is tired of the days when no one can fight and chooses to kill himself, which is actually a way of relief. Using his own power, he explored a trace of the secret and saw a corner of the future. He knew that the boy who traveled from the other world was the person he was looking for. He understands that someone can help him make up for the mistakes he made because of his arrogance. Therefore, he chose to give all his strength to Feng in the dark, instead of forcing Feng to help him in a posture of a king descending. Wait, Feng was stunned for a moment and asked back, I have another question. Since you said that once a clansman leaves here, they will disappear, how did you leave soul duplication in the God Garden? Because it. Asgardian raised the ordinary-looking scepter in his hand and said, this scepter is a relic handed down to me by the patriarch himself. As long as I hold it, I can draw the power of the Tree of Life anytime, anywhere. Use it to enter the known universe you are in. However, the Tree of Life still needs to spend some essence to keep other masters active. In order not to consume too much, I only went to the earth once, otherwise you would have died. You should know these things. Understood. It seems that I was thinking too much. Feng nodded slightly and said, it seems that everything is not a coincidence. Transcendence, that's his name. Asgardian looked up at the dark sky and said, it's a good decision to name it after my hometown. As he spoke, he paused for a moment, then changed the subject and asked, by the way, you must have encountered a little trouble before you found us. Why don't you tell me? Hearing this, Feng told the Asgardian everything that happened just now. He is an aborigine here, and he must be able to give a perfect explanation. You mean, you met those unknown creatures that looked like dragons? Asgardian's face darkened. He said, these guys are really stubborn. It's been hundreds of millions of years. Do you still want to get your hands on the Tree of Life? I think you should explain to me what those things are. Tilda. Feng was confused and emphasized, also, they don't seem to kill my ability. I don't know much about the specific situation, Asgardian said with a sigh. I can only tell you that the origin of these mechanical dragons is even older than the Protos. They are located in a place called Giant Ata in the galaxy. According to the records of the Transcendent Protos, that galaxy is a complete Death Star. These creatures actually live in it and can reproduce and evolve constantly. It is a very mysterious race. In the past, their advanced technology detected the existence of the Tree of Life, so they launched a fleet to conquer this galaxy, but they were stopped by the powerful Patriarch. But this didn't make them back down. Instead, they intensified their attacks again and again. In order to ensure the safety of the clansmen, the Patriarch shielded the galaxy where the Tree of Life is located, and created a phantom star outside, which is the Skull Planet and the vortex you see. The former has a trace of supernatural power the Energy Body Legion, once dispatched, will send out a terrifying 1 power. The latter is a devouring magic star, just like the black hole in the known universe. It can devour any living beings without reincarnation. Then why was I attacked? Feng asked. The transcendent divine power in your body is the most powerful existence of the entire transcendent Protos, and the transcendent has long since died. How could they not attack you? Asgardian explained as it should, if there is no distinction between the enemy and us, there's no point in the existence of this thing. Understood, then tell me, what should I do? Feng looked at the vivid tree branches around and asked, do you want me to inject the blood in my body into it? No, come with me first, and I'll take you to a place. Asgardian struggled to stand up and walked towards the huge amounts of tree roots. A transparent wooden door appeared there as if it was covered, and it was impossible to see what was inside. Feng followed curiously. It is now certain that in this galaxy, nothing can threaten him anymore, so there is no need to tiptoe. After all, after understanding the cause and effect, Feng has also understood what kind of existence he is in the eyes of Asgardians. Entering into the root of the Tree of Life, Feng saw an incomparable beauty. It turns out that the place where the transcendent Protos lives is in the body of the Tree of Life. Here there is a refreshing smell floating everywhere, and the sound of gurgling water can be heard in his ears. There was not even a speck of dust on the place under his feet. The space is so large that it can be said that there is no end in sight, and there is no end. Moreover, there are 5 mirror-like vortexes floating around, exuding mysterious spatial fluctuations. These you see are the living places of the clansmen in several other planes. Asgardian explained, there are corresponding seasonal changes there, but the environment is not as good as here. It's hard to imagine that after so many years there has been no change here. Feng said such a sentence suddenly, which made him feel that something was wrong. Asgardian nodded definitely as a matter of course and said, as long as the Tree of Life exists for a day, then everything here will not disappear. It's just that if you don't show up again, this place will become a desolate place without any vitality. Then Asgardian took Feng to meet the clansmen who were sealed up by the equipment. On the top of those instruments, branches with a thickness of half a man's file size were inserted, and green liquid was injected into them. Life essence is the essence of the Tree of Life. Asgardian explained to Feng, it can not only bring us nutrients but also increase our vitality, which is why I can live to the reason now. Finally, Asgardian handed the scepter to Feng and said, hold it, try to communicate with the Tree of Life, let him sense the existence of blood in your body. Feng took it lightly, stood in front of him and slowly closed his eyes. A warm feeling came from the palm of his hand, as if he was showing his favor. At the same time, he injected all the power of the Transcendent into the scepter. Just then, a miraculous scene happened, demon. Feng's body slowly began to become transparent, and the blood color began to fade little by little, becoming exactly the same state as the body of the Transcendent God clan. He turned into a ray of light, and with a whooping sound, he brought the scepter into the tree roots above his head. Looking at this scene, Asgardian breathed a sigh of relief. With faint excitement on his face, he stood where he was and waited for Feng's return. When Feng returned to his original form, he found himself standing in a very special space. Why special? Because in front of him there is a rather transparent wooden heart. In the heart, one can vaguely see a sleeping female body with a graceful figure, as if sealed inside. Feng stepped forward, caressing this hard heart slowly, feeling the kind power above, and exhaled a breath of refreshing stale air. Presumably this heart is where the Tree of Life is located, right? Feng looked curiously at the flesh in the tree, but his eyes widened involuntarily. Her appearance is simply unreasonable. It is almost obvious at a glance that there should not be such a stunner in the mortal world. A head of green hair seems to have an air of lightness. The skin is not pale but looks tender and tender, eyes closed and sleeping, with a leisurely demeanor like an orchid, and indescribably gentle and pleasant. Moreover, there is no worldliness in 657, which makes Feng feel the heartbeat he has never had before. According to Asgardian, the Tree of Life will allow every patriarch to have a Queen of Life. Could it be that the one in the wooden heart in front of him is his own queen? Feng swallowed. The beauty of that body almost made him lose his mind. He forcibly moved his gaze away and began to observe his surroundings. Numerous tree roots crisscross, and they are much more solid than those outside. On the tip of the roots there are gourd-like ovaries hanging, bloodshot floating on the surface, in which babies are conceived. It's just that Feng can feel that there is no life fluctuation in it, and it is obviously a dead thing. At this moment, a white phantom suddenly emerged from his body with one hand behind his back, looking at Li Feng with a calm expression. Transcendent. Li Feng was startled. He quickly checked the power in his body and found that there was nothing abnormal. Don't worry, this is just a ray of soul in my strength. The Transcendent said lightly, as long as he sees the tree of life, he will automatically dissipate. Aren't you already dead? Li Feng breathed a sigh of relief and asked, although it's impolite to ask, but I know you have a lot of doubts about me and the Transcendent Protos, but I don't have much time to explain to you. The Transcendent slowly bent towards Li Feng and said, this is a thank you to you. You don't need to be so polite. Li Feng also returned his respect. The Transcendent is the most sacred existence in the known universe. Even though his power has now been transferred to Li Feng's hands, he still needs to be respected. Next, I need you to help me with some things. The Transcendent stared at Li Feng seriously and said, if you promise me, I will inject all the blood into your body, allowing you to completely possess the most perfect power beyond the Protos. What's the matter? Li Feng didn't rush to agree but asked, help me revitalize the entire Transcendence Protos. The Transcendence replied with astonishing words, difficult. Li Feng shook his head slowly and said, first of all, I know very little about the unknown universe. And secondly, even your power can't lead the Transcendent Protos out of this world. How can I do it? You will definitely have it, I believe in you. The Transcendent smiled slightly and said, because I saw that scene from the future. Li Feng fell silent, staring at the phantom in front of him for a long time and then said, I promise you, as long as you give me all the power emperors. Actually, not all of them. The Transcendent said suddenly, because I divided my blood power into two halves. One half is the good side I have accumulated for hundreds of millions of years, and the other half is the dark side I have accumulated. They have their own independent consciousness. Next, I will give you the remaining 40% of the good side. If you want to get the remaining 50%, you must find me in the unknown universe, the embodiment of the dark side. Are you kidding me? Li Feng frowned and sneered, before I got your body, I didn't hear you say that. Why does a strong man become more humble when he stands taller? Only by sweeping all the obstacles in front of you can you be called invincible. No, the footsteps of the quarter school will never stop. Are you using me? Li Feng narrowed his eyes and said, this makes me very uncomfortable. That's because I don't want you to know. The Transcendent still said with a gentle smile, although the power of the dark side is the most powerful thing in my life, it will affect your mind and make you produce other things. A kind of personality. Before you have absolutely powerful mental power, you don't want your loved ones around you to be hurt by your mad self, right? Isn't this the power you want? Li Feng fell silent upon hearing this. Is the power of the Transcendent invincible? Please customize. Please ask for flowers. Please recommend. The author who celebrates Huxia New Year is really miserable. Please support. He couldn't think of any words that could be used to refute the Transcendent. If you have any questions about the plot or logical loopholes, you are welcome to leave a message in the comment area. I will read the comments, whether criticism or praise, I will accept them. That's why you chose me, Li Feng said. I accept your power. Li Feng said lightly, I also accept your request because for me in the future, it's just something that I can do with just moving my fingers. Because they all know that in this world, being strong is endless. Because everything the former said has been stabbed in his heart. Next, the plot will officially reach its climax. After the protagonist obtains the power beyond the Protos, the super cool link that you like to hear is coming soon. If I want to use you, you can't get any benefit from me. The Transcendent shook his head and said, wake up, Li Feng, your future even scares me. I believe it, wait for you when you really grow to that moment, nothing can stop you. You have to know that if it weren't for my recklessness, the Transcendent Protos should already be a prosperous existence. The Transcendent sighed and said, Li Feng, if you get my power, then in the universe, no one will be able to cause trouble for you anymore. And all creatures will be like microorganisms in your eyes, and you can crush them to death with your hand. Hearing this, the Transcendent heaved a sigh of relief, walked up to Li Feng, put his hand on his forehead, and drew a rune. Ding. In an instant, the energy in Li Feng's body gathered together, and the body of the Transcendent in the system space, as if suddenly awakened, poured all the remaining power into every meridian of him, every drop of blood middle. In an instant, Li Feng felt every inch of his body flooded with a force that the physical body couldn't bear, causing his physical body to explode. His soul stood in place, let out a painful roar, and kept scratching his head with his hands. Quick, throw it away. Seeing this, the phantom of the Transcendent grabbed Li Feng's soul and threw it into the wooden heart beside him, and the Myraman figure lying in it suddenly woke up. She looked at the screaming soul in front of her, bit her lower lip tightly, hugged him into her arms, and made an indescribable movement. Oops, I seem to have forgotten a step. The phantom of the Transcendent left behind such a sentence completely turned into a cloud smoke and disappeared. In a trance, everything calmed down. The passage of time also seemed less noticeable. Li Feng slowly opened his eyes, looking at the regrowth body showing a surprised face. His skin, his body seemed to have re-evolved, extremely fair, exuding a terrifying aura. As if, as long as he waved his hand lightly, he could erase all matter regardless of its form on the spot. This is the power that can define life and death at will. Random defined the force zone of life and death for any creature. Li Feng took a deep breath, twisted his neck, and made a creaking friction sound. He closed his eyes and tried to feel the changes, but found that the body of the Transcendent had sat in the system's space in a meditative posture at some point, and the energy in his body had disappeared, leaving only an empty shell. Presumably, all the power of this body has already belonged to Li Feng. At this time, the voice from his ear made him startled. Moreover, even if a fool knows what happened, Li Feng definitely can't act like a normal person. He smiled sarcastically and said that, cough, I'm very sorry, percent at percent. The woman in front of her said another sentence. Her face was full of coquettishness and slight anger, and she looked full of charm. Stupid. The woman snorted arrogantly, turned her head away, and her body was covered with a layer of crystal-clear tulle. That is the language of the Protos, and it cannot be compared with your low-level language. The woman slept deeply and indifferently without a glance and said, now your physical body is completed and you can leave from the core of life. So this place is used to create gods for your people. Li Feng frowned and asked tentatively, could it be? Shut up. The woman's eyes turned cold instantly and she said, if you dare to say it, I will tear your mouth apart. Then you have to answer my questions. Li Feng spread his hands, stroked her feet lightly and said, anyway, if I don't go out, you can't do anything with me, otherwise why don't you throw me out? 0. Seeking flowers. You, said the woman, kicking her feet in anger, get your hands off of there. Answer what I said. Li Feng's eyes narrowed suddenly, and he leaned directly in front of her face, exuding a monstrous aura from all over his body and said, unless you want to try the feeling just now again. The woman's face turned red in an instant. She panted heavily, lowered her head and said softly, you are the first person to come in here. Life talent does not allow any creature to enter. Oh. Li Feng breathed a sigh of relief, straightened his body and leaned against the side and said, you are smart. What's your name? I don't know, I don't have a name. The woman's face turned cold again as if she had always been so cold. Then let me put it another way, are you the Queen of Life born from the Tree of Life? Li Feng asked. Since you are not the patriarch who surpassed the Protos, where do you have the right to ask? The woman glared at Li Feng, closed her eyes and said, I'm going to sleep, don't come to expand. Seeing this, Li Feng glanced at her helplessly, thinking that this girl is on fire. Even if she keeps asking, she won't get any good things, so it's better to go out and ask the Asgardian. Thinking of this, he turned over and bumped towards the heart beside him. Boom. With a loud noise, Li Feng felt severe pain in his forehead, which lasted for 2 full seconds. You know, his current body is at the level of a Transcendent, and he will be hurt by a heart made of wood. Idiot. The woman obviously saw this scene. She sneered and said, I don't know how that child chose you. Hearing you say that you seem to know something, I don't know and I don't want to know. The woman said with a blank face, it doesn't matter. Li Feng sat up, put his hand on the wall slowly, turned his head and left a sentence to her. It's just that from today on, you will be my woman and, under my power. You're dreaming. The woman said with a sneer all over her face, it's ridiculous for a guy who can't control himself. Li Feng ignored her but directly passed through the core of life and appeared in the outer space with ease. He waved his hand towards the woman inside the wooden heart, as if saying goodbye, but also as if mocking her for not being able to get out. Then he turned around, picked up the scepter on the ground, closed his eyes and let the scepter lead him back to Asgardian. At the moment, he can already clearly feel the connection between May 17 and the Tree of Life. He is very convinced that as long as he wants to, he can easily absorb the essence of the entire Tree of Life into his body, and even let this planet directly accelerate the pace of exhaustion. Definitely, he's not going to do that. Asgardian was sitting on the ground with his head down and his eyes closed, as if he had fallen asleep. His body is wrapped by the surrounding branches and leaves, glowing with infinite vitality. After sensing Li Feng's appearance, Asgardian slowly opened his eyes, exuding a rushing momentum like an ancient beast being awakened. Li Feng looked at this scene indifferently, but was horrified in his heart. Sure enough, this old man is worthy of being an Asgardian who surpassed the Protos, and the original aura is very strong. He could clearly feel that the sense of mystery accumulated over the years was vividly reflected in this old man. My power is back. Asgardian raised his pupils abruptly and shot out a divine light, making the whole space brighten up. Even it illuminated the entire black sky. The branches and leaves of the Tree of Life were gradually removed from his body, and his physical body began to become younger. Soon he regained the young face that Li Feng saw for the first time. Not bad. Li Feng walked to his side, handed him the scepter in his hand, and praised, "Is this the power of the billion ancient level? It's beyond my imagination." Asgardian did not take the scepter, but knelt down on one leg to Li Feng and said respectfully, "Patriarch, it seems that you have succeeded. As the relic of the Patriarch, the scepter should be in your hands." Li Feng hummed lightly, motioned him to stand up, and said, "I already feel the connection between myself and the Tree of Life. As long as I move my thoughts at will, then I can activate all the power of the blood. Let you know our people are back to life." "Great." Asgardian nodded excitedly and said, "From now on, the Transcendent Protos will be loyal to you." Li Feng waved his hand and said, "By the way, I want to ask you something. Just now I was taken into a space by the scepter where I saw the life core of the Tree of Life and met a woman. Could it be that she is the Queen of Life derived from the Tree of Life?" Hearing this, Asgardian immediately turned pale. With a trembling voice he said, "What are you talking about? There is a beautiful woman sealed in the core of life." Li Feng emphasized again. However, as soon as these words came out, Asgardian stared at his pockets in fright, and he said to Li Feng in horror, "Patriarch, that is not the Queen of Life at all, but the body of the core of life. What the hell?" Li Feng was taken aback and said, "The main body? What do you mean?" "This is the secret that the Patriarch told me." Asgardian said with reverence, "A creature was born in the core of life, and she is responsible for the evolution of the Tree of Life. She is the essence of the Tree of Life. And the so-called the Queen of Life was also created by this creature and you." He looked at Li Feng with some embarrassment, not knowing whether to continue. "You mean, I gave X the body of the Tree of Life directly?" Li Feng was surprised, even he himself was a little surprised. No wonder that woman is so indifferent to herself. It turns out she has such an identity. "I'm not qualified to have access to all of this." Asgardian sneered, feeling unbelievable about Li Feng's adjective, and said, "But I guessed billions of years ago that as the essence of the Tree of Life was exhausted and out of balance, the Tree of Life Xin should have fallen into a deep sleep, otherwise the divine baby she gave birth to would not have become a dead baby. However, because of my appearance, she woke up immediately." Li Feng rubbed his chin and thought, "Since this is the case, then let her be the queen of my life." This. Asgardian hesitated for a few seconds, then let the words out of his mouth. "The Patriarch is the Patriarch, and what he says is absolutely irresistible. Now let me revive these clansmen." Li Feng's eyes became serious. He walked to those instruments, took a deep breath, and said sonorously, "Sleep asleep after so many years you must have been tired of. I, Li Feng, in my capacity as Patriarch, declare, from now on the Transcendent Protos will welcome your return. Wake up, let the whole universe tremble for you, my people." After the last word fell, Li Feng suddenly raised his head and opened his mouth wide. Under the Tree of Life, countless transparent branches and leaves went straight through its mouth and entered his body. The vitality of the entire galaxy revives at this moment, wakes up at this moment. The power from the most perfect bloodline of the Transcendent Protos has passed into every branch and leaf of the Tree of Life. At the same time, behind Li Feng, a huge amount of white phantom appeared, and 2-7 slowly raised his eyes, staring at all things in the universe, with a little parting sadness and an unstoppable momentum. "All creatures are helpless to me." Seeing this scene, Asgardian knelt down slowly towards Li Feng's direction with excitement in his eyes. He muttered words in his mouth, his voice trembling, "Beyond the Protos." Finally, revived. The bodies sealed in the instrument, awakened by Li Feng, opened their pale pupils one after another as if they had received some kind of induction. The green liquid was instantly drawn back by the rhizome above the head, and all of it returned to the Tree of Life. These are its essences, which were sacrificed to maintain the lives of these tribesmen, and now with the appearance of Li Feng, they are no longer needed. Asgardian held his breath and watched the scene with a tense expression. I saw that all the bodies were shaken violently, and the huge amounts of fluctuation directly shattered the instrument. There are thousands of terrifying auras gathered from them, as if forming an insurmountable mountain standing in place. Then a sense of wonder gradually appeared on their faces. Almost every clansman has a face full of excitement after waking up. They struggled, stood up from the ground, and looked at where Li Feng was. Afterwards, all the auras came together, like an ancient ferocious beast with its eyes wide open, staring at Li Feng's direction with endless viciousness. Li Feng snorted coldly and just waved one hand. All the momentum subsided at this moment. Immediately afterwards, he released all the blood power in his body as a coercion. Boom, an incredible scene appeared. Thousands of people who surpassed the gods at this moment was actually 7 kneel down towards Li Feng. No one dared to stand on the ground. Yes. This is Li Feng's current strength. One look is enough to make the entire tribe beyond the gods kneel down. Being imprisoned for so long, you must know very little about the outside world. Li Feng did not restrain his momentum, but said to these tribesmen lightly, "It's okay, I don't care about these, I can take my time in the future. Now you just need to remember one thing, that is." Li Feng pointed to his chest with his finger. The words were sonorous and forceful. "I, Li Feng, will be your patriarch. From now on, not only you, but also this universe, everything will be bowed down by me. Yes." All the clansmen responded at the same time and lowered their high heads one after another. They can feel the powerful blood power in Li Feng's body. Only creatures like the patriarch have such an aura that makes them fear. From the point of view of the people on Earth, they don't know how many centuries they have been sleeping. It can only be soaked in an instrument filled with life liquid and cannot have freedom. Although this saved their lives, it was actually an unbearable torture in a disguised form. Just imagine what would happen if you were locked in a dark room for just 1 month, not to mention thousands of years or hundreds of millions of years. The clansmen beyond the Protos are not machines. In other words, they are also humans with emotions. Moreover, they are people who have evolved to the top of humanity. For example, the Eternal Clan after being destroyed is also a species that has evolved to the extreme, possessing extremely strong intelligence and physical strength. Definitely, comparing the creatures of the Eternal Clan with the Transcendent Protos is an insult to the words Transcendent Protos. It can even be said that casually pulling out a clansman who surpasses the Protos can destroy the entire Eternal Clan. Is it scary? This is the fact, the ironclad fact. Therefore, Li Feng understands. As long as you master the Transcendent Protos, it is equivalent to mastering the power to shake the entire known universe. As for the unknown universe, due to its unknown, Li Feng cannot be defined, so there is no accurate estimate. Blind arrogance will not bring benefits, but will be slapped in the face by reality. It's been silent for so long, I'm afraid no one remembers your existence at all, right? It's really a sad thing. Li Feng smiled lightly and said, "Tell me, do you want to get out of here? Go out." Asgardian was the first to speak. His face was terrified, his body was trembling, and he asked, "You, what did you say?" The clansmen raised their heads one after another, with endless yearning in their eyes. Although the Tree of Life occupies an entire galaxy, there is enough space for them to live in peace of mind. But how can creatures that have evolved to this point not be curious about the mysteries in the universe? Even ordinary human beings on the Earth want to conquer the moon and travel all over the universe. Is it possible for people who surpass the gods to give up? The stronger the creature, the stronger the desire to conquer the unknown in his heart. Are you afraid? Li Feng glanced at Asgardian and asked all the clansmen, "Are you all afraid?" Patriarch, once the Transcendent Protos leaves the galaxy of the Tree of Life, they will not only be swallowed by inexplicable forces, but will also be besieged by clansmen from other star groups. Asgardian said worriedly, "This is the unfavorable factor is that the Transcendent Protos has just recovered, and it will take a little time to get used to it." "Oh, why did they do this?" Li Feng asked with a cold light in his eyes. "Coveted." Asgardian emphasized, "They coveted power beyond the Protos, they wanted to occupy the Tree of Life and use it as a colony. Idiots talking about dreams." Li Feng looked at the clansmen with a cold face and said, "Let me go and kill those guys as a celebration gift for you to wake up. Patriarch, don't be impulsive." Asgardian quickly stopped. Those creatures can be easily destroyed by raising their hands in the eyes of the Transcendent Protos, but the unknown power outside will cause serious damage to the clansmen. "Don't worry, I don't intend to take you with me, and I am not born from the Transcendence Protos, so naturally I will not be affected by that power. Otherwise, when I step into this unknown universe, I will be directly swallowed." 7. Li Feng waved his hands confidently in his heart and said, "Just tell me which galaxy's creature took the lead in doing everything." Giant Spirit Ada. Asgardian replied, "In ancient times, when the Transcendence Protos first emerged, they once attacked the Tree of Life, but the existence of the Patriarch prevented them from taking advantage of it. But with the death of the Patriarch, their ambitions are getting bigger and bigger, and they even sent mechanical dragons to wander outside the galaxy in an attempt to catch the people who came out." "Well, I see." Li Feng said with a cold tone, "Tell me the exact coordinates." Asgardian didn't hide it. After telling the coordinates, he asked a little worried, "Is the Patriarch going to go out in person? That mysterious force may cause a lot of trouble." "Whatever if he dares to block my steps." Li Feng snorted coldly and said, "Death." After that, Li Feng raised his head, looked at the branches and leaves above the Tree of Life and said casually, "If you look at it, send me to the giant spirit Otta galaxy. I know you have this ability. After I destroy them, I will come back and talk about you becoming my woman." In the core of life, the stunner with a monstrous face showed an angry expression when he heard Suki's words. After she muttered "stupid guy" to herself, she sat up straight, clasped her hands together, and her whole heart turned red. At the same time, a crimson vortex suddenly appeared at the foot of Li Feng, standing inside the tree root, and countless branches and leaves wrapped his body. Whoosh! At the last moment, Li Feng completely disappeared from the front of Asgardian. Although the latter was worried, there was nothing he could do. He is an Asgardian who surpasses the Protos, so everything must be considered for the safety of the tribe. Atta, the giant spirit, is located in a star field called Monglier in the unknown universe. It is composed of 5 civilizations, and the leading group is called the Giant Spirit Star Clan, which has a mechanical fleet that cannot be accurately measured and tens of thousands of God Star technologies. With these, the Giant Spirit Star Group has become in existence at the level of the Overlord in assisting Mo Anglier. Hundreds of millions of years ago, when the unknown universe was first formed, they only existed at the microbial level, and they didn't even form rudimentary intelligence at all. However, since a huge amount of ovary fell from their group, the evolution of the Giant Spirit Star Group has been as fast as possible, quickly replacing all other higher creatures in Monglier, and using advanced technology to unify Mongliel's starfield. Since it is in the Marvel Universe, there is an eternal truth: the more powerful a creature, the greater its ambition. For hundreds of millions of years, the creatures in the Giant Spirit Atta have tried their best to expand their territory and open up other galaxies in the unknown universe. And the galaxy where the Protos are located is a thorn in their side. Recently, with the appearance of an alien creature like Li Feng, it has aroused the vigilance of the upper echelons of the Giant Spirit clan. They clearly saw that Li Feng was taken away by the Tree of Life, so they judged that he was probably a member of the race beyond the gods. Therefore, the patriarch of the Giant Spirit Star Clan, the god of Atama, summoned all the fleets and decided to launch an unprecedented attack on the Transcendent god race. They have spent countless years waiting for this moment today. In the Monglier starfield, the star fleets thousands of feet high gathered together, and the grotesque mechanical creatures roared, exuding a frightening deterrent force. Among them is the planet where the giant spirit race is located, and the planets of the other 4 civilizations. Patriarch, the fleet is ready to complete. In the conference hall of the main planet, a high-ranking member of the Giant Spirit Star Clan said respectfully to the figure on the main seat. His body is very strong, about 2 or 3 times as tall as Li Feng, but he only has a huge amount of scarlet pupils without normal human facial features. His half-human, half-mechanical body looks very strange. Command the fleet to move towards the galaxy of the Tree of Life at full speed. They must open a fatal hole in their planet and let our people go in. On the main seat, Atama, the patriarch of the Giant Spirit Star Clan, slowly turned around and said coldly to the senior management. He has no feet, so he is suspended in midair. He is wearing a black cloak covering his face. On his left hand there is a mechanical mollusk crawling slowly, emitting a fierce light which looks particularly terrifying. Yes, the higher-ups were full of fighting spirit, nodded solemnly, turned around and passed on the order. At the same time, a figure in a white robe suddenly appeared in the Giant Spirit Atta galaxy. It was Li Feng who was sent here by the Tree of Life. He concealed his aura to the lowest level, and no one except himself could find his trace. Looking at the galactic battleships swarming together under his feet, Li Feng was a little surprised. These warships, not to mention the Earth, even the entire unknown universe, it is impossible to find the existence of this level. They are really big in size. Moreover, there is no energy burner at the tail, but some kind of divine power is driving it. In other words, these warships do not rely on energy to provide flight at all. Pure psychokinesis. Li Feng's keen sense instantly understood the reason. He snorted coldly and murmured, "No wonder you have such boldness. It's a pity you met me." As soon as the words fell, he raised his palm, aimed at the battleship under his feet and pressed it down. Bang. A terrifying wave of energy erupted from the palm of the hand, and all the huge battleships exploded at the same time, like a chain reaction, turning into balls of ashes. With just one palm, it will be wiped out. All the warships that stayed outside the giant spirit Otta disappeared completely the moment Feng withdrew his hand. As a result, the entire galaxy became empty and calmed down. Such terrifying scenes were naturally transmitted to the screen brains of the giant spirit star clan immediately. There is only endless silence. Coincidentally, the warships staying outside the planet, almost the combat power of the entire giant spirit Otta. Such losses are unprecedentedly heavy. Seeing this scene, the 18 senior executives in the conference hall were so frightened that they sat down on their chairs, unable to recover for a long time. Invaders from other galaxies. Finally, one of the senior executives couldn't help but speak slowly. No, according to the detectors of the giant spirit star clan, there is no known creature that can annihilate our battleship in an instant. Another high-ranking officer said with certainty that even the Protos couldn't do it. The giant spirit star clan can't afford such a loss. We must immediately notify the other 4 groups and join them to find out who is behind the scenes. Another senior executive said. Patriarch Atama, what do you mean? 10 high-ranking officers who looked thinner asked softly. All the high-level eyes turned to the god of Atama who sat silently on the main seat. I saw the latter slowly put his hand on the table and let the mollusk that was climbing on his body fall on the table. A how-new's hoarse and strange voice came from his mouth, with endless coldness. The giant spirit star clan has existed for so many years, and there has never been anything similar to being provoked. Time will do everything in its power to fight back. Otherwise, it will lose its qualification to be favored by that creature, and it will wake it up from its deep sleep. Chief Atama, I'm afraid it's too late. At this moment, a member of the giant spirit star clan wearing a mechanical armor walked in, his tone full of panic. The other 4 ethnic groups have been completely wiped out. What? All the top executives exclaimed at the same time, and some even fainted from fright. The other 4 groups are the subsidiary groups that the giant spirit star clan took in when they were initially formed, and any one of them randomly pulled out is an extremely powerful existence, and the combination has become the key force of the giant spirit star clan source. Unexpectedly, it was destroyed at the same time. What kind of creature has such terrifying means? Could it be that the end of the giant spirit star clan is coming? A high-level person in the conference hall uttered desperate words. Throughout history, they have considered themselves to be the strongest existence of known creatures in this universe. They have fought countless battles and are murderous. Even the most mysterious transcendent Protos have been regarded as prey by them. What else could threaten them? However, reality slaps always come faster than anything else. Chief Atama, the only ones who can do this are people from that group. Another high-level person spoke and expressed the guess in his heart. But as soon as he finished speaking, a scarlet cold light appeared in front of his eyes, which directly smashed his body into pieces and turned him into a puddle of pus. And in its original seat, the soft-bodied reptile on the god of Atama was twisting its body and making a delicious hissing sound. The war has already begun, and evasion and fear will only bring you wrong judgments. The god of Atama stood up from his seat, slowly took the soft crawler and put it on his shoulder and said sinisterly, "The order goes on all the people of the giant spirit star clan forcibly enter the final stage of evolution. I want you all to obtain the holy body." The dozen or so senior executives who were still awake looked at each other, showing some hesitation. "Don't you understand my words?" God of Attacode 10 snorted coldly and said, "Death to those who disobey. Obey." All the high-level people shook their bodies, turned around quickly, and passed the order out. The heavy atmosphere in the conference hall also dissipated, and the god of Atama turned around and walked out towards the sacred place of the giant spirit star clan. With the order issued, the entire giant spirit star clan is boiling at this moment. All the grotesque clansmen got a potion and absorbed it into their bodies. 3 seconds later, their bodies began to evolve, gradually rotting, and their skin peeled off bit by bit. Afterwards, all the rotten parts grew back, and even the bones in the body underwent unimaginable changes. Their bodies actually grew a pair of bone wings, as well as crocodile-like heads, and black aura radiated from all over their bodies. At the same time, the body has grown to a height of nearly 10 meters, which can be called a ferocious monster. This is the evolution that the god of Atama said, that is, the final form of the creatures of the giant spirit star clan, the indestructible holy body like a beast. Not just tens of thousands, but the entire giant spirit star clan added up. There are tens of billions. How would Feng deal with such legions? At the moment, he just set his sights on the sudden change of the giant spirit Otta galaxy. The other 4 galaxies were all wiped out with a snap of his fingers. Not even a single microorganism survived. He is not some kind of saint, nor will he show mercy to innocent people. Yes, it is the fate of standing on the opposite side without any unnecessary emotional doping. For him, ants can be killed as soon as they want. It's just a matter of convenience. Why do they need any reason? He divided his mental power and soon discovered the changes in the giant spirit Otta galaxy and clearly saw the evolutionary forms of those creatures after taking the potion. A crooked way. With a sound, he directly touched the sky above Star Otta, and his body ascended, just like Mephisto descending into the world. The entire giant spirit star clan of the giant spirit Otta star found Li Feng's trace in an instant, and they raised their heads at the same time and looked at Li Feng. Ants die. Li Feng let out a low growl, not intending to give them a chance to resist at all. He lifted his foot lightly and stepped down out of thin air. Boom. The momentum of fear was vented, and all the members of the giant spirit star clan standing on the ground were trampled down like tiny ants. Together with those strange buildings, they were also trampled down by Li Feng. The entire planet under his feet turned into a desolate plain. And under his body, a huge amount of footprints is slowly exuding scarlet blood. With 1 foot, all Ahi creatures are trampled to death. At this moment, a roar suddenly came from a distance, which caught Li Feng's attention. He raised his head abruptly and looked at a dark light not far away. There was a hunchbacked figure and 10 huge ovaries standing there. In the ovary, there seems to be some living thing that is shining brightly, and at the same time absorbing the dead energy around it as if it is about to burst. What's this? Li Feng was curious, and he felt a completely different atmosphere from the giant spirit star clan from above. It seems that it is countless times stronger. A teleportation came in front of Shan, the god of Atama, the patriarch of the giant spirit star clan. The hunched figure sensed Li Feng's approach. He turned around and spoke a strange language. Li Feng has now accepted the inheritance of the Transcendent, so it won't take long to understand these languages. His brain is no longer within the reach of ordinary people. A creature with the word God after its name is either a real god or a creature with divine power. Li Feng put his hands in his pockets, landed on the ground, and said sarcastically in the same language, "An existence as weak as you is really defiled." The formation of the giant spirit star clan is beyond the comprehension of creatures of your level. The god of Atama smiled sinisterly and said, "Don't think that you can run rampant without hindrance because you have power beyond the Protos clan. This vast universe is full of horrors beyond your imagination." Oh, and then, Li Feng said flatly, "Do you think these can save your life? I can still crush you to death with one hand." Low-level creatures always think that they have the chance to win their fate and ignore the gap between creatures. The god of Atama remained unmoved and said gloomily, "Finally, the mouth of the top creature food, obviously you are the former. That's a lot of nonsense." Li Feng's mouth twitched impatiently, and he raised his palm to point at the guy in front of him and gently crushed it. His Chila. The body of the god of Atama turned into powder and scattered all over the ground, and his face under the black robe was not revealed until his death. But who cares? After eliminating the patriarch of the giant spirit star clan, Li Feng set his sights on the ovaries. He was about to make a move, but found that a mechanical mollusk suddenly drilled out from under his feet, opened his mouth full of sharp teeth, and bit a hole in it along the epidermis of the ovary. It collapsed at this moment as if it had suffered huge amounts of destruction. Dense black worms drilled out of it, looking for life forms, and wrapped them all around Li Feng's body, trying to occupy every inch of blood on his body. Snort. Li Feng snorted coldly and shook violently. All the black bugs burned out of thin air and were incinerated. But from the ovary in front of him, a huge amount of worm-shaped monster rushed out, tens of millions of feet high, breaking through the atmosphere of the giant spirit star Otta. Looking at the guy in front of him who was countless times bigger than him, Li Feng frowned. Just now he clearly felt that there was a mysterious force in the ovary that changed the mechanical bug. Is this the source of the power of the giant spirit star clan? Li Feng had a rough estimate in his heart, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. He just held one hand behind his back and instantly appeared on top of this huge worm-shaped monster. The disgusting black aura erupting from the worm makes the sound of gears turning and shakes the entire galaxy. It spit out a strong corrosive liquid from its ferocious giant mouth, swallowing the surrounding undeveloped planets, making its body bigger again. There is no doubt that if it is allowed to continue like this, its size will increase to an unimaginable level. It is even possible to break through the boundary wall between galaxies. Unfortunately, it was unlucky and met Li Feng. Die. Li Feng didn't show any mercy. He let out a weak drink. All the strength in his body leaned out from his hands, aiming at the big guy's head out of thin air. Boom. A violent explosion sounded. Unexpectedly, Li Feng's attack only caused the mechanical bug's head to be scratched a little, and some parts were dropped. It didn't cause a devastating blow at all. This made him show a surprised expression. Just now to save trouble, he directly used 20% of the Transcendent's power, but he didn't expect to cause no harm to this thing at all. Sure enough, the creatures in the unknown universe are not fuel-efficient lamps. However, in Li Feng's eyes, these are just ants that can't be put on the table. He raised his hands again, carrying endless killing intent, which could gradually condense in his hands. The huge amounts of mechanical bugs finally set their target on Li Feng's body. It let out a roar and its whole body became transparent. Any substantial attack would be ineffective against it. Seeing this change, Li Feng paused for a moment, retracted his hands, twitched the corners of his mouth and said, "It's really troublesome. Since physical attacks are ineffective for you, try mental attacks." Li Feng raised the corner of his mouth and slowly closed his eyes. His body became transparent like this huge amount of bug. This is the state of his soul body. In the past, he could only use the power of the Steppenwolf template to soul astral and achieve the effect of mental attack, but the physical body was a big problem. Without the existence of the soul, the physical body is just a shell to be slaughtered, which has many inconveniences. Now that he has 50% of the power of a transcender, he can switch to the soul body state to fight anytime and anywhere, which is extremely convenient. Then the transparent Li Feng stretched out a finger, and the majestic soul power slowly condensed behind him, forming a sword spear with huge amounts of dark blue, exuding a divine power capable of crushing everything. Cut! Li Feng snorted lightly and waved his hand lightly. Laugh. The sword and spear mercilessly cut the huge transparent insect shadow into two halves. Then countless sword blades appeared in thousands, cutting its body into tens of thousands of pieces in an instant, and the black mucus was sprayed in the galaxy space, condensing into a foamy liquid, giving birth to one after another small insect body. This kind of creature is really tenacious. Not only can it transfer the host, but it can also split and regenerate. Li Feng squinted his eyes. It seems that the biological definition of the known universe does not work here. Then he sighed, "Now it seems that I have no choice but to do this." After the last word fell, Li Feng raised his right hand, stood in Mo Anglier's galaxy and played, "Snap your fingers." Tens of seconds later, the entire Monreal galaxy was filled with intense white light, as if a bomb had been dropped on the surface of calm water. Collapse, split. None of the creatures in this galaxy survived, including the worms that were split from the mechanical bugs. None survived. Since then, the Monglier galaxy has completely disappeared from the unknown universe, and has been reduced to a huge amounts of crimson black hole, exuding a strange aura. This battle, no, perhaps it cannot be described as war. It should be said this massacre by Li Feng has come to an end. He did not expend much effort, seeking flowers. Even more precisely, he only used 3 tricks, the entire giant spirit star clan with the Monlier galaxy. I am all ears. From now on, the Monlier galaxy will be removed from the unknown universe. Li Feng said this lightly, regardless of Asgardian's terrified expression. He changed the subject and asked his own people, "What are you doing?" It seems that the momentum is not the same as before. After leaving the Monglier galaxy, Li Feng was brought back by the Tree of Life. Total destruction. But what he didn't expect was that Li Feng would directly destroy the entire Monglier galaxy, until the entire unknown universe is flattened. However, Li Feng is not interested in these things. He does what he wants to do. Why bother to announce it to the world after doing it to make a sensation? Although this is what he expected, even he knows that if he does it by himself, exterminating the giant spirit star clan can only be done with a little effort. This is too powerful, right? If such achievements are passed to the ears of creatures in the known universe, it is hard to imagine what kind of reaction they will have. Exterminating the giant spirit star clan is his first step to become the patriarch beyond the god clan, and there will be a second and third step after that. Moreover, the aura on their bodies also began to rise gradually, one by one far surpassing the original's strength. Asgardian coughed, recovered his calm expression, and explained, "When our people were sleeping, they accumulated hundreds of millions of years of accumulation, and now they just released it with the opportunity of resurrection. Unsurprisingly, they will directly become a creature of the ancient level, and its strength is almost equal to mine. Because today's Earth has undergone radical changes." The Asgardian took a deep breath to calm himself. However, his current focus should obviously be on the known universe. He saw an astonishing scene. Asgardian was leading all the clansmen to sit upright at the root of the Tree of Life. Their bodies glowed with a faint golden light, just like the immortals in the novel who were about to become immortals. Patriarch, you are back. Asgardian was relieved to see Feng appearing in front of him suddenly safe and sound, bowed respectfully, and asked, "It seems that the situation is not bad. Yi class, is it still on par with you?" Feng frowned, thinking that this is a good combat power, and said, "If this is the case, doesn't it mean that each of them will evolve to the top?" "Yes, Patriarch." Asgardian nodded and said, "However, for a transcendent existence like you, Patriarch, unless we have the supreme blood in our bodies, we will not be able to step into it for the rest of our lives. That's a pity." Feng shrugged his shoulders and said, "However, even if you are at the billion ancient level, you can definitely be called the existence of top creatures in the known universe. If you can get out of this galaxy, it is enough shake the whole universe." "Listen to what the Patriarch said, there will be a way for us to get out of here." Asgardian glanced at the clansman with expectation on his face and said, "These children are all fresh blood, and they were born in the same period as me. The elders have already chosen to sacrifice themselves and give up the life essence. If they can be let out of here, what kind of picture will it be? There will be a solution." Feng said flatly, "Since I have become your patriarch, I will definitely not be the shopkeeper. Your problems are my problems, understand?" "Yes." Asgardian nodded earnestly and said, "My girlfriends are all for the patriarch." "Okay, you go, I have to go into the core of life to do something." Feng raised the corner of his mouth, licked his own lips, held the scepter, turned into a beam of light and disappeared in front of Asgardian. The reporter shook his head with a strange face and went to sit on the root of the tree, in the core of life. Feng looked at the sleeping woman inside, tapped his heart and said, "Wake up, your man is back." However, the woman remained unmoved and did not respond to Feng, as if she had really fallen asleep. "Okay, I know you're awake." Feng leaned lightly on his heart and said, "How about it? Did you see that I wiped out the giant spirit star clan?" Hearing this, the woman in the core of life just raised her eyes. "You don't need to question my strength." Feng twisted his wrist and said, "Asgardian has already told me your identity, and all the clansmen will know about the two of us in the future. And you can't escape my wrist. Stupid." The woman looked cold, cast a glance at Feng and uttered two words, "Come with me, get out of here, and I'll take you to the known universe next door." Feng raised his head and said, "The world there is much more interesting than your world." When the woman heard this, there was a trace of curiosity in her eyes, but it was quickly suppressed by the dimness. Feng noticed this change, moved his face closer, stared at her stunner-like face and asked, "Why, don't you want to leave here? What does it have to do with you?" The woman no longer looked at Feng and didn't seem to want to reveal anything. "In the final analysis, as the main body of the core of life, you don't approve of me in your heart." Feng smiled lightly and said, "I can understand that the elders always have such an attitude towards the younger generation. No, you are not my descendant." The woman said coldly, "You are not a descendant of the race beyond the gods, so there is no need for me to have a good impression of you. I understand." Feng said helplessly, "It turns out that you are still obsessed with that matter." After all, Feng didn't wait for her to respond. He stepped out directly, turned into a blue light and penetrated into the core of life. He directly hugged the woman's slender waist, leaned his face in front of her and said softly, "Tell me what's your name." "Go away." The woman's face was reddish. She turned her head to one side and said coldly, "Tell me your name and I'll let you go." Feng raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Otherwise, I don't have a name." The woman tried to break free and said, "Let me go. From now on, I will call you Athena." Feng rolled his eyes and said softly, "In the Greek mythology of Earth, this name represents the most intelligent goddess in the universe." Hearing this, the woman's face froze for a moment. She did not reject the name, and there seemed to be some other emotion in her eyes looking at Feng. "Listen, I want to bring people beyond the gods out of this galaxy." Feng put away his smile, retreated, and said, "You have to tell me, how can I do it?" "I can't do it." Athena shook her head and said, "I was born in this galaxy with the tree of life. I can't leave the core of life, and I don't know anything about the outside world. My destiny is to surpass the destiny of the Protos. Although I understand their evolution process, I can't help them, because the tree of life is like them, it is a pet locked here. Once you try to leave, you will taken away by some force. So, the birth of the Transcendent Protos was created by other creatures." Feng looked surprised and asked, "Isn't it your essence that conceived it?" "They are, but the Patriarch is not." Athena shook her head and said, "The Patriarch is the first creature to appear in this galaxy, and he gave the tree of life the power to create creatures." "Interesting." Feng rubbed his chin and asked, "If possible, I'd like to meet this man of God." Athena didn't reply but raised her finger and drew a light curtain in front of Feng. In the light curtain stood a man wearing some kind of ancient robe with his back to Feng. His hair hung down his back and reached his waist. And holding a ball of light playing with something. Gradually, as if he had noticed something, he slowly turned around. 3-1 At this moment, Feng saw his face clearly, with his mouth slightly opened showing a surprised expression. The handsome face of an oriental man. Although it is slightly inferior to Feng, but there is a mysterious aura about him. Athena erased the light curtain and said, "This is the patriarch." Feng was thoughtful, recorded his face, and continued to ask, "What will happen if I force you out? You want to destroy the core of life?" Athena said with a flat face, "Yes, then I will disappear along with it, and the tree of life will also usher in a real exhaustion. Okay, I'll think of another way." Feng shrugged his shoulders. He didn't want to destroy such a peerless beauty, it would be too wasteful. After saying that, Feng walked out from the core of life. He looked at the fruits hanging on the surrounding branches and leaves, and felt that they were recovering, so he nodded reassuringly and said, "These are all god babies who surpass the god race. In tens of thousands of years they will come out." Athena said, "So don't try to get their idea. I'm not that kind of person." Feng twitched the corners of his mouth and said, "I'm leaving here and going back to my other universe, so send me out. You have the scepter left by the patriarch on your body, so you don't have to ask me to deliver it every time." After Athena left a sentence, she closed her eyes and stopped looking at Feng. "Wait for me, Athena, my woman," Feng smiled lightly and said very confidently, "I will take you away." After all, his body turned into a ray of light and left the thought of life. But Athena, who heard these words, blushed for some reason. "Patriarch, have you decided to leave?" Asgardian looked at Feng and asked, "There are still many secrets waiting for you to discover beyond the Protos. I still have some things to deal with on Earth 7, come back later." Feng waved his hand and refused. His body remained in Asgard after all. What worries him even more is whether there will be creatures from other planets coming to make trouble when he leaves. Judging from the Avengers' combat strength, if any cosmic god group comes here randomly, killing them is just a matter of moving their fingers. Feng held the scepter and said softly, "I'll go first. If there is anything you can ask the Tree of Life to contact me, that's it." The Asgardian nodded slightly, looking respectfully. Afterwards, Feng turned into a beam of light again, rushed out of the top of the Tree of Life, and rushed towards the outer reaches of the galaxy. With the power of the Transcendent and the scepter, it is not difficult for Feng to travel freely in the unknown universe. Soon, he directly passed through the boundary wall of the unknown universe and came to the edge of the known universe. This place is still a chaotic place. He raised the scepter, jumped, appeared in the space dimension of the god's burial garden, and returned to his body. Strangely, the seal for entering and exiting the burial garden of the gods was actually closed. How is this going? Feng frowned, feeling worried for no reason. He lifts the scepter, lightly touches the air above his head, buzz buzz. A burst of ripples rippled open. The entrance of the god's burial garden was opened, and Feng flew out, but what he saw was a desolation surrounded by gunpowder. All of Asgard, all destroyed. Boom! Feng's brain was shocked suddenly and he was furious. The so-called dungeon, the so-called temple, the so-called Bifrost, and the so-called Asgard people have long since disappeared, leaving only a desolate scene full of gunpowder and smoke. Damn it! Feng's face was extremely gloomy. What happened? After the voice fell, an invisible wave of mental power spread out, but in just 2 seconds it covered the entire Asgard. Feng then saw a scene that was enough to drive him into madness. Over Asgard. The sky that was originally illuminated by the sun has turned into a sea of flames. In the ancient 9 realms, there has always been a frightening myth and legend named Ragnarok. Now, Asgard is shrouded in this twilight. As early as half a year ago, a group of Syrians crossed the Bifrost of Asgard, bringing endless winter. First, snowflakes flew down the sky, and then a terrifying cold wind blew from the distant northern star field. The ground of Asgard was covered with thick ice layers. These ice layers only appeared once in the ancient chaotic period of the 9 realms. It is called by the people of Asgard, Winter of Fimbul. The long winter is the harsh winter in ancient Greek mythology. Afterwards, the entire land of Asgard fell into a tremor, the space blockade was damaged, the defense between the Asgard star fields disappeared, and everything fell into turmoil. Asgard was soon reduced to a sea of flames. This fire burned everything in Asgard, and the earth was scorched and broken, and it slowly sank into the boiling sea water. The gods of Asgard and the Valkyries of Valhalla jumped out of the city, armed to the teeth, bravely left the shrine, jumped on their galloping mounts, and rushed across the Bifrost like a tide. All of them were fully armed and came to the battlefield of Asgard to fight the gods for the final battle. This moment, Ragnarök, long predicted by the god of destiny, has finally arrived. The big snake greeted all the fire giants in Muspelheim, the land of fire, with the terrifying giant wolf it could create. The flames covered the city of Asgard and the gunpowder smoke rose from here. Countless years of old enmity broke out at the same time, and people from both sides fought with all their might. No one knows why the Vanir Protos who lost their patriarch will come again, and no one knows why Asgard, which has just ended the war, has fallen into a new war again. At the height of the battle, the whole sky turned red, and the flame giant S.H.I.E.L.D raised his fiery sword and galloped across the sky with his sons. In addition, there is another big ship sailing from the wormhole above, full of 687, carrying the most feared race in the 9 realms, giants of Jotunheim. Go straight to the sky of Asgard, where there is a huge amounts of wormhole, which is constantly being filled with creatures. This is an unstoppable disaster. They walked up Bifrost intending to go straight to Asgard, but their burning hooves were too heavy. Just hearing a loud bang resounding through the universe, Bifrost broke. Countless innocent people of Asgard witnessed the darkness of chaos covering the universe. Asgardian Heimdall of Bifrost saw all these ominous things through his god's eyes, and he immediately notified all the soldiers of Asgard and the residents of the temple through his divine power that the war had gone and returned. At the same time, in the sea of Asgard, Jemingard, the serpent of the world that coiled around the earth, was also wrathful and struggling, stirring up waves like never before. Among the 9 realms, except for the distant Earth, the other 7 major races, without exception, chose to unite to launch an aggressive war against Asgard. Flame giant S.H.I.E.L.D swung his fiery sword and danced wildly. Asgard's heaven was swallowed by flames for nearly 80% of its area. The world tree Yggdrasil was also reduced to ashes and flames, and it became the same place as the land where the palaces of the gods were burning. A piece of scorched earth. Even the water in the ocean was boiled and evaporated. However, Hela, as the king of the new 9 worlds, does not end there. She completely released the power of Asgard, sheltered the land of Asgard with her divine power, enveloped those people, and protected them from the destruction of S.H.I.E.L.D flame. In addition, she even blocked the 7 major races from the city of Asgard with her own power, and the hundreds of billions of night sky blades. It's a pity that S.H.I.E.L.D's power is too strong. The number of giants of Jotunheim is too large, and Asgard, which has lost Odin and lost many soldiers, is no longer able to compete with the 7 major races attacking by the whole family. Even today's Hela is as powerful as Odin, but she still couldn't deal with all the gods of the 7 races while distracting herself from protecting the whole of Asgard. This war lasted for nearly half a year. And Hela also exhausted all her divine power and kept the 7 races out. It's a pity that with the appearance of a huge amount of mechanical gods, this war completely took an unimaginable reversal. So that scene appeared. Hela was put on nearly 100 chains of order, no matter the body or soul, they were all locked up. And above her head, the patriarchs of the 7 major races, with a proud attitude of victory, officially announced the fall of Asgard. Hela, parricide. God of death, the slayer of the 9 realms, your end will come, S.H.I.E.L.D's thick and endlessly fiery divine voice sounded. Asgard will be judged by the 7 races. From then on, the 9 realms will be formally merged into the cosmic god group and will be governed by the members of the sacred god group. As for the Odinson family, there is only destruction. Giants of Jotunheim, Proxima Midnight Elves, and other clans also echoed. Hela, who was entangled in chains all over her body and without any trace of divine power in her body, raised her brows struggling, looking at the patriarchs of the 7 major races who had been trodden by Odin. At last, a trace of spirit appeared on her face. Exhausted exhaustion. Fine, before their invasion, the White Queen was sent back to Earth. Unfortunately, they couldn't see him for the last time. In the final analysis, he was too conceited. If they don't protect the people and cities of Asgard and fight these foreign invaders freely, they will have no chance of winning at all. But in that case, the family that Odin took tens of thousands of years to build will be completely destroyed. Tight. Don't want to see this. If you were alive, you would choose this way, right, Tilda? Hela looked at the broken Bifrost under her feet and muttered to herself. In the name of the trial of the Tenjin group, we will bring down the blade of judgment and take Hela's head. A deafening voice of indifference sounded, and then a gray and white figure appeared above Hela's head. He was holding a giant sword nearly 10,000 feet high in his hand and was about to swing it down towards Hela's head. But at this moment, a figure wrapped in dazzling white light suddenly appeared above Hela's head, raised a palm, and slapped the giant sword lightly. Rumble. The great sword dissipated, the flames dissipated, the frost dissipated, gunpowder dissipate. Only independent, the scorching sun of Asgard seemed to be under the control of this figure, and it surfaced again, next second. The figure raised his head, looked at the leaders of the 7 major races above his head, and said like an ice seller, "You all deserve to die." The last word fell, and above the sky of Asgard there suddenly appeared a huge amount of palms. Each of these palms was as thick as a pillar, as if they had drilled out of the clouds. They are included. This, what kind of power is this? It's just too powerful. No, do not want. Let us go, let us go. All the creatures of the 7 major races were full of despair. And the group of leaders, almost without a chance to react, was smashed into pieces by the white figure that suddenly appeared in front of them, raising their hands, and completely reduced to nothingness with the rippling of divine power. But that's not all. The giant palm that descended from the clouds seemed to control everything, and under the snap of the fingers of the white figure, it suddenly became like a clenched fist. Next moment, all Asgard glowing white. However, in this white light there are green star dots, like stars falling, covering every inch of Asgard. The citizens hiding in the Asgard castle felt a wave of warm, rippling air spreading around them. After tens of seconds, the originally collapsed buildings. The gunpowder smoke all around was restored under this piece of green starlight. Half a minute later, those Asgard troops who died in the flames of war and disputes also came back to life from this familiar and warm land. Even the Bifrost, which is connected to the entire 9 realms, is also under the influence of this white light, repairing itself at a speed visible to the naked eye. The time gem combined with the power of the Transcendent made this farce, that should have turned into a pity, and finally stopped. The clouds above the head gradually spread, and the creatures of the 7 major races turned into countless water droplets, which merged with the sea area under their feet. The breath of outsiders disappeared completely, and Asgard also restored its original tranquility. And that white light finally revealed its true face. Feng. When Hela saw the man's face clearly, her beautiful eyes, which had never shed a single tear since she was a child, instantly turned red as if filled with endless grievances. But Feng, who solved Ragnarök in just 2 minutes, after hearing this call, he appeared in front of Hela without the slightest majesty, and gently hugged her into his arms. Kayan Nuajao in an instant. The hundreds of chains that bound Hela were all broken. "Don't be afraid, I'm always here," Feng said softly. Hela buried her head in her arms, lost her former heroic appearance, and let out a grievance in her heart. "I'm not around these hours, what happened?" Feng stroked her back lightly, the murderous intent still mixed in his tone that had not completely subsided. "There is no doubt that if he is one step behind, Asgard will surely fall into ruin. And Hela, country. The head will also be taken away by that gray and white figure. It is impossible for Feng to accept this kind of result. You've been away for almost a year." Hela complained in her tone, "I've been waiting for you in the gods' burial garden for a long time, but I haven't waited for you to come out. It is only because of the invasion that we have the current situation. I have resisted for half a year. I thought that victory was in sight, but I did not expect." Speaking of this, Hela fell silent. Didn't expect anything. Feng felt something was wrong. Asgard number. It should be said that the entire 9 realms are being targeted by the cosmic god group. Hela bit her lower lip lightly and said, "In ancient times, the cosmic god group had not yet formed. The 9 realms are also located in the Chaos Galaxy. With the emergence of the Life Tribunal and OAA these years, the ambitions of the cosmic celestial group have also grown. In the past, the 9 realms and other star regions could not communicate with each other. There is the leader of the King of God in the world, and they have never violated the river. But this time, for some unknown reason, they have crossed the boundary." As she spoke, her tone became a little more hasty, and she hugged Feng's arm harder. "Husband, you should not get involved in this matter. The OAA and the Life Tribunal are not something you and I can resist. If they really plan to make Asgard, it is under the jurisdiction of the Cosmic Gods group, and we can only obey. Now the entire 9 realms are in chaos, and I cannot unite all races. If I accidentally offend them, I am afraid." Hela didn't continue to speak, but Feng knew exactly what she was worried about. He didn't say anything, just nodded lightly. 147 helped the weak Hela up and said, "By the way, where's Emma? Sister Emma has been sent back to Earth by me." "That's good. Honey, why are you so strong? Which husband is weaker than his wife? What do you think? But you are too strong. When your body recovers, I'll show you my stronger side, hee. You hate." The two flew up along the Bifrost, heading towards the restored Asgard temple. Half an hour later, Hela fell into a deep sleep in the temple chamber. Her power was nearly exhausted, and if it wasn't for the support of Asgard's power, her injuries would have been more serious. Fortunately, Feng appeared in time and saved everything. Seeing that Hela's frowning brows were gradually relaxed, Feng gently raised his finger and flicked a soft transcendent power between her brows, which could help her quickly recover from the sequelae caused by mental exhaustion. In Asgard, a place full of gods, physical strength and longevity are related to divine power. Once the divine power is exhausted, the body will age rapidly, and in the end it may be so fragile that even ants on the earth may be weaker. The Cosmic Gods Group. Oh, what a cosmic god team! The woman who moved me, Feng, this matter is not so easy to settle. With his hands in his pockets, Feng walked outside the altar of the Asgard temple, looking at the tall and majestic buildings. His tone was full of murderous intent. Then he suddenly closed his eyes, summoned the body of the Transcendent, and transferred the soul. Even though he has passed the baptism of the Tree of Life and obtained 50% of the power of the Transcendent, there is still a gap between him and the body of the Transcendent. Now he just takes this opportunity to try to use the body of the Transcendent realm. As the soul entered the body, Feng suddenly felt that his spiritual power had been magnified nearly dozens of times, and he could even clearly feel the blood flowing in the body. But the trouble is, he tried to see clearly the internal organs of the whole body, but was still blocked by a fog. I think this is the shackles. Feng took a deep breath. His eyes were suddenly covered with a layer of white light and immediately rolled around. The mental power is like a tsunami brought by a strong wind, covering every corner of Asgard densely. He could clearly see the expressions on the faces of every Asgardian, can see the flow of every drop of water clearly, feel the power of the gods come to life throughout Asgard. Then he attempted to break through Asgard's defense with his spiritual power and enter the star field of the 9 realms. But at this moment, an extremely powerful and strange divine power appeared in his perception. You are really brave, still hanging on outside. Then don't blame me for being rude. A few seconds later, Feng sneered, opened his eyes, stepped forward, and appeared outside Asgard's star field in an instant. Outside this star field, in addition to a thick layer of divine power tool, there is a phantom that is a full 2,000 feet high. This phantom is like a mechanical person standing outside the Asgard star field. Hitomi exudes orange light as if scanning something. Member of the Universe Celestial Group, the Searcher, this guy is not the first time Feng has seen it. When he obtained the memory of a Transcendent, he had seen a similar scene. Mechanical sounds came from all directions, and the phantom gradually shrank, turning into an entity with a file size about the size of Earth's planet, exuding a faint coercion. Feng's complexion sank. He stretched out his hand and shook it violently towards the increasingly solid phantom. His 2,000-foot body instantly became a lot shorter and turned into the power of countless stars. Absorbed. He stared coldly at the giant and waved his big hand at the Asgard starfield. An energy light curtain instantly enveloped the entire planet, isolating all external forces. Moreover, the Transcendent seems to have some kind of inseparable relationship with the Cosmic Gods Group. It is recorded in the details that this guy is the only one in the Cosmic Gods Group who is powerful enough to control 6 infinite gems at the same time. His pair of radiant eyes stared at the transcendent body wrapped in a cloud of white mist, and the brain memory planet began to search but found nothing. Where did you come from? Why do you want to stop me from carrying out the mission? The phantom in the sky also sensed Feng's existence at this moment. Without saying a word, he stretched out his giant mechanical hand and grabbed Feng directly. Since when did you cosmic gods dare to touch the 9 realms? Feng put his hands on his chest and sneered, not paying attention to the mechanical body in front of him, but said, "This place is not rubbish like you within reach. All members of the Cosmic Gods Group have the power of level universe. They are unified under the management of OAA and maintain the order in the universe according to the rules of OAA. Are you looking for death?" However, Feng just shook his body casually and shattered his entire arm. At the same time, they can arbitrarily decide the fate of a certain planet, destruction or survival, and this alone is enough to prove their status in the universe. The power is rippling and creepy. But in the eyes of Feng, who has obtained the power of a transcendent, it is also an ant-like existence. In front of him, the divine powers of the 7 races that should have remained in Asgard forever turned into 7 rainbows, slowly circling. Stupid, lowly creature. Lower your attitude, otherwise I will make you disappear from this vast universe. The Searcher's mechanical voice came again, louder and louder, which made Feng feel a little bit harsh. Feng shook his head and said, You just said that you are here to carry out a mission. Could it be that the OAA sent you here? If so, I advise you to let him come out and talk to me. You are not qualified. OAA and even the God of Highness, how can you, a small and lowly creature, have the right to call you by your name? The seeker responded without the slightest emotion. As soon as the words fell, a huge amount of scepter appeared in his hand, and a red and purple divine bead was suspended on the top of the staff, which contained majestic level universe energy and exuded palpitating fluctuations. The scepter is the historical source of the searcher. He can use the energy in it to leave a mark on a certain planet at will and exercise his rights as the cosmic god group. What, you want to do something? Feng looked up at him, twitched the corners of his mouth and said, I don't think OAA would want to fight against me. He paused. Well, why don't you tell me Asgard's purpose and return to Asgard, the cosmic power you just devoured? I will show mercy and spare your life. How about it? The searcher didn't speak, but turned his mechanical arm, aimed the scepter at Feng's head and responded him with actions. In an instant, a frightening wave of energy gathered, even pulling the black holes around the earth, completely locking Feng's escape route. Be judged, lower creatures. The searcher let out a low growl, and the energy light waves gathered on the scepter shot out instantly. Boom, the light wave exploded the moment it touched Feng's body, but it didn't hurt him at all. Then Feng made an incredible move. He opened his mouth wide, directly sucking the energy overflowing from the light wave into his stomach. Belch, afterwards, he took a nap and praised with satisfaction, it's delicious. Seeing this scene, the searcher paused, and once again condensed a more powerful energy light wave on the scepter's divine orb and threw it towards Feng. However, without exception, these have become nutritious delicacies for Feng. At the moment, his body is like a bottomless pit. All the attacks of the searcher will not be refused. Because he discovered that the power of the Transcendent is very receptive to other energies of this type of level universe. Not only can it prevent him from being hurt, but it can also allow him to recover more abundant and vigorous physical strength. The physical strength here is not the physical strength of Feng originally, but the physical strength of the Transcendent. What kind of scene will be created if the body of the Transcendent is driven by the power of the Transcendent that is 100% ignored? Feng raised the corner of his mouth, and a look of madness flashed across his face. He slowly raised a finger and pointed it in the direction of the searcher. Zzzz, terrifying energy fluctuations condensed at his fingertips, an invisible force seemed to squeeze the entire solar system away. And behind Feng, a translucent white figure was slowly gathering away, doing the same movements as him. Seeing this scene, the searcher's body finally shook and a wave of fear spread from the bottom of his heart. He decides to run away. At the moment, as a member of the Universe God group, he completely lost the majesty of his lofty status. Only then did he understand why the OAA reminded all the members of the Celestial God group to be careful in the 9 realms in the meetings held every 100 years. However, now he has no regrets. Escape. The only way to calm down the fear in his heart is to escape. Even if this decision will become a laughingstock in the ears of other members of the Celestial group, he doesn't care. Want to run. Feng raised the corner of his mouth. He didn't intend to give the searcher this chance. He just lifted his finger lightly and sneered, for example. Laugh. A beam of light that is more dazzling than the sun shot out from Feng's hand, directly hitting the searcher's huge amounts of flesh. One finger, just use one finger, there is no suspense. The searcher's body instantly disintegrated, and together with the dozens of planets behind him, they exploded together, turning into a piece of brilliant starlight, which was absorbed by the surrounding black holes. No creature has ever been able to leave alive after laying a dead hand on Feng. Even though he was a member of the Cosmic Gods group and under the jurisdiction of the OAA, Feng didn't give him any chance to escape. Seeking flowers 0 ding. Congratulations to the host for killing the member of the Universe Celestial group, the searcher for special rewards. Chances of lottery draw primary and secondary. Please continue to work hard. Ding. With the host's current strength, he can instantly kill any member of the Cosmic God group. These 7 red lights suddenly emitted a dazzling light, like a vortex, directly sucking Feng in. This figure has no clear facial features, no burly figure. Only the outline of a human figure can make people tell that there is indeed a creature standing here. After all, this thing is Asgard's property, and it's a good thing to send it back. However, he soon showed a speechless expression and replied, "It is a good thing to have rewards. You asked me to keep working hard. Do you want me to start a war with the entire universe?" As soon as the voice fell, countless sacred rays of light converged, and a 2-meter-high gray-white figure quietly appeared in front of Feng. All are members of the level Universe Celestial group like the Seekers. Not far away, countless strange-shaped buildings were wrapped in clouds and mist, all exuding a sacred atmosphere. With just one palm, Feng easily grasped the divine power gathered after the death of the creatures of the 7 races, and was very leisurely preparing to tear open the space channel and leave. Feng's face was like a calm sea. He put his hands in his pockets, looked at the top of his head and said calmly, "Come out." This feeling he has not experienced force for a long time, but at this moment. This kind of breath made Feng feel that something was wrong. He released his mental power to detect it casually and found that there were people living in these buildings. Am I like the kind of person who likes to kill? Feng was even more speechless, no longer refuted the system, but directly grabbed the 7 rainbows floating in the universe with one hand, wanting to return it to Asgard. Anyway, he doesn't like this thing at all. The only thing worth mentioning is that the terrifying aura emanating from this figure actually made Feng feel a little oppressed. A system notification sounded in his head, which brought Feng back to his senses. Then he raised his head suddenly and found that he had actually come above a cloud layer. He's still getting more used to life on Earth. This is also the main reason why Feng intends to leave. Then I will go with you. After hearing that Feng wanted to leave, Hela quickly came to his side and hugged his arm. Although the entire 9 realms is a mess now, but when she heard that Feng was leaving, she still wanted to keep Feng back immediately. During this period of time, Hela found herself relying more and more on Feng. Hearing her words, Feng couldn't help laughing and said, "I wiped out the 9 realms, and the mess left behind is probably worse than in ancient times. Don't you need to take the army to inspect the territories of other races? Now that Asgard has just escaped from Ragnarok, there are too many things to deal with. First of all, those races that have lost their patriarchs are no different from lambs waiting to be slaughtered." "Why do you say that?" Feng wiped out all 7 races with one palm. What bicycle is there? At this stage, as long as Hela brings the army of Asgard to the city and declares to protect every inch of land of the 7 major races from being violated. The 9 realms will once again enter a peaceful and stable era, and the King of God of Hela will also be completely defeated. Sit down, so leaving at this time is not a rational choice. Otherwise, the God King Hela is too incompetent. All right. Then husband, when you go back, remember to miss me. Hela is not an idiot either, so she naturally figured it out, so she could only nod her head helplessly. "Don't worry, my wife." Feng hugged him into his arms and said with a smile, "If you miss me, let Heimdall teleport you to the bedroom and let's try Newcastle again, hee. Hate." Hela glared at him but nodded in agreement with the idea. The big deal is to deal with the peace of the 9 realms during the day and go to accompany Feng at night. What perfect time management. If the deceased Odin knew that the Bifrost he built at a huge cost was actually used by Hela in this way, he would probably vomit blood with anger. Feng was also a little dumbfounded. Originally he was just joking, but Hela actually agreed. "But I have to say that Bifrost's movement is really too big. If Hela comes here every night, Feng's house will soon become the headline news of the TV station. Honey, let me figure out a way. You should concentrate on dealing with the troubles of the 9 realms first. I'll find a way to come to Asgard." Feng smiled and patted Hela on the shoulder. "You know, the plot of Doctor Strange hasn't happened yet, even if he doesn't use the power of the Transcendent to travel between the universes. At worst, he can go to the Ancient One magician to learn so-called magic. Didn't Asgard come and go when he wanted to? Moreover, space gems have also appeared on Earth, and any one of the infinite gems is an extremely perverted treasure in Marvel. He will never let it go, even if he can't use it. It may not be necessary to hand it over to Hela. In this way, Hela no longer needs Bifrost. Okay, I'll listen to you, husband. I will also deal with the mess in the 9 realms as soon as possible, and then I will accompany you. I want to be with Sister Emma and lead you to live a life without shame." It was rare for Hela to say so in a coquettish tone. Feng has seen this little daughter's posture many times since Odin died and his heart knot was untied. I have to say that, as the goddess of Asgard, Hela is so adorable. The people of Asgard probably never imagined that their king of God would be so dependent on Feng. In the end, Feng left. Hela personally sent him to Bifrost, and Thor was with him. After the war, Thor saw a scene from a side view that he would never forget in his life, so he immediately found an excuse to leave Asgard with Feng. After experiencing such a major change, if Feng is not there after Ragnarök, Thor will definitely be in a slump. Although he is not feeling very well now, as long as he can return to Earth to drink and have fun, he will probably forget these troublesome things soon. After all, there is still a playboy in the earth waiting to pick up girls with him. Without too much farewell, the two were surrounded by a dazzling rainbow light under Heimdall's gesture, and after tens of seconds, they shuttled directly to the streets of the capital of the United States. Feng has no plans to talk to Thor. According to Hela, he has been away from Earth for a year, and a lot of things must have happened during this year. He must rush back to see his wife Emma as soon as possible, but just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by Thor. "Hey sister, brother-in-law," this address directly made Feng stunned in place. Good guy, Feng really didn't expect that Thor would call himself that. You know, he also contributed to Odin's death. Although after experiencing Ragnarök, part of Thor's mind is on the people of Asgard, but you have to know that Thor's character has always been stubborn. Forgive Feng. As if seeing the doubts in Feng's heart, Thor scratched his head and walked in front of Feng. "Actually, I don't blame you. I know a series of 737 things my father did, including what he did to you." The White Queen let out a cry and turned her head quickly. "Since the matter has come to this, I don't want to have a deadlock with someone as strong as you." Feng patted him on the shoulder. Although Thor was a bit stubborn, his personality was quite straightforward and there was nothing evil about him. When he saw the White Queen, who was sitting bored in the living room, he couldn't help but put a smile on his face, quietly ran behind her and hugged her. After speaking, Thor turned into a thunderbolt and left in a flash. Who doesn't want to have an awesome brother-in-law? So I think you are right, Hela is not wrong, it is my father who is wrong. Sure enough, it is normal for the Odin family not to have a single brain circuit. But that's good too, at least you don't have to worry about Thor coming to trouble him. Fine, okay, Thor grinned and said, "Brother-in-law, then I'll go to S.H.I.E.L.D. First, come and drink with me when you have time and I'll take you to pick up girls. Since you don't blame the past, I am also very happy to make you my friend." Feng rolled his eyes helplessly, his body shrunk to an inch and he appeared in the villa in an instant. Besides, don't want the brother-in-law who comes to your door for nothing. He didn't want to be cruel to this brother-in-law. What else can he say? Feng, next second, an indescribable scene happened. At the same time, in a star field that is about to become extinct in the known universe, hundreds of huge amounts of battleships stand everywhere, which is Thanos' space fleet. Thanos has a special guest today. In Thor 1, Loki, who fell into the abyss of the treasure universe, had his hands and feet bound at the moment, and knelt in front of Thanos in a captive posture. Looking at the stalwart Thanos, Lu Jai couldn't help but feel huge amounts of pressure. "You are the third child of God King Odin, Loki." Thanos glanced at the cosmic data suspended in front of him and said to Loki lightly, "Yes, great patriarch of the Titans, I am Loki." Loki's voice trembled and he was very respectful to Thanos. At the moment, he didn't have the usual spoof expression, let alone any trace of frivolity. It's not that he hasn't heard of the man in front of him. Patriarch of the Titans. This lunatic not only wiped out his own race, but even killed half of the lives in nearly hundreds of galaxies. Then, you should know about my relationship with Asgard. I went to Asgard for a while and saw your father. The so-called divine energy in your galaxy makes me sick. Give me a reason not to kill you." Thanos' tone was flat, but killing intent poured out. Obviously, he doesn't intend to let Loki go so easily. After all, his starship journey will soon enter the Nine Realms. At that time, as the most powerful race in the Nine Realms, Asgard must be the first place he set foot on. "Dear Your Excellency Thanos, I'm sorry for what happened to you, but in fact, I hate that old man and the whole of Asgard. If you have carefully investigated my life experience, you should know that I am not actually Odin's child. He never made me feel the warmth of a father's love. I hate him very much. I mean, if you want revenge on Odin, I'd be happy to be your servant." Loki tried to sound more at ease, but his trembling body gave him away. In fact, Loki is still a little flustered right now. After all, it was Thanos standing in front of him. The ruthless methods of this Titan clansman are almost unmatched in the Nine Realms. "You're right. Ebony Maw told me that the blood in you comes from the giants of Jotunheim, born to be the sworn enemies of Asgard." "Yeah," Thanos said flatly. As the Titans, who are enough to be ranked in the top 20 in the universe, they naturally cannot be underestimated in the collection of cosmic data. "Yes, you are right. The purpose of the existence of the giants of Jotunheim is to destroy Asgard, so we should be friends." Loki smiled shyly, looked at Thanos and said, "In order to fight for the chance to survive, he doesn't mind being so humble. Friends? I never trust friends, let alone you. God of trickery, your reputation is very loud." Thanos has a clear sneer on his face. This situation made Loki feel a little bad. Damn, this guy keeps talking about himself. Isn't this just kidding me? Loki cursed secretly in his heart and began to think crazily, what should he do to make his situation safer? So, If you don't like the word friend, what about partner? Although I am the god of trickery, I am the person who pays the most attention to the spirit of contract. I will never cheat my partners. Loki swears, the determined expression on his face almost makes him believe it himself. If Thor were here, he couldn't help but yell at Loki for his shamelessness. Because what Loki has done the most since he was a child is to use the name of a partner to cheat him hard. After hearing Loki's remarks, Thanos sneered, looked at him with interest and said, "Then tell me, how do you want to cooperate with me?" Loki swallowed, his mind spinning rapidly. If the next answer dissatisfied the Titan clansman, he had no doubt that his end would be very serious. After sorting out his thoughts, Loki had an idea in his mind. How about we make an equal transaction? I will help you complete one thing, anything is fine, as long as I complete it you will let me go. How? Loki gave Thanos a very sincere smile. What he thinks is that as long as he can fool this guy, he can go wherever he wants to go next. At worst, hide back in Asgard and let the old man and his family keep his relationship. Could it be that you, Thanos, hunted down to the 9 realms for an Asgardian? However, Thanos did touch his chin, thinking about it seriously, because he happened to have one thing that needed someone to deal with it. It's just that his black lunar general has gone to other star fields to perform missions, and he can't be dispatched for the time being, so he is very short of a subordinate who can be used and thrown away. The current Loki might be a good candidate. I have one thing, I'm short of manpower. If you can complete it, it may not be impossible to spare your life. Thanos said flatly. As for Midgard, which is Earth, Loki knows it all too well. Meanwhile, Loki had another idea in mind. Although human beings on Earth are a bit weak, the water there is very deep. He really intends to give Loki a try because there is no one who is more suitable than Loki at present. Since Thanos has this demand, what benefits can he get from it? When Odin unified the 9 realms, it was strictly forbidden not to disturb the creatures of Midgard. Although the reason was not explained, it is true that no god has ever been to the earth for tens of thousands of years. Loki's heart skipped a beat when he heard that, and he immediately guessed what Thanos was talking about the Tesseract. First of all, you must give me a strong army. After all, the water in that place is very deep, and my strength alone is not enough to complete this task. But it's okay, it's my honor to share the worries of the great Thanos. Loki's smile widened and the compliments kept pouring out. If you have heard it, go and get it back for me. I can agree to this matter, but I also have conditions. That is a treasure. Whenever Loki has any intention to deceive him, no Majao, he will immediately slap this guy to death. As Thanos spoke, he watched Loki's expression carefully. He thought about it and said to Thanos, "Dear Lord Thanos, since you are a member of the 9 realms, do you know that in Midgard of the 9 realms there is a thing called Tesseract? Secondly, I also need a handy weapon which allows me to play better. Finally, I need to gain dominion over the earth and the Tesseract can be yours. It's a fair deal and I promise I'll do well. What do you think?" Loki is not worried that Thanos will reject him. The big deal is to be less demanding. Anyway, when it comes to negotiating conditions, originally it is asking for a lot of money and bargaining on the ground. Only to Loki's surprise, Thanos nodded in agreement after thinking about it. This F***K agreed so easily. Loki was extremely surprised and even began to feel that Thanos' huge body no longer looked so scary, but had a kind feeling. I can agree to your conditions, but I also hope that you can do what you say. If you screw up, trust me, I'll find you out and crush your bones with one stroke of my finger. Thanos gave Loki a warning, and at the same time raised his hand and picked up a dark blue scepter from behind. There was a brilliant yellow gemstone on the top of the scepter, which was particularly eye-catching. As expected of Loki 587, he recognized the origin of this yellow gem at a glance. In Infinite Gems, Mind Gem, this is your weapon. As for the army you want, I will not send them to meet you until you show me the Tesseract. Thanos threw the Mind Gem directly in front of him. This shocked Loki. How could Thanos trust himself so much? Could it be that he was really moved by his own words and chose to believe in himself without reservation? If true, that's pretty touching. In fact, what Loki doesn't know at all is that Thanos doesn't believe him at all, but thinks that Loki dare not lie to him. There are many creatures who deceived Thanos, but without exception, they all became ghosts in the universe. Over time, no one in the universe dared to lie to Thanos anymore. So much so that Thanos doesn't feel that Loki has the courage to lie to himself at all. Little did he know he was meeting the most scheming guy in the entire Marvel universe. Very good. Dear Lord Thanos, I promise to complete your mission. One happy cooperation, Loki said, very satisfied. The heart is even more excited. Loki, am I finally turning salty fish over? After a few days. Li Feng and White Queen, who returned to Earth, learned about recent events and found that Marvel's timeline is still in a relatively stable state. In addition to the relatively lively mutant, Spider-Man's publicity has also brought a lot of excitement. Big movement. Definitely, he was surprised that the plot of Avengers Alliance 1 still hadn't arrived. He was not in a hurry and directly ran to Camertage, asking the Ancient One magician for advice on magic. Although he now possesses the power of a Transcendent, at least he is absolutely invincible on Earth, but it is not a bad reason not to overwhelm him with too many skills. Learn more and use more. This is space magic. It doesn't look too difficult. Li Feng was standing in the courtyard of Ancient One Magician, wearing a sling ring, practicing the spells he had learned. A golden circular portal appeared in front of him with some space magic. On the other side of the portal is Jai Feng's villa. This is Li Feng's first practice. To be precise, he learned it directly after seeing the Ancient One Magician demonstrate it once. At first, Li Feng thought it was difficult to learn, but he didn't expect it to be so easy. In fact, this is due to the existence of the god of symbiotes, allowing his genes to easily adapt to any new knowledge. So much so that his magical ability, without his own knowledge, was raised to the top. Ancient One beside him couldn't help rolling his eyes when he heard Li Feng's muttering. "What are you talking about? Not difficult, obv. Do you know how long I practiced when I cast my first spell? For half a year. This is the case when she has full ability. If there is not enough ability at that abnormally slow speed, it is impossible to grow into today's Sorcerer Supreme." The always proud Ancient One magician was finally hit by Li Feng. This guy's magical ability is outrageous, and it's ridiculously over the top. "Li Feng, your growth rate is too fast. Basic magic is no longer applicable to you. You can learn this again, mirror space magic." After finishing speaking, Ancient One magician clasped his hands together and turned slightly in the opposite direction. At once, the scenes around the two of them began to change, and the fluid space like shards of glass wrapped them inside. It was the world when we first met. Ancient One smiled slightly towards Li Feng. Mirror space can provide a good place for magicians to fight, and it will not affect reality. But if you want to learn him, ability alone is not enough. You try. It is not difficult to guess that Gu Rai intends to use this method to frustrate Jai Feng's spirit. She has absolute confidence that this spell Li Feng cannot learn. When Li Feng racked his brains and couldn't get started, she stood up and patted Li Feng on the shoulder, telling him not to be too ambitious. Such a difficult spell, normal people need to practice for several months. After all, not everyone is like her. Same, you can learn it in a few days. Young people, the most important thing is to lay a good foundation. Ancient One at the side even thought about it. As long as Li Feng fails, she will immediately come out to comfort this guy with excellent ability. But in the blink of an eye, the surrounding scene changed, and Camertage seemed to be swallowed by an invisible giant mouth, completely turning into darkness. Countless shattered mirrors spewed out from the sling ring and swept away in all directions at a very exaggerated speed. It's just that while watching myself demonstrate, I directly learned a so-called most difficult spell, "Are you still human?" Then a scene that stunned Ancient One magician appeared. She's silly. Li Feng didn't even know what the Ancient One magician was thinking. Instead, she closed her eyes with interest, recalled her previous actions, and deduced it in her heart. Li Feng raised the corner of his mouth, ready to try it out. It's like being in the starry sky of the universe, surrounded by stars. The Ancient One magician's face immediately turned pale, looking at the scene before him in disbelief. "Okay, then I'll try." The entire Camertage instantly expanded hundreds of times, soon. Li Feng held the mysterious seal in his hand, and at the same time, a large amount of transcendent power passed into the sling ring minister in his hand. This is beyond the scope of the mirror space. At the same time, you must also show your master demeanor. No matter how high your Li Feng's spell ability is, it's impossible to be so high, right? Moreover, there is no doubt that the mirror space built by Li Feng is wider than that built by Ancient One magician before. What the ancient magician built was just a scene of the earth, but what Li Feng is building now is a cosmic starry sky. In other words, he used his own power to reproduce 100% of the universe into the mirror image, and the battle area was expanded tens of thousands of times. In this area, he can do whatever he wants. Ancient One magician, do you think this is a success? Li Feng smiled at the Ancient One magician. Obviously, he did not expect that he could cause such a big scene. The Ancient One magician woke up from the state of doubting life after hearing Li Feng's words. She took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement that nearly vomited blood, coughed lightly, and said, "Well, Not bad, but you can try to add some details to this mirror space, such as creating illusion to your own advantage, but since this is your first time using it, it's pretty sloppy. What else could Ancient One do? I can only pretend to save face. This Sorcerer Supreme, who has lived for hundreds of years, was hit by an Earthling for the first time. For the first time, she felt that there were monsters more terrifying than herself in this world. As if he was born for magic, and even her position as Sorcerer Supreme should be almost occupied by him. Feng didn't think too much about it, instead he took it for granted. Sorcerer Supreme, magic ability is definitely higher than his. Ask for advice with an open mind and let others give pointers, which is what you should do. That, magician. Do you have any other spells? I want to learn more. You shouldn't mind, Feng said to the magician with a smile. Anyway, she had promised before, and camouflage was always open to him. If you don't learn, you don't learn. Moreover, Feng found this spell more and more interesting. Just like playing a game, there is a kind of joy of liver achievement. After returning to Earth these few days, Feng and White Queen stayed in the villa and never went out. The world outside was calm and peaceful. He fell into a state of doing nothing. Moreover, his company is still busy preparing new movies recently, and this cycle is not short, and he is too lazy to communicate with those high-spirited actors. Gotta find something to do, right? No, come to camouflage. In the final analysis, Feng didn't know much about spells, and he didn't know what level his abilities belonged to in the magician. In Ancient One's eyes, he felt that he was pretending to be aggressive, but in fact he was really cute. For these simple spells, it is enough for you to master the principles. The rest is to use the means. Generally speaking, it is too much the same, and it is not difficult for you now. Note that you must never try to space, that is not the field you should touch. 3 days after coming to camouflage, the Ancient One magician said this to Feng. 3 days, only 3 days have passed. Feng learned all the spells that Sling Ring could cast. Today's Ancient One magician has no spells to teach Feng, definitely except for dark magic. That thing can only be used by those who have a mission. I also have this feeling, no matter what kind of spell, the fundamental principle is the same. But I always feel that these spells have a kind of shackles, or there is still room for evolution. What do you think? Feng was quite polite to Ancient One magician. After all, the current Ancient One magician can be regarded as his half-teacher. You're right, the Ancient One magician nodded with a little surprise in his eyes. She didn't expect Feng to notice its existence so quickly. Is it possible that this is God's will? After thinking about it, she decided not to hide it. In this case then, let me teach you some real magic. I call it dark magic. In the Marvel Universe, magic is not particularly powerful because it is a product derived from the Earth, which is very different from the energy in the universe. However, dark magic is another concept. It is a power transformed from cosmic energy. In other words, its existence is the same as Scarlet Witch's power. The reason why Ancient One can become Sorcerer Supreme is not just camouflaged magic and time gem. Dark magic is one of her trump cards, and it is for its existence that the Ancient One magician has spoken for so long. Even in a parallel universe in the comics, Tony Stark also learned dark magic, became a Sorcerer Supreme, and possessed other strengths of the level universe. 0. Seeking flowers. From this aspect, it is enough to see how big the gap between dark magic and ordinary magic is. To put it simply, today's camouflage uses nothing more than a copy of dark magic. Ancient One magician does not intend to let it see the light of day, because since she learned it, she has never seen anyone who can master this kind of power, so releasing dark magic is a very irrational thing. But now, she met such a genius as Feng. In Feng, she saw that essence, can control the essence of dark magic power. It's not the kind of affection between men and women, but the affection of mutual appreciation. 0. Feng's behavior of repelling Galactus before made Ancient One magician realize the possibility of this aspect, so she made a decision. If Feng knew what the Ancient One magician thought, he would definitely agree with her without any hesitation. Closer to home. She spent a whole 100 years to understand this secret, but she found nothing, so she also hoped that Feng would not pursue losses. The real controller is a higher creature that has existed since the birth of the universe. If it is said that the Ancient One magician became the Sorcerer Supreme by relying on this power, then it is not a strange thing. After hearing what Ancient One said, Feng nodded slightly, motioning for her to continue talking. When Feng saw the thin Ancient One using dark magic to tear a huge amounts of planet into pieces with his bare hands, he couldn't help but shrink his pupils. Ancient One did not hide the existence of Dormammu. She told Li Feng that Dormammu is the creator of dark magic, but it cannot control dark magic, so it has become a host of dark magic, so there is no need to fear it. This power, weird to the extreme, it's so weird. At the same time, she deliberately created a mirror space to demonstrate her own dark magic. It is strange, not strong. Later, Li Feng met Dormammu again. Ancient One magician began to tell Li Feng about the source of dark magic. This kind of strength is placed in the 9 realms, and it can even be said that it is not weaker than Odin. Good. She also told Li Feng that there is no need to fear it. Yes, because Dormammu is not the master of dark magic. When Li Feng heard this, he suddenly realized something. No wonder the Ancient One magician was able to single-handedly resist the ravages of dark magic for so many years, which Doctor Strange couldn't even do with the time gem. Since this thing is so powerful, Li Feng naturally cannot miss this good opportunity to learn. What Li Feng, who was idle and bored and learning magic with Ancient One magician, didn't know that the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. had become a mess. Commissioner Nick Fury is in huge amounts of trouble. The cause of the matter has to start with Tesseract. As the prototype of Avengers took shape, Tesseract was also controlled by S.H.I.E.L.D. It has to be said that the emergence of this thing has had a great impact on the current Marvel. Although Nick Fury doesn't know much, he also knows that there is infinite energy inside this thing. Nick Fury also had a bold idea. If you can use this Tesseract to make weapons, how strong will it be? Yes. 7. Nick Fury once had such an idea after seeing Thor's terrible destructive power. Human beings need to have the courage and strength to resist when facing Asgard or other alien civilizations, rather than blindly flattering and compromising. When Nick Fury proposed using Tesseract to make weapons, it was approved by the Ministry of Defense with almost no resistance. This matter is handed over to S.H.I.E.L.D. It is a relatively large project. What Nick Fury didn't expect was that when he organized a team to study Tesseract, the thing seemed to disappear suddenly, and it disappeared immediately. Who knows how terrified Nick Fury was when he heard the news that the Tesseract was missing. You must know that the Tesseract is stored in the Underground Research Institute of S.H.I.E.L.D. When foreign enemies break in, almost all members of S.H.I.E.L.D. are dispatched to defend. But unfortunately, that thing was still taken away. And along with the Tesseract, a member of the Avengers, a level 10 agent Hawkeye. Who knows what is the origin of that guy in a green robe with 2 horns on his head, who used a scepter to control all the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and even left S.H.I.E.L.D. with Tesseract unharmed. This situation is too serious. Simply ignore S.H.I.E.L.D. When Tesseract disappeared like this, not only Nick Fury's ability was questioned, but even the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. was scolded by the Ministry of Defense. In the Stark building, Tony and Nick Fury stood together, pointed to the big screen in front of them and said, "This is a picture we took on the spot. This guy in green is our main target. Our Avengers Alliance is the first time to carry out this kind of mission. We must dispatch all the staff to capture him back to S.H.I.E.L.D. However, when Thor, who was sitting on the sofa, saw the familiar face, he stood up with a whoosh. This guy Loki is still alive. His face was full of surprise and his tone was full of disbelief. Thor, do you know him? Tony paused the hand holding the wine glass and asked puzzledly. Definitely, this is my younger brother. We had some conflicts a long time ago. I thought he was dead. Thor managed to recover, realized that he had been deceived, and said with anger on his face, "Damn it, I even cried for him. It turns out he wasn't dead at all." That's beside the point, Thor. This fellow is a dangerous man. He took the Tesseract. We don't know what his purpose is. Nick Fury stopped the curious eyes of other Avengers with a stern tone and brought the topic back on track. And Hawkeye, you must ask him face to face why he betrayed us. This is not something a 10th level agent should do. Natasha Romanoff was also full of resentment and said dissatisfied. The relationship between her and Hawkeye has always been the best. Unexpectedly, Hawkeye lost the basic qualities that an agent should have and betrayed the organization. This made Natasha Romanoff very angry. Anyway, we need to find Loki first and prevent them from using Tesseract. Captain America sums it up and urges people to act quickly. Although Captain America's strength is not strong, its status in the Avengers is not low. He is a leader, a good spiritual leader. JARVIS, control our satellites to scan around the incident site to see if we can find any traces. Tony was as rich and powerful as ever and directly used his own private satellite. By this point, the Avengers had all but sprung into action, looking for Loki. Everyone believes that as long as Loki is still on the Earth, he will be found. Li Feng at the moment didn't know that the plot of Avengers Alliance 1 was developing rapidly because of the appearance of Loki. After learning dark magic from Ancient One for a few days, Feng mastered it. After saying hello to Ancient One magician, he opened a portal and went to Asgard. For Feng's arrival, Hela was very pleasantly surprised. Originally, she thought it would take a long time to see Feng, but she didn't expect Feng to come to her so soon. On that day, Feng deeply pampered the great god king Hela, the 53 lord of gods who ruled the 9 realms. As for Tesseract, she is not unheard of. Even if there is a deviation in the final plot, it will not be too late for Feng to act again. After finishing, Hela stroked that green hair and leaned into Feng's arms. It's not a simple thing, Tesseract. But after gaining the power of a Transcendent, Feng has somewhat regained his place. Feng replied, I have to go to Earth and it's back. I don't know that. He really didn't want to get involved in it. Is there a way to get it? S.H.I.E.L.D is keeping an eye on this thing. If it falls into the hands of Asgard, isn't it equivalent to falling into the hands of someone like Lee? Hela said with a cold face, returning to her previous high-cold demeanor. If such a dangerous thing stays in Midgard, it will bring great uncertainty. The cosmic energy it possesses cannot be grasped by the people on Earth. It is better for us to keep it in Asgard. Although in most cases, Hela takes the initiative. And according to the plot, Tesseract originally will also fall into the hands of Asgard. After all, this thing exists at the same level as Reality Gem. Odin once had the idea of infinite gems, but finally gave up for some reason. So this thing is both a trouble and an opportunity. If Tesseract can be controlled, Asgard's strength will be further strengthened. Moreover, they might be able to take advantage of this opportunity to greatly increase Asgard's influence on Earth. It has to be said that today's Hela looks more and more like a king. What is the situation in the 9 realms? Have the 7 major races chosen to submit to Asgard? Feng asked Hela. There's no pressure. Without their patriarch, they have no room to resist at all. It's just that the giants of Jotunheim have always been stubborn, so it may take some time. After all, Thor is not here anymore. What Hela doesn't say is that after solving the giants of Jotunheim, she can be a shopkeeper. At that time, she can return to Earth and start a life with Feng without shame. Before becoming the God King, Hela has always regarded the position of God King as his obsession. But after she really became the God King, she realized that this is both an honor and a responsibility. Therefore, she still likes the days when she is with Feng carefree without thinking about any superfluous things. Feng thought about it and found that this is not bad. Now the fate of Asgard has changed a lot, at least it will not be as miserable as before. And with Feng around, he wouldn't watch Asgard fall into crisis. After all, this is Hela's country rounded up to his country. Hela is the king of gods, which is not much different from him being the king of gods. The days together are always short, and Feng didn't stay in Asgard for too long. 2 days later, Feng said goodbye to Hela and returned to his villa. Immediately after returning to the manor, Feng learned from the White Queen that the plot of the Avengers Alliance was already happening. The news immediately issued a comprehensive report. On the floor of the Stark building, Loki is covered in green light and holds a tesseract in his hand. According to the normal plot, as long as he activates the tesseract device, the Chitori army sent by Thanos will kill him. With the current strength of the Avengers Alliance, it should be enough to deal with these tilde. After all, Thor is no longer the god of the hammer. Feng thought to himself, he actually has a little confidence in the Avengers. After all, from the point of view of the original plot, isn't the Chitori army sent down to the Avengers Alliance as experienced babies? So he wasn't too worried. Moreover, the city of Massa, where he is located, is not far from the capital of the United States. Even if there is something that can't stand him, he can go to the battlefield with a teleport. But as soon as he appeared, basically nothing happened to the Avengers Alliance. Today's Avengers is indeed, as Feng said, the strength is much stronger than in the plot. Thor awakened the divine power in his body ahead of time, becoming the most powerful combat force in Avengers. Hulk and Captain America in this time period are also nearly invincible. However, these Avengers are still inexperienced and did not stop Loki from completing his summoning plan. Not too long ago, Loki caught on to the fact that the Avengers didn't trust each other very well and set a trap. It not only severely damaged the internal unity of Avengers, but also bought enough time for the launch of Tesseract. This god, known as the God of Tricks, finally saw hope from the hands of the people on Earth. At the moment, Loki is starting Tesseract with victorious attitude. Soon, a thick blue light was released from the Tesseract and formed a huge amounts of vortex channel in the sky above. On the other side of the space channel, the endless Chitori army is in action, rushing towards the Earth overwhelmingly. At this time, someone finally arrived and planned to stop the roadbed. My brother, you came too late. Looking at the face of the visitor, Loki smiled triumphantly. In Loki's eyes, Thor is just a fool with a whole body of muscles but no brains. If it weren't for Odin's fancy to Thorby would have been played to death by him. Well, now he didn't know where he learned that Odin was dead too, so he wasn't afraid of Thor anymore. Look, you be *****D, you make me so angry. Thor is also completely irritated by Loki's various behaviors. He couldn't wait to beat up this stupid little brother. Dark blue thunder permeated Thor's body, powerful divine power burst out, ready to move under the muscles. Loki wasn't easy to mess with either. He also held the scepter and charged towards Thor. The two brothers have been in love and killed each other for so long, it's time to decide the outcome. However, in the space passage above the Stark building, the Chitori army also descended. The giant Leviathan ship that looks like a whale, and countless individual airships like a swarm of locusts, and giant worms poured out of the space channel densely. Under the lens of the media, this scene was broadcast live all over the world. Countless people on Earth showed panic and they finally realized something. Feng narrowed his eyes. Even all the countries on the entire Earth are taking action at this moment, Qian Zhao, and no one knows whether the United States can stop this alien invasion. Sure enough, there is a big gap between the movie and the reality. The movie can't visualize every shot, but he really stood in the Marvel universe, and he could clearly see the Chitori Legion coming out of the space channel at the moment. It is far more exaggerated than in the movie. The warships and airships of these alien civilizations did not destroy the capital of the United States immediately, but continued to spread in all directions. Countless fighter jets took off directly and came towards the capital for support. Although the entertainment industry in the United States is very interested in alien invasion movies, it doesn't mean they want to see this scene happen. Because that is the fear that comes from within. If it is unstoppable, the alien crisis is likely to expand to the entire Earth. On the Earth, wars may continue to break out among human nations, but when facing alien races, human beings can unite. Feng also came to the outside of the villa, vaguely able to see the ever-spreading Chitori Legion in the capital. There's a lot of movement. This is the community of shared future for mankind. The suppression brought by high-tech civilization is no worse than those unknown horrors. Naturally, the Ministry of National Defense cannot tolerate such an important city being destroyed by aliens. As a result, the United States Ministry of Defense immediately announced that it had entered the highest level of combat readiness. Aliens have invaded. As one of the most important economic cities in the United States, the capital of the United States is regarded as the center of the whole world. All the residents in the capital of the United States looked at the scene above their heads, and there was only one sentence left in their minds. This shows that the Chitori Legion is not satisfied with the capital of the United States. Their purpose is the entire Earth. What will a higher civilization do when it invades a lower civilization, destroy their race and occupy their territory? That's the right thing to do. In an instant, the capital of the United States was plunged into sparks and explosions, high-rise buildings collapsed, and the streets were in chaos. Many innocent citizens became meatloaf the moment these Chitori legions rushed down. The real alien invasion is by no means the children's playhouse in the movie. Brutal, gory, terrifying. Meanwhile, those trapped in the capital were horrified to find that all means of communication had lost their signal. Not long after the Chitori Legion arrived, they blocked all signals with some sort of ultrasonic device. The entire mechanized equipment of the United States was scrapped directly. This is the ravages of lower civilizations by higher civilizations. In other words, it is called dimensionality reduction strike. Human beings, newborns who have not yet left the solar system, were severely beaten by the bully civilization from the universe, the Chitori Legion. The war started completely and everything was messed up. Those fighter jets that took off were swept by countless electric 943 magnetic waves when they were about to reach the sky over the capital of the United States. All the internal devices of the fighter jets failed, were directly damaged from the air, and exploded. The planes that fell one after another made all the witnesses feel hopeless. There is no power to fight back, not even a chance to struggle. This was originally the true strength of the Chitori Legion, which almost made the human civilization on Earth lose its resistance in a very short period of time. Things seemed to be getting bigger. Feng was also stunned. This kind of scene was beyond his imagination. No matter how strong the Avengers alliance is, it seems that it can't parry so many Chitori. The United States, the capital, members of the Avengers alliance gather in the city. Natasha Romanoff, you organized the evacuation to a safe place. Hawkeye, you and I block the attacks of these people and buy time for the evacuated crowd. On the street, Captain America yelled at the two companions beside him. The first time the Chitori army broke through the atmosphere, they had already arrived. It's just that with their ability, they can't stop anything at all. They can only protect those innocent people and lead them to a safe place to take refuge through their own power. Over Captain America's head, Tony Stark easily destroys several Chitori airships. He dispatched all the mechs, but he was still a little overwhelmed. Long, more and more are coming, I will go to the sky to intercept them. Tony's tone was not as frivolous as before, but very solemn. After leaving such a sentence, he flew across the block and rushed towards the other Chitori. Watching Tony's figure soaring into the air in an instant, Captain America felt a little helpless. He also wants to play a bigger role and repel more enemies just like Tony. But he has no armor and no wings, so he can't do it. The same goes for Hawkeye and Natasha Romanoff. Seeing Tony Stark flying around like a fairy, his heart is full of bitterness. Everyone is the veteran of Avengers. Why do the styles of painting seem to be different? Although they had this idea, their movements were not slow, and they led the survivors into a safe place in an orderly manner. However, at the moment, a strange high-pitched cry sounded, and a giant Leviathan ship with huge amounts of unstoppable momentum descended on the capital of the United States, directly destroyed the buildings in the entire block, and swooped towards Captain America and the others. Come. This overwhelming posture is simply unstoppable. Captain America and others also looked serious, without any confidence in their hearts. Let them deal with those Chitori soldiers who fight on the ground. They are still more than capable, but it is really too difficult to deal with this kind of big guy. To a certain extent, Captain America, Black Widow, and Hawkeye are just ordinary heroes with stronger physical fitness. They have neither powerful high technology nor mutated super abilities. Facing this scene, he was naturally powerless. But just when Captain America and the others were helpless, a huge amounts of green figure descended from the sky and landed in front of them. Hulk. At the critical moment, Hulk finally arrived. The broad shoulders and strong muscles gave the three of Captain America a sense of security. Hulk also lived up to the expectations of Captain America and others. After beating his chest angrily and roaring, he took the initiative to rush towards Chitori's Leviathan target ship. At the moment of collision, Hulk punched the head of the giant Leviathan. This huge Leviathan ship, with a length of more than 100 meters and a weight of more than several thousand tons, stopped its rampage as if it had encountered an impenetrable obstacle. Hulk actually used his own power to force the battleship to stop. What's even more frightening is yet to come. Under the action of kinetic energy, the giant Leviathan ship that was forced to stop rose high, and under the incredible eyes of many survivors, it turned into a somersault. Swooping posture like a tortoise with all 4 feet in the sky, was smashed to the ground by Hulk. As for other urban areas, he has nothing but powerlessness. It is worth mentioning that members of the Avengers are not the only ones fighting the Chitori army. Boom. The area where Thor is located is almost becoming an ocean of thunder. Then, like a madman, he rushed towards other places without looking back, and he didn't even have the idea of cooperating with Captain America and the others. The famous Fantastic Four are now also transformed into superheroes, active in the city, trying to use their own abilities to resist the attack of the Chitori army. On the other side, Thor, who exploded with Thor's power, easily defeated Loki and joined the camp against Chitori's army. Countless thunderbolts were summoned by Thor, and under his control they spread towards the Chitori army. Boom! However, no matter how powerful Thor is, he cannot cover the entire capital of the United States with the power of Thor, but can only affect this area. In the next moment, Hulk rushed out from under the giant Leviathan ship, holding 2 unlucky Zeta Swiss soldiers in his hands. Those Zeta Swiss soldiers were smashed from the thunder like dumplings. The grids intertwined by these thunders brought terrible damage to the Chitori army. Let's hurry up and go to other places to support. After 2 seconds of silence, Captain America roared excitedly and ran towards the end of the street. 2 huge amounts of noise erupted, and Hulk crushed the huge ship with 1 foot. Those mutants who are not favored by human society also spontaneously joined this battle to defend the Earth. No creature will give up protecting its homeland, but it is a pity that the situation that human superheroes can change is really too small. The Chitoris were several Earths ahead, and the high-tech devices they developed almost easily leveled other cities outside the capital of the United States. Nick Fury sits in S.H.I.E.L.D. looking through the window at those hell-like urban areas. His eyes are full of calm, and his emotions have not fluctuated at all. He knew that the only way to win this battle was to close that huge amounts of space channel. Otherwise, the Chitori army will constantly break into the Earth. Even if there is an Avengers alliance, it will only be a slow death. Just when Nick Fury was going to personally go to the Stark building to shut down the Tesseract device. Diddy. All the communication devices in S.H.I.E.L.D have recovered tilde. Then a crisp female voice came. This is Wakanda. We have restored all communications to the United States and will send support. If you want to win this war, the only way to go is to close Tesseract. Otherwise, it will only cause innocent sacrifices. Nick Fury was not the only one who heard these words. Those members of the Avengers Alliance who carried communication devices also received the news immediately. The superheroes who were rescuing the people stopped for a moment and all looked at the Stark building. The key to determining the outcome of this war is where it is. B. The Stark building is where the Chitori army has the most troops. This is a war destined to be difficult. Feng at the moment still has no plans to make a move. He believes in the Avengers superheroes. And after seeing Thor's strength, Feng knew that it was impossible for the Chitori army alone to conquer the Earth. He just has to wait. What are you waiting for? Wait for those behind the scenes watching this war like him to take action. For the people on Earth, this is a war and annihilation, but for an existence of Feng's level, this is a game of chess. As soon as this idea came out, a warship hundreds of times larger than all Chitori warships suddenly appeared in the huge wormhole suspended above the Stark building. As soon as this battleship appeared, the situation of the entire battlefield changed drastically. Those Chitori stars who were still fighting stopped in unison and knelt down towards the battleship. After a while, the entire capital of the United States is shrouded in a huge amounts of halo. Death, destruction begins. Is it coming? Feng sat up from the sofa, his expression gradually becoming serious. His keen perception told him that there are huge amounts of energy fluctuations on this battleship. If you guessed correctly, it is most likely the strongest warship of the Chitori army. With the civilization level of the Earth, there is no chance of winning against a warship of this level, etc. Why is there another energy fluctuation? Feng frowned and raised his head suddenly. The next moment, that huge amounts of Chitori battleship actually exploded a beam of particles, shooting towards Feng's direction. This ray broke through the speed of light in an instant, without giving Feng any time to think about it. It arrived in front of his eyes almost in a breath. Court death? Feng was furious. There is still his wife White Queen in the villa. If this cosmic ray hits her with her own strength, there is no possibility of her surviving. While the white light was shining, Feng appeared in the sky above the villa in an instant, raised a palm and grabbed at the ray. Click. In an instant, the sky was dim and the earth was dark. Rays to silence. But the streets outside Feng's villa were completely destroyed. On the ground, there was even a terrifying crater. I'd like to see which B*** D who doesn't have eyes dares to attack me. The anger on Feng's face did not disappear and there was a murderous intent in his tone. He didn't expect that the Chitori army would dare to attack him so blatantly. What gave them the courage? Liang Jingru. Feng, who originally planned to watch the performance of the superheroes, felt that he had to make the Chitori army realize his mistake. No matter who the mysterious energy hiding in the warship is, he will not let him go easily. Therefore, after leaving a villa undamaged, Feng rushed out of the ruins and swooped towards the space wormhole above the capital of the United States at a terrifying speed that could not be caught by the naked eye. At the same time, he opened his mouth lightly and spit out a sound wave toward the city below. Seeking flowers. The sound is like a mosquito, but it spreads suddenly. Next second, those giant Leviathan ships raging in the city were instantly scattered into dust. Tens of thousands of Chitori star people, also under the spread of this sound wave, died beyond death. For Feng, who has the power of a Transcendent, these Chitori are not even as good as ants on the ground. But this is still not enough to calm the anger in Feng's heart. At the moment, like a ray of bright white light, he came to the official of the Stark building in an instant. However, Feng standing in the air was completely unmoved, allowing himself to be overwhelmed by these light bullets and laser beams. At the same time, his figure instantly caught the attention of the Chitori army. Those superheroes who were fighting brazenly noticed this scene very quickly. At the moment, he faced the densely packed Chitori army and watched them encircle and suppress them indifferently. The dozen or so giant Leviathan ships around activated their main guns and delivered a devastating blow. Then, the energy emitted by those Leviathan giant ships can make Hulk, a rough-skinned and thick-skinned meat shield character, feel extremely painful. The surrounding Chitori army rushed towards Li Feng one after another as if they had received some kind of orders, ignoring the city under their feet. They were surprised to find that the Chitori army that appeared continuously above their heads had actually shifted their targets. Numerous laser weapons launched explosive fires, not to mention so many rays. There is no doubt that the weapons of the Chitori Legion are far more powerful than those on Earth, there is no doubt about it. However, they didn't think about why such a scene happened, but thought about rushing to the Stark building and turning off the damn Tesseract device. If Li Feng is replaced by any Avengers Alliance hero, I am afraid that even the aftermath will not be able to resist. Li Feng didn't know that his unintentional move actually relieved a lot of pressure on the superheroes. Nearly tens of thousands of terrifying beams of light with cosmic energy rushed towards Li Feng, rendering the entire sky blue. In addition, the huge main ship suspended at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters also fired a cosmic energy ray that was more powerful than the previous bombardment of Li Feng's villa. The next moment, Li Feng's eyes widened suddenly, shining white light. At those moments when Chitori felt that he had killed him instantly, this white light turned into tens of millions of star rays, swallowing up these rays. But this is not the end. When those Chitori battleships were touched by this star beam, almost without exception, they were reduced to ashes. What is powerful, what is invincible, this is it. Not to mention that these rays touch Li Feng, even if he is 100 meters around, he cannot get close. He was unharmed. On the surface of his body, the white light is particularly dazzling. None of you want to leave today. Li Feng grinned grimly, raised his hand and pressed it. At once, boom, all over the sky sparks bloom. At the same time, in the huge mothership located on the surface of the Earth's atmosphere on 060. The chief commander of the Chitori Star also saw this scene through the screen. His eyes changed slightly, and his whole face became uneasy. Behind him, there is a figure hidden in the mist of many stars, constantly exuding huge amounts of oppression. It was this figure that not long ago issued an order to Chitori's chief commander. Dear Creator God, Master Annihilation. The chief commander trembled and bowed slightly towards the figure surrounded by the mist of stars. Chitori's strength is not enough to deal with this level of creature. Waste, an echoing sound came out from the hollow, making the chief commander tremble. Yes, the alien creature that appeared in the mothership was one of the 5 creation gods, Annihilation. In the Marvel Universe, Annihilation can be said to be the most unique existence among the 5 creator gods. His powers can create and manipulate all matter in the multi-universe that has no physical form. The most important thing is that since this creator god was born from the universe, no creature has ever seen his entity. In other words, he does not have any physical existence, but he can use any powerful cosmic power in the multi-universe and even control all non-existence. It is also capable of manipulating all incorporeal substances, and can even create and control all erased and eliminated existences. He is one of the few people in the multi-universe against whom the laws of causality and supercausality have no effect. Simply put, he can control cause and effect and defy the order of the universe. You said so. The chief commander of the Chitori uttered these words almost trembling to the extreme. Next second. In the misty stars, a giant claw that looked like some kind of terrifying creature suddenly stretched out and placed it on the commander's head. Boom! A terrifying annihilation energy pierced into the commander's body. He was trembling all over, and every cell in his body had undergone a qualitative change at this moment. About 10 seconds later, his body was twice as tall, and his whole body was covered with a layer of armor condensed from stars. The commander had a puzzled face and tried to shake hands. A terrifying force that he never dared to imagine gradually gathered into a small ball in the middle of his palm. This is what annihilation is. It can ignore all matter. Go. Let me see what you're capable of. There was another voice in the mist. The commander looked serious, nodded vigorously, and walked quickly towards the portal of the mothership. Outside the ship, Li Feng just padded casually, and tens of thousands of Chitori were swallowed by energy. Just when he was about to settle the battle quickly, suddenly a dark red figure appeared in front of him. This figure came directly into the void and unexpectedly escaped Li Feng's the god's telekinesis. Stupid creature, die. The person who came was Chitori's chief commander. He didn't mean to talk nonsense to Li Feng at all and rushed forward with several energy horses in his hand. Where's the experience, baby? Li Feng sneered, not at all flustered by this sudden appearance. He raised his 5 fingers again and suddenly grabbed the air in front of him. Click, space fragmentation. The chief commander who swooped forward seemed to be cut into pieces by the air without even touching Li Feng. He turned into pieces. Varied. What? The chief commander looked at Li Feng in disbelief, and at the last second before he died, he only said two words. As for Li Feng, he didn't look at him at all. Instead, he squinted his eyes and looked at the Chitori mothership, which was still 1,000 meters away from him, with a strange sneer on the corner of his mouth. So, R.O., the voice fell. His whole body instantly appeared in the main control room of the mothership. In front of him, the body wrapped in the stars, and Mist seemed to be taken aback. Li Feng casually slapped the two Chitori who were sitting in front of the driver's seat to control the mothership, and sat down on the cabin, raised his legs and looked at the figure hidden in the mist with a smile. Explain. Come on, let me introduce myself, buddy. The offensive words mixed in this tone made Annihilation instantly rage. Under the desperate eyes of all Chitori, dark matter energy swept across like a sky. The dark red energy spreads rapidly, followed by a terrifying shockwave. The sound is no longer hollow, only harsh. Boom. And this is just the beginning. You little creature on Earth, how dare you talk to me like that? It's so boring. The berserk energy devoured the Chitori army, who were too close in an instant without giving them any time to react. The mist of stars was blown away and the Chitori mothership was turned into dust. 3-1 Li Feng stood proudly above the 9 heavens, glanced down, and popped out a dark red sphere condensed by dark matter and threw it down. As it fell violently, Li Feng sneered, walked step by step in front of the fog. His voice was as cold as ice. You think I don't know who sent you to test me? Turn around and tell the master behind you if you dare to try to hurt the people around me, people. I promise to break into the unknown universe and kill him. After the last word fell, Li Feng slapped it out suddenly without giving Annihilation a chance to continue speaking. I am the void. I have the breath between life and death, between death and nirvana. I am the void where all things originate. The forms you see and the universe under my feet are all created by me. I am Annihilation. I am one of the 5 creation gods of the universe. At this moment, all the Chitori realized that they had provoked an incredible existence. Mark my words. The entire sphere is like a rapidly expanding sun, expanding its size in all directions, sweeping everything around it. It's just a pity that they no longer have the chance to go back to the sea. In the blink of an eye, all the alien legions in this area were included. Those indestructible Chitori legions were quickly melted under the soaring red energy. Not even a single part or wreckage remained. All were blasted into air by the energy. The dark matter ball thrown by Li Feng exploded with energy, as if dropping a large-yield nuclear bomb, causing far more damage than all other superheroes combined. When the red energy fell silent and stopped expanding, all the Chitori legions above the capital of the country disappeared. Almost at the same time as Li Feng's energy erupted, everyone in the city raised their heads. Then, people could clearly see a dark red sun rising above the clouds. The originally gloomy sky was reflected in dark red. As if the end is coming, that is the best description. What the hell happened there? And Captain America and other Avengers members were shocked. They had never seen such a big scene. Could it be that the military used nuclear weapons? This was Tony's first thought. 7. He felt that such a terrifying momentum could only be achieved by nuclear bombs. Definitely, it could also be a new weapon developed by Nick Fury using Tesseract. That figure, could it be? After all, Thor is considered a half-god, and the guess in his heart is different from everyone else's, and he immediately thinks of Li Feng. In fact, among the Avengers, the only one who can be said to know Li Feng's strength is Thor. He had seen how Li Feng slapped the Celestials and Odin. You must know that the two existences of the Celestial race and Odin are almost all-powerful beings who have survived from ancient times in the 9 realms. But they are both powerless to fight back, and they were easily beaten by Li Feng. It is normal for him to cause such a big movement on the Earth. This guess can be said to make Thor very excited. If Li Feng made the move, then what are these Chitori? In fact, not only the capital of the United States, but even the entire Ministry of Defense of the United States have noticed Li Feng's energy explosion this time. When they saw the terrifying energy fluctuations rising from the communication screen, they were almost stunned. What's the situation? I don't understand. The Department of Defense has neither launched a nuclear bomb nor used a superweapon. So who caused this movement? Could it be this group of foreign invaders? Obviously unlikely. As for the ancient one magician who is far away, at the moment is also standing on the holy place, watching all the events in the United States through his own dark magic, with a satisfied smile on the corner of his mouth. She originally planned to do it herself to block the space wormhole opened by the Tesseract with her own magic. Although she could not completely close the Tesseract with her power, it could at least reduce some deaths. But at this time, Li Feng made a move. So she was relieved. After seeing that Chitori who landed was at least half dead, Feng looked at the fleet on the other side of the space wormhole that dared not continue to land and couldn't help curling his lips. That's it, on this level, really vulnerable. However, despite killing so many Chitori, the anger in Feng's heart still did not abate much. After possessing the power of a Transcendent, his sensitivity to the universe has become stronger and stronger, and he has naturally become more sensitive in terms of cause and effect. Although he didn't anticipate the appearance of Annihilation, one of the 5 creation gods, he still had some inexplicable premonitions. He knew that the recovery of the Transcendent Protos would spread throughout the known universe in a short time. The appearance of Annihilation is just one step. Oh, right. There is also a purple sweet potato essence I almost forgot. He sneered. In the original Marvel plot, a large part of the reason why the Chitori star invaded the Earth under the cooperation of Loki's inside and outside was that Ba was instigated behind the scenes. So will the appearance of Annihilation be related to this purple sweet potato essence? Thinking of this, Feng knew that he had to take a chance and talk to Thanos, the mastermind behind the scenes. Or why not just slap her to death? Save this guy thinking about doing things all day long. After a moment of hesitation, Feng's eyes burst into a fierce light, and he teleported towards where Tesseract was. Behind him, followed by a cloud of huge amounts of sonic boom. A series of piercing roars, Feng landed on the top of the Stark building like a comet. He ignored the passing Chitori, but set his sights on the Tesseract. The sudden appearance of this figure naturally attracted the attention of many people. Thor instantly recognized Feng, who was surrounded by white light. I knew it. Seeing Feng, who descended from the sky and came to join the battle regardless of his body, Thor was extremely excited. Although with his power of Thor, he barely achieved brilliant results in this war, but after all, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. But if Feng is added as a strong support, everything will be different. Thor even inexplicably gained a surge of confidence. He felt that as long as he joined forces with Feng, those Chitori on his head would come and kill one by one, as many as there were. However, what made Thor a little dumbfounded was that Feng obviously had no intention of cooperating with the Avengers Alliance for a win-win situation, but stood in front of the Tesseract hesitation for a second 693, and suddenly got into the huge amounts of wormhole in the storm. Thor, you have to cover me. I will find a way to close the passage above so that we have a chance of winning. One is enough to destroy all light. But the 2 people who were talking didn't realize at all that there were no Chitori people coming out of the space channel above their heads. Thor, many superheroes like to do good deeds in silence. I don't know either. He has also come into contact with some superheroes, and he knows to some extent that people on Earth are very strange creatures. Otherwise, they will still come out in an endless stream. Panting, Tony stopped beside Thor, asking inexplicably. Thor shook his head but did not reveal Feng's identity. Feng at this moment is no longer Feng, but coming together. Before they could even take a look at the world of the Earth, they were completely destroyed by the white light that suddenly rushed in front of them. Tony didn't dwell on it for too long. The top priority was to prevent the Chitoris from continuing to land on Earth. What flew in just now? Those Chitori legions who were about to come out of the space passage had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. He guessed that Feng might be such an existence. I seem to vaguely see a figure. All right. But even so, the situation in the capital of the United States is not optimistic. There are still a lot of Chitoris left on the road, and they continue to wreak havoc on the city through powerful high-tech armor, as if treating this land as an amusement park. Below the Stark building, it was completely occupied by the Chitori Legion. Before, Hulk wanted to rush over to break through, but was blocked, and originally also suffered a lot of injuries due to the rays. Neither Tony nor Thor has the confidence to get rid of those Chitori with their personal ability. Only cooperation, the group, is a good way. This is also the core of the Avengers Alliance. Let this group of proud superheroes learn to cooperate, just at the moment. In the sky of the capital of the United States, a dazzling beam of light crashed down, unbiased, direct bombardment on the Stark building. This is Bifrost. Thor, who was still a little dignified, immediately cheered up after seeing this colorful beam of light. We've got help, brothers. It is a very exciting thing to get help from the family at difficult times in life. Thor's originally tired body was full of strength again. After the colorful light faded away, Hela, wearing a dark golden armor, rode the giant wolf Fenrir and led the Asgard army and walked out of the light curtain step by step, domineering and awe-inspiring. At the same time, the cavalry, blessed by the god of Asgard, also dispersed under Hela's order and began to chase those Chitori individual airships. Since ancient times, Midgard has been one of the 9 realms. Asgard is the leader of the 9 realms, and naturally has the obligation to protect any inch of land in the 9 realms from foreign civilizations. Warriors of Asgard, the king of God commands you, destroy those invaders who break into our territory. Hela held the blade of the night sky high, her voice was extremely resounding. At once the Asgard soldiers sent from Bifrost all moved towards the Chitori military doctors with high morale. Asgard is a country that is passionate about war, and the Aesir Protos is the most warlike race in the 9 realms. Perhaps during Odin's reign he would not have interfered in these matters. But the person who is sitting in the position of the king of God now is Hela. It's the woman who claims to have grown up through war. Only the Asgardians standing on the battlefield are the real Asgardians. As for Hela herself, naturally there is no need to make a move. She has already sat on the god's seat and she is going to stay and hold the line. Therefore she did not fight with her subordinates, but came to the roof of the Stark building, met the Tesseract, and, Loki hiding here. Hela froze for a moment, then crossed her arms and stared at the horned and green-robed guy with a half-smile. Although this guy is a descendant of the giants of Jotunheim, he still looks a lot like me. If I'm not mistaken, you should be the sister who was imprisoned in the dungeon. I heard that you killed Odin. I think you did a very good job. I wanted to kill him before, but I didn't have the ability. You did it, my sister, I just love you so much. Seeing Hela's domineering appearance, Loki greeted him shamelessly. God of trickery Lu Yin. This title is quite good. Compared to that stubborn guy like Thor, I actually admire you more. Your brain is much smarter than his. Just like now, if you're smart enough, put down your weapon, then leave in despair, hand over the thing behind you and the scepter in your hand, and I will show mercy and recognize you, naughty brother. Hela said proudly with her hands on her hips. She doesn't know what family affection is, and she won't feel pity for Loki, a guy who once tried to usurp the throne, and she won't really regard this guy with the blood of giants of Jotunheim as her younger brother. Therefore, she didn't intend to speak politely at all, and not only asked Loki to hand over the psychic scepter in his hand, but also wanted to get the Tesseract. How could Loki run around with such a dangerous thing? It is more appropriate to put it here. Hela hardly concealed her purpose at all. Loki could hear it naturally. No matter how stupid he is, he still knows that this sister has no intention of admitting him, and he can't help but feel a little bit of anger in his heart. You know, not only is he backed by the Chitori army, but he also has 2 infinite gems by his side, so why should he be afraid of an Asgard god? Although he didn't know Hela's true strength very well, he didn't think that Hela was able to kill Odin because of his own ability. At most, he just took advantage of Odin's old age to take advantage of it. So after Loki heard Hela's words, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth and he said with a sneer, "Are you looking down on me, sister? I think your proposal is very unfair. I am not who I was. Even if you are the new king of God, you should respect me a little bit. Otherwise, I'll be rude to you too." When Hela heard this, she couldn't help squinting her narrow and charming eyes like a fox, with a fierce look in them and even a hint of bewilderment. She couldn't figure out who gave Loki the courage to show off his might in front of her. Just relying on the Mind Scepter in hand, or those Chitori legions like chickens and dogs. The night sky blade runs through Loki's arm. There was a sneer at the corner of Hela's mouth. Looking at the funny Loki in front of him, his face turned completely cold. Just when Hela was thinking hard and couldn't come up with an answer, Loki suddenly raised the scepter in his hand and stabbed towards Hela. Hiss, locked in place. Mind Gem is infinite gem. The energy contained in it has already surpassed the 9 realms. If it touches Hela, it will definitely be controlled. Just when he wanted to use his space shuttle ability to retreat, Hela suddenly raised his finger and pointed at Loki's right hand. Click demon. Seeing this, Loki couldn't calm down and immediately panicked. He realized that something was wrong. There was a loud bang. Loki sucked in a sharp breath of air and exhaled in pain, and the scepter in his hand fell to the floor. Can't help but get hairy all over. Let me respect you, a good-for-nothing who only knows how to run away. You deserve it too. The force of death constantly pouring out from the void made Loki grin his teeth in pain. What Loki didn't expect was that before the scepter in his hand touched Zhao within 5 meters, he was struck by tens of thousands of night sky blades that appeared out of nowhere. However, this is the blade of the night sky, the blade of the night sky that contains the power of death. The moment his flesh and blood were pierced, there was a divine power that continuously sucked his life force. What a disappointment. You are much worse than Thor, at least he still has a hammer to resist. Hela approached Loki condescendingly, looked at his embarrassed appearance and sneered ruthlessly. Enough. I've had enough of you smug bastards. I repeat, I'm a god too. The most painful place in Loki's heart was touched, and he yelled at Hela in a panic. "I'm still a god king, what are you in front of me?" Hela didn't take Loki's anger to heart. In Li Feng's words, Loki is called impotent rage. In the early days of the Marvel Universe, he couldn't even be called a villain. At most, he was a funny joker, an unbeatable Ziokiang. Hela also has no plans to continue playing with Loki. The most urgent thing is to get the 2 infinite gems first. With a wave of her slender hand, several night sky blades directly pinned Loki to the ground, unable to move. If Frigga hadn't entrusted her before her to keep Loki if he met, Hela wouldn't even say a word of nonsense to him. Destroy his humanity directly 430. Don't expect Hela to show mercy. In the entire 9 realms, there is only one person who can make her merciful and obedient, and that is Li Feng. Before Li Feng appeared, who was she? Goddess of death. Crush Mjolnir and blind Rongrong's eyes. In her eyes, the descendants of the giants of Jotunheim are no different from the ants that can be killed by following their hands. On the other hand, Loki, at the moment, was lying on the ground staring blankly at the sky. Too big. The blow was too great. He also couldn't figure out why he couldn't beat anyone even though he was brought up by Odin since he was a child. First Thor, and now Hela, these 2 so-called gods can suppress him from any angle except that they are 1 point behind him in resourcefulness. So much so that he began to doubt life now. Hela didn't care about his little brother's thoughts at all, and directly picked up the psychic scepter from the ground and walked to the tesseract that supported the space wormhole. Her eyes were cold. She looked at the tesseract that was constantly overflowing with energy, glanced at the psychic scepter in her hand, and stabbed it directly. In an instant, the space gem wrapped inside vibrated violently as if it had received some kind of summoning. Zzzz. The tesseract suddenly burst into a burst of energy shield, as if trying to block the power of Mind Gem, but it was useless at all, and was directly destroyed. Hela raised the corner of her mouth and smiled in satisfaction, and directly took the exposed space gem into her hands through the traction of the scepter. She has divine power to protect her body. As long as she doesn't try to attack these 2 infinite gems, then she doesn't have to worry about being backlashed. At the same time, as the tesseract was destroyed, the huge amounts of wormhole vortex in the sky returned to calm after a few seconds. Members of the Avengers Alliance who were still fighting quickly realized something was wrong. Thor flew to the Stark building with the power of thunder. When he saw Hela, he was taken aback for a moment, then rushed to her and said, "Damn, why did you close the space channel? I just saw my brother-in-law go in." In desperation, directly called out the 2 titles of brother-in-law. Hela was taken aback when she heard the words and gave Thor a strange look. "What did you yell just now? Brother-in-law, did I hear you right?" Thinking in another way, if Hela was in Thor's position, she would never recognize her as a sister no matter what. Because Hela not only killed Odin but also beat Thor severely. Unless Thor is some kind of masochist, how is it possible to admit the existence of Li Feng? Definitely, Hela didn't delve too deeply into this matter. It's just a name, whatever he likes to call it. As for Li Feng, Hela smiled faintly, eyes full of pride, and said to Thor Ahaf, "Don't worry, it's not the first time you've seen him make a move, a group of little Chitori stars but can't beat him." Thor heard the words and then realized that his worries were a bit unnecessary. Then, he saw Loki lying on the ground with a face full of doubts and despair. In the past, seeing Loki's tragic state, Thor might feel a little distressed. After all, he is the younger brother who grew up together. But after being tricked so many times by Loki and what the guy has done, Thor just doesn't think so. He walked up to Loki, squatted down and smiled at him and said, "Brother, is this the first time you see our sister? There is no way, she is such a passionate god, you should get used to the way she greets you." Loki almost vomited blood when he heard this. He gritted his teeth and stared at Thor, then looked at Hela and shouted, "If you have the guts, let me go, let's fight one-on-one." However, Hela ignored him at all. This incident led by Thanos, led by Loki, and the invasion of the Chitori Legion came to an end. Faced with this terrifying threat, the first thing to do is naturally eliminate it. No doubt. He stepped on the white light, and there was a faint protective cover on his body, which made him walk on the ground in space. The sudden appearance of Li Feng was quickly captured by the patrol fleet, and the footage was transmitted to the fleet's main control room immediately. The next thing to do is to clean up those Chitori who are still on the Earth but will never go back to their homeland. After entering the range, countless laser cannons unleashed towards Li Feng. It is even possible that the purple sweet potato essence is sitting in this fleet. Li Feng, who traveled through the wormhole and entered space, stood proudly in front of a mighty fleet. Chitori is out in force. In front of him, it is the iconic Leviathan giant ship of the Chitori stars, with at least tens of thousands of them. It can be said that Chitori saw all his actions above the Earth before. In the center is a large ship with huge amounts of more than the mother ship that the chief commander was on before. At the same time, in a real interstellar war, the fight is always about the strength of the fleet, the strength of weapons, and the gap in technology. Without the Tesseract's space wormhole, the fleet became extremely silent in space. It is worth mentioning that there is no such thing as a strong man who can easily crush a planet in the universe. In this regard, although the Chitori stars are not top-level, their years of experience in fighting in the universe make them not to be underestimated. At that moment, there were hundreds of Leviathan giant ships. Culling towards Feng, you must know that if the nearly thousands of Leviathan giant ships in front of us are placed on the Earth, everything can be easily wiped out. Unless the United Nations uses nuclear weapons to fight against them, there is no ability to confront them head-on. However, the person facing this group of fleets now is Feng. Moreover, it is Feng who has 50% of the power of the Transcendent. If the Chitori Legion really had the strength to compete with Feng, then Thanos, standing behind them and manipulating everything, would have swept the universe long ago. In front of you, tens of millions of dark green-colored lasers are coming. Feng ignored the attacks coming towards him, snorted coldly and stepped out. Boom, the invisible ripples oscillated. Dazzling white light erupted from Feng's body again, like death rays heading towards those Chitori spaceships in awe. As we all know, in the environment of space, a vacuum cannot transmit sound. Therefore, after the thousands of fleet spaceships were blown away by this shock wave, there was almost no sound of explosion. Like a blooming firework, they become a beautiful landscape. No doubt. If these warships are compared to creatures, they are compared to humans. Then, the power that Feng erupted was like the sickle of death god, mercilessly taking away their lives. Chitori spaceships exploded from the inside out one by one and then disappeared silently. This is the cruelty of interstellar war. Even burning is silent. Even in the endless night sky, it is inaudible. After easily destroying these small Chitori spaceships, Feng didn't stay longer but raised his footsteps and swooped directly towards the largest mothership like a stream of air. It is not difficult to guess that there must be the leader of the Chitori Legion with the highest status in this spaceship. Although Feng didn't know that the guy who was slapped to death by him was the chief commander. But the Chitori was a planet several civilization levels ahead of the Earth, and it was impossible for only one chief commander to control the overall situation. This war involving two infinite gems is not a child's play, and there are definitely more powerful creatures sitting in command. Even Thanos' purple sweet potato essence may be in it. Therefore, Feng didn't continue to waste time, attacking those spaceships that had escaped by chance and were coming to support them, but couldn't wait to pass through the explosion area and head straight for the target. On the mothership. Many Chitori saw Feng's movements so clearly on the interstellar screen, so they naturally reacted. Their commanders exchanged a few words, and they didn't intend to do anything at all but made a decision: escape, yes. The huge mothership, surrounded by tens of thousands of warships, directly pushed all the fuel, turned around and began to evacuate. What are you kidding? How can you play with the Earthlings who can destroy thousands of ships with just one lift of your foot? 10 lives are not enough. Only running is the right way. Under the orders of the main control room, the other Chitori Legion spaceships concentrated their firepower without any hesitation and fired at Feng, buying time for the largest spaceship to evacuate. However, Feng directly ignored the attacks of those spaceships, fixed his eyes on the largest spaceship and shot away. Although this behemoth is right in front of you, the distance in space is not as small as you see in front of you. Wherever the white light spreads, there is no substance that can approach Feng. Therefore, he only has this huge amounts of mothership in his eyes. The others are ants. However, Feng still doesn't mind doing something if things go smoothly along the way. After all, these things are still very eye-catching. Just when Feng was about to approach the mothership, the surrounding spaceships received the order, and all of them came to block Feng, forming a wall. Feng showed disdain, and casually raised his palm, aiming at the densest part of the fleet in front of him, and threw a huge amounts of dark matter ray with the flick of his fingers. These rays appear at the speed of light, and the eyes cannot catch them at all. This trick was learned by Feng by copying the genes of Galactus through the god of symbiosis. Dark matter energy is the strongest and most terrifying thing in Galactus, and it is naturally powerful in the universe. The point is, its killing area is too large. Simply put, it is an AoE. The dark matter rays swept across the audience, and all spaceships that were touched were directly crushed, leaving no room for resistance. And all of this is just a swipe of a finger. There are at least nearly 6,000 spaceships destroyed under this huge amounts of dark red rays. 0. Seeking flowers. This is why Li Feng kept his hand on purpose. If it is used with all its strength, the destructive power it will cause may directly turn those innocent star fields nearby into ashes. Does the ghost know if there are any creatures in those star fields? Li Feng doesn't want to be a mindless destroyer like Thanos. Slaughter does not bring pleasure. But if someone offends me, it is inevitable to pay back 100 times. However, don't think that this kind of power is too exaggerated. In fact, it is just like that in front of the super bosses of the Marvel Universe. In front of truly powerful creatures, a single thought can destroy the entire universe and even restart the multi-universe directly. Although the current Li Feng doesn't know how powerful he is, he can foresee that if he continues to grow like this, he will definitely be at the top of the universe, competing with those top powerhouses. Boom. After Li Feng broke into the spacecraft, the shrill sirens started to sound, and Chitori rushed towards Li Feng with weapons. The corners of Li Feng's mouth turned up and his body suddenly leaned forward. Whoosh, the pilot in the mothership was dumbfounded. The purpose of doing this is very simple, just to hope to meet Thanos. Next second. In just 2 breaths, his body was close to the spaceship and he stretched out a hand, aimed at the entire spaceship and yanked it back. It's a pity that the one following them was a pervert. I have to say that Chitorizing's spaceship is still good. In this short period of 10 seconds, it has already accelerated to a speed that can make interplanetary jumps. Before they could react, Li Feng's body moved again, smashing through the shield and hull of the spaceship with his body, and entered the interior of the spaceship. In space, with Li Feng's continuous pursuit, he also quickly came to the back of the huge mothership. After all, this guy is the big villain in the entire Avengers alliance. Li Feng is still very interested. The Chitori mothership that was about to cross the galaxy and escape into another star field was unexpectedly torn apart. Like a missile attack burst out. 0 WTF. Facing these miscellaneous soldiers, Li Feng didn't even want to take a second look and shot them all to death. After walking through a huge amounts of fusion energy room, Li Feng came to the main control room of the spaceship. This is also the most important place in the entire spaceship. Li Feng glanced at the closed door and suddenly raised his fist and smashed it. Boom! The door of the main control room collapsed directly, and he successfully broke into the interior of the main control room. Immediately, some Chitori opened fire on him, trying to stop Li Feng with their weapons. Their fate is obvious. Li Feng didn't even bother to move his hands at all. His thoughts burst out directly, crushing them all. However, after looking around the main control room for a week, he regrettably found that the purple sweet potato essence was not here. In this spaceship, there are only a few Chitori commanders chatting to Li Feng. Li Lingqi 0 Feng didn't bother to talk to them. He couldn't understand them anyway, so he slapped them to death. Just when he felt bored and was about to completely destroy the spaceship, a picture was suddenly projected out of thin air behind Li Feng. On screen. There is a group of titans sitting on the throne. The whole body is purple, dressed in armor with awe-inspiring aura. Exactly Thanos. There is no doubt that he has been observing what is happening in this star field. After the projection appeared, Thanos spoke slowly, with a common confidence. It seems that this operation has failed. Li Feng also turned around slowly. This was the first time he had actually seen this werewolf who would wipe out half the creatures in the universe in the future. He smiled, sat on the cabin, looked at Thanos' iconic big face and said, "Pity. If you come in person, maybe we can have a good chat." Although the two met at the moment, they only met through the interstellar projection. The real Thanos himself is hiding in that corner of the universe. Li Feng was not in the mood to do anything to a projection. I will come, but not now. When the gears of history start to turn, when the star field speeds up. I will take my destiny to accomplish what I should do. Thanos, who seemed to have foreseen the future, said to Li Feng with a half-smile, "And you, the king of the earth who don't know where to get this power. Your existence has affected the balance of this star field. After I come, I will be the first to kill you. Get ready, don't let me down." Afterwards, the projection dimmed and extinguished directly, and Thanos did not give Li Feng a chance to reply at all, and Fu ended the conversation that took place across tens of thousands of star fields. Li Feng looked calm, but he wasn't angry. It's just a little regretful. It's a pity that I can't catch Thanos, the mastermind behind the scenes, and beat him up. Although he now has the ability to use all his strength to capture Thanos, but one thing to say, this guy doesn't have the qualifications. Moreover, there is no deep hatred between the two at present. The only ones that really make Li Feng feel threatened are those few guys who once plotted against him. OAA, Cosmic God Group, these. The guys standing at the pinnacle of the universe are the ones he needs to guard against. It's not interesting. I'm going home to find my wife. Feng yawned, stretched his waist, and instantly turned into a white light blasting towards the star field where the Earth is located. After he left, the remaining Chitori star battleships in this space were also reduced to ashes in an instant, to count to perish. At the same time, in a certain mysterious star field. After turning off the video projection casually, K's expression soon turned serious. In fact, in the final analysis, he was not as confident as he appeared in front of Feng, but rather worried. In his current plan, there is no such variable as Feng. In other words, the appearance of Feng completely disrupted all of Thanos' plans. As a result, he now had to make some changes to his plan, and it was a change aimed at Feng alone. Where the hell did this guy come from? This kind of strength is comparable to the group of guys in the Life Tribunal. Didn't the guys over at the council notice this existence? Thanos was puzzled. Logically speaking, the existence of the Life Tribunal is to maintain the fairness and stability of this universe. Then, in a small solar system and a small Earth, there suddenly appeared such an existence that could destroy the entire Chitori starship with just a single hand, which obviously affected the fairness. It's impossible for the cosmic god group to be silent, right? In fact, Thanos at the moment didn't know that Feng had already killed a member of the cosmic god group called the Searcher in Asgard. Even before meeting Feng, he didn't know there was such a person. But when Thanos witnessed Feng destroying the Chitori Legion with ease, he realized that this guy who appeared suddenly would become his biggest obstacle in the future. As a result, Thanos, who has not collected all 5 infinite gems, is a little thankful that he did not personally sit in the Chitori Legion. Otherwise, the head is probably screwed off now. After all, without infinite gems, he is just an ordinary titan. How to limit this guy? With my current strength, it seems difficult to deal with. It has to be said that Feng's strength meter Thanos has a sense of irritability that he can't do anything about, just when he was thinking hard about how to deal with Feng. Ebony Maw stepped on the wormhole, slowly emerged and gracefully saluted, respectfully reported, "Dear Father, I have lived up to your expectations and won the Dwarf Star. Following your urging, I ordered those dwarfs to forge your weapons and remove them from this universe." Thanos couldn't help but be overjoyed when he heard this. He knew that the first step of his plan had been completely B0 successful. Nidavi's dwarf can be said to be the best craftsman in the universe. They are also the only race that knows how to use the power of the planet to create artifacts. For example, the Infinity Gauntlet needed by Thanos. But precisely because of this, Ebony Maw almost wiped out all of Nidawa's dwarf. Being extremely cautious, he would not let the dwarfs forge a second Infinity Gauntlet. "Well, Ebony Maw, you've given our plan a perfect start." Thanos nodded to Ebony Maw with a compliment. "My own subordinates are still very good, and they can always complete the tasks assigned by me perfectly. Father, I heard reports from my subordinates that your infinite gems have been taken away. Do you need General Obsidian to help you get it back?"
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.